51. 51 mutation of seeds. Since I learned to read books and vote, Mother no longer has to worry about me becoming a bookworm. Come to sit next to destitute dragon stream. Yang Kai is about to start practicing, suddenly thinks of something. He stretched his hand into his arms and fumbled for a while before he took out a seed from his arms. This kind of seed is the seed that the stall owner gave when he bought Yang Flamestone at the Bloody Battle Gang booth today. What is the seed of Earth grade low rank spirit fruit? Three Suns fruit. Yang Kai wants to plant it. Although I don't know how many years it will take to grow, it doesn't cost much. Moreover, Yang Chi is full here, and it is undoubtedly the most suitable place for planting this kind of fruit tree. But as soon as he took out the seeds, Yang Kai realized that something was wrong. When I saw this seed during the day, it was not at all abnormal. There was only a weak Yang Chi inside, which was almost negligible. But now, this seed has turned red, crystal clear and near transparent, like a ruby. Holding it in the hand, Yang Kai can even feel the rhythmic accumulation in the seed. News came. It's like a human heart beating, vitality surging. Furthermore, the Yang Chi contained in the seeds at this moment is many times more huge than during the day. After staring at it for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly woke up. He suddenly understood where the one-drop Yang liquid that disappeared in On Danshan had gone. It is clear that Kaiao was absorbed by this seed. If not, how could this ordinary seed have such a change in heaven and earth turning upside down? One-drop Yang liquid, without the assistance of a foreign object, Yang Kai will take many days to condense. Yang Kai almost couldn't help but absorb the Yang liquid from the seed again. But after thinking about it, Yang Kai still didn't do it. This seed has obviously changed a lot. If it is planted, what will it look like when it blooms and bears fruit? The curiosity and thirst for knowledge of teenagers are extremely strong. Compared with the precious one-drop Yang liquid, Yang Kai wants to see the changes after planting the seeds. After carefully considered for a moment, Yang Kai started to move. First he found a softer piece of land in the vicinity, cautiously pulled the soil away, planted the seeds, and then went to find some water to water it. After finishing all these tasks, Yang Kai sat down to run through Yang's secret art. One-drop Yang liquid's investment. I don't know if there is any return. I had no words for a night. After so many days of hard cultivation, the rate of absorbing Yang Chi was obviously a little faster. After a night of practice, Yang Chi in the meridians became full again. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 days, one-drop Yang liquid will be condensed. Compared with the first time, the efficiency is much higher. In the early morning of the second day, Yang Kai practiced 1 hour's body tempering record. He never interrupted the practice of body tempering record. What you must do every day, except sweeping the floor, is practice body tempering record, and then find a junior brother to bully and earn some contribution points. The rest of the time is to practice non-stop. After 1 hour, Yang Kai is over. Inadvertently glanced at the place where the 3 Suns fruit seeds were planted last night, and the expression was startled. In that soft land, a sapling about a foot tall has grown at this moment. The saplings are slender, a few leaves are fresh and alluring, and some dark red color lines are faintly visible in the small trunk. Although the sapling is small, there is a vitality that cannot be ignored. It is breaking free from the shackles of the world and growing up, is it not? Yang Kai felt that his brain was not enough. Just overnight, why did the 3 Suns fruit tree grow so big? For a moment, Yang Kai even thought that the owner had forgotten the time when he was practicing, which caused many days to pass. But this is not the case when I think about it carefully. The true Yang Yuan Shi of On within the body hasn't increased much, obviously only 1 night's work. All of this, could it be that the one drop infiltrated the seeds of Yang liquid? It's not impossible. Yang Kai only said that Yang liquid has infinite magical uses, but it didn't say that it can only be used in combat. If Yang liquid made any changes to the seed, it could also explain the scene in front of you. It grows a foot in 1 night. Will it be able to bear fruit in a few days? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart is excited. 3 Suns fruit is the spirit fruit of earth, grade low rank. The Yang attribute energy contained in it is an item of great nourishment to the true Yang secret art of own. A fruit can definitely be worth it. Many days of practice. Thinking of this one layer, Yang Kai suddenly felt that On's investment was extremely wise. What we have to do now is to wait for the verification of time to see how many days it takes for the fruit tree to blossom and bear fruit. This is next to Destitute Dragon Stream. Usually, no one comes. Yang Kai has been practicing here for many days. Apart from meeting an 11th elder, he hasn't seen anyone else. So it's not too much. I am worried that this fruit tree will be discovered. Back at their wood house, Yang Kai wants to finish today's work. After searching for a long time, the broom was not found, which made him a little confused. After waiting for a while, a high heaven pavilion disciple full of great hand came over, carrying Yang Kai's broom. This person Yang Kai also knows him. He is one of Su Mu's gang. His strength is only body tempering realm 5 layer and his name is Zheng Yuan. Seeing Yang Kai standing here, Zheng Yuan hurriedly stepped forward. Senior brother Yang, are you back? Well, Zheng junior brother, why did you go? Why did you take my broom away? Zheng Yuan said with a smile, I'm going to help you sweep the floor. Senior brother, don't bother with these trivial things in the future. Our group of junior brothers will come every day. Help you to finish this work, you just need to practice. This is not suitable. Yang Kai finished listening and waved his hand quickly. Although the sweeping work is not heavy, it is quite laborious. Had he not wanted to stay in the High Heaven Pavilion, he would have quit this job. But as a trial disciple, if you don't take some work to do it, you can't fit in the High Heaven Pavilion. Zheng Yuan said, whatever the senior brother says, our fellow apprentices should support each other. If you hadn't taught Cheng Shoufeng last time, the junior brothers really couldn't get out of it. And there are a lot of people, 1 person a day, taking turns. Each person only needs to scan 2 or 3 times a month. There is no need for senior brother to get up early every day, tired and waste time. Don't refuse senior brother. Just look at the junior brothers. We will help you. If you look down on it, then forget it. Speaking of which, what else can Yang Kai do? Hurriedly said, then has to trouble everyone to look after junior brother. Zheng junior brother will come first to drink a glass of water. No, Young Su has issued a strict order. Everyone has to practice hard now. If anyone dares to be lazy, it's no longer the brother. I'm leaving, senior brother, and you work hard. Zheng Yuan said as he put down his broom and ran away. Looking at his back, Yang Kai's heart is warm. It was right to rescue Su Mu that day. This man is a real villain. If you respect him, he will pay you back. It seems that there is no need to worry about wasting time for sweeping the floor in the future. Happy, Yang Kai stepped out and grabbed a High Heaven Pavilion disciple on the side of the road that looked like the 78th layer of body tempering. He holds the fist saying, Junior brother, please enlighten me. The person's face immediately became bitter. Senior brother Yang ... That many people, why did you find me? This time Yang Kai challenges 1 person every day, and he has already played the prestige, the current High Heaven Pavilion disciple. As long as you see Yang Kai in body tempering, you feel a little bit frustrated. He is no longer the one who lost every battle in the past. Now he has won a lot of consecutive victories. Good day. And the victory was quite neat. 52 worth investment. Deals. Tickets. Looking at this bitter melon look junior brother, Yang Kai said with a smile, don't be nervous, I just earn a few contribution points. Don't worry, I'll do it lightly, so you won't hurt you. After 10 breaths, this junior brother fell to the ground, and Yang Kai walked away. Xianing Chang stood at the top of the tree and printed everything into her eyes. Her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. He witnessed a junior brother who lost 47 games in a row, rising strong, which gave her a sense of accomplishment for no reason. Although Yang Kai's getting stronger has nothing to do with her, but for more than 2 years, Xianing Chang has become accustomed to secretly observing this junior brother. This is like a kind of silent guardianship. Yang Kai has become stronger and Xianing Chang has no reason. Very happy. Next to Destitute Dragon Stream, Yang Kai is still practicing. It has been 5 days since planting the seeds of Three Suns fruit. The saplings here have grown into a Jiang Hai. Almost every day all has a big change. At time, the Three Suns fruit tree was swaying with the wind, and 3 bright red flowers were in full bloom. I am afraid that it will be fruitful in a few days. At that time, Yang Kai will be able to be gorgeous oneself. The past few days Yang Kai's practice is also quite fruitful. Danshan has condensed 1 drop Yang liquid and true Yang secret art has become more diligent. The work of sweeping the floor every day is taken over by others, and Yang Kai has a lot of practice time. In the past few days, Yang Kai is also investigating what is going on at Storm House. After all, he killed Cheng Shelfing and Niu Tao. It's hard to guarantee that he won't get into trouble. Yang Kai can rest assured that Storm House is there. Not at all. What change? It seems that Hu Mei not at all betrayed Doan. This woman is worthy of trust. It is the 8th day of January again, and finally the contribution points can be settled. On the 8th day of last month, Own just got the unyielding golden body. At that time, there was only body tempering 3 layer. A trifling month passed, and Own had reached body tempering 8 layer. This practice the speed is universal, and no one can beat it. Even those so-called heaven warping genius, with the assistance of spirit pill wonderful medicine, are definitely not at this speed. Walking into the contribution hall, Treasurer Meng sitting behind the counter suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Kai in amazement. He found that Yang Kai's strength had grown a lot after not seeing him for many days. The surprise was just a moment, and Treasurer Meng returned to normal. He is not an ignorant person. On the contrary, his vision far exceeds that of anyone in the High Heaven Pavilion. Therefore, Yang Kai's strength has increased a lot, but not he was shocked. And he saw many dazzling rays of light in his youth, but he saw a lot of people who ultimately achieved nothing. Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai greeted. Come for something? Old man Meng looked him up and down. Well, I have a 15 o'clock contribution this month, right? You can have 10 o'clock for sweeping, and you can get 2 o'clock for defeating 1 person every day. There are 3 days in this month. Time Yang Kai not insect. I played a total of 27 games. But the last time I drank with Sumu insect was caught by Dark Hall Disciple and deducted 5 points. Counting down is 15 o'clock contribution. Yes, what do you want to change? 20 in Deadland dried up grasses, 33-leaved remnant spirit flowers. Incense burner has not been for a long time. It is used because of lack of materials. This thing is not helpful to practice Yuan Qi, but it is very beneficial to the tempering of flesh body. Old man Meng gave him a deep look, walked into the back hall, packed up the things Yang Kai needed and took out. Yang Kai was about to hold out hands to receive, but Treasurer Meng took it back and asked with a smile, Little Yang Kai, can you tell me what I ate last time at Blackwind Mountain? Huh? He still has some interest in Yang Kai's fortuitous encounter. Yang Kai is full of babble. I don't know. It's just a red fruit. I eat it when I'm hungry. The red fruit? The red fruit? Old man Meng fell into deep thought, but couldn't think of the corresponding spirit fruit. After a while, Treasurer Meng shook his head. Forget it. But you are not going to save contribution points for old man's essence developer pill. Previous Yang Kai, every spend a bit of contribution has to be calculated carefully and stingy is not good. But now he is proud of 10,000 Jiang. This month's contribution points were spent as soon as he arrived, and he was a bit unlike him. Yang Kai said with a slight smile, if you don't change it, only your own efforts can become stronger. I put my hope on a medicine pill. I used to be too short-sighted. Hearing this, Treasurer Meng took a deep look at him and smiled nodded. It's not bad. You can see that this is beyond old man's expectations. Little Yang Qi, old man gives you a piece of advice. Treasurer Meng, please tell me. Work hard. Don't let your fortuitous encounter be disappointed. Disciple can be taught. Out of the contribution hall, Yang Kai ran all the way to Destitute Dragon Stream. After someone exits the incense burner and throws the herbs in, Yang Kai opens his fist on the Destitute Dragon Stream. Familiar pressure followed. This kind of pressure was definitely not something Yang Kai's current strength can withstand. In less than a moment, he was gasping for breath and exhausted, but he didn't give up at all, but insisted all the time, slowly, opened his fists and feet. Every movement was extremely difficult and obscure. His physical strength ran away like a flood of sluice skates, and his spirit was groggy and exhausted. After a while, Yang Kai could no longer support it and fell to the ground. I sat up with strong support, and started True Yang Secret Art, regaining my strength and spirit. Originally, Yang Kai thought that the income burner had no effect on practice Yuan Chi, but now he found out that Owen was wrong. Under the influence of that strange fragrance, the operation of Yang Qi in the Owen meridians seemed to be imprisoned by the addition of one layer, and it was so slow that it flowed inch by inch, making people feel helpless. Yixiang hindered True Yang Yuan Qi's running speed, which greatly reduced his current practice efficiency. Yang Kai not at all rushed to take back the incense burner, but decided to feel more. He feels that the incense burner is not only the function of tempering flesh body. This thing is wonderful, and the owner can now snoop. With the help of the incense burner, Yang Kai's body gets stronger day by day, but the practice of True Yang Secret Art has been pulled down a lot, and the rate of absorbing Yang Qi has been greatly reduced. After 3 days of practice, True Yang Yuan Qi within the body did not increase much. This incense burner, could it be that really just hindering Yuan Qi's practice? After testing for 2 or 3 days, Yang Kai also felt a little discouraged. If it is really this kind of, then the value of the incense burner will be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, Yang Kai can only decide to put away the incense burner during recovery, lest it affect the operation of Owen within the body. Yuan Qi, for no reason, increases the recovery time. After another exhaustion, the incense burner was put into the wordless black book by Yang Kai. Starting up True Yang Secret Art, Yang Kai's expression suddenly moved, and I felt it carefully. After a while, a smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. He found that the speed of True Yang Yuan Qi within the body was 1 point faster than the previous 2 days. Yuan Qi runs fast and absorbs Yang Qi fast. If it is in battle, the lethality that erupts is strong. So that's how it is. The existence of incense burner not only did not hinder the Yuan Qi practice of Owen, but to a certain extent gave the owner great benefits. Within the body, Yuan Qi adapts to the pressure brought by the scent, and suddenly loses the effect of the scent. Naturally it will run faster than before. It is as if a person has adapted to walking with a 3000 gin stone on his back, and suddenly changed the 3000 gin stone to 300 gin, then he walks like a fast walk. This is the same reason. Detecting this, Yang Kai laughed. In a short time, the income burner will only hinder the practice of Owen True Yang Secret Art, but in the long run, this hindrance can bring back huge benefits and benefits. This is another fortune worth investing in business. 53 Body Tempering 9 Layer. 10 days after the seeds of the 3 suns fruit tree were planted, the 3 fruits quietly matured, hanging brightly red on the branches. Lovable. Yang Kai can feel the rich Yang Qi from these 3 fruits. It's just 10 days of trifling, and even let this earth-grade low-rank spirit fruit grow out of nothing, and the melons are ripe. That 1-drop Yang liquid is too effective. Cuteously extend a hand, pick the 3 fruits off, and put them in the palm for a while. Yang Kai loves them more and more. But no matter how gratifying this thing is, it will be effective only after eating it. Yang Kai is not ambiguous either. At the moment when he sits cross-legged, he throws a piece of 3 suns fruit directly into the mouth, and the warm and sweet juice spreads on the tip of the tongue, leaving his lips and teeth fragrant. Spirit fruit enters the abdomen, True Yang Secret Art moves, and the abdomen feels like a fire. But for Yang Kai, who practices True Yang Secret Art, This temperature is the most pleasant and even makes him feel comfortable. The Yang Yuan gas contained in the earth-grade middle rank spirit fruit quickly flows into the meridians, and the filled meridians are immediately saturated. With a light sound, one drop Yang liquid quietly takes shape. After a while, a light sound came again. I have been condensing 3 drops of Yang liquid, and this earth-grade low-rank spirit fruit medicine efficacy is completely distributed. In Danshan, there are already 4 drops of Yang liquid, 3 of which were formed just now, and the remaining 1 drop is the result of Yang Kai's 10-day practice. Because of the incense burner's odor, the results of the 10-day practice have been rather bleak. But Yang Kai doesn't care. He has his eyes on the future. How can he account for this small profit? Furthermore, Yang Kai has a faint hunch, that is, if you eat all the remaining 2 fruits, you might have a breakthrough to the body tempering 9 layer and touch the open Yuan stage threshold. With this thought in his heart, Yang Kai threw the remaining 3 sun's fruit into his mouth without the slightest hesitation. The air of Yang Yuan melted away in the abdomen, and the fierce searing power burned in the meridians, and Yang Kai's skin suddenly turned red. True Yang secret art ran wildly, with the ticking sound. Yang liquid 1 drop in Danshan increased by 1 drop, Yang Qi overflowing from destitute dragon stream, following Yang Kai the open pores in the flesh penetrate in, and the inside and outside should be closed. Within the body Yuan Qi's drums are getting stronger and fiercer from afar. If someone with foresight sees Yang Kai's current appearance, his jaw will fall to the ground. Now, there has never been a martial artist in body tempering. Within the body Yuan Qi can be so rich. The martial artist of body tempering, the meridians are small and Danshan's capacity is low, so they can't bear such a huge and powerful Yuan Qi. The volatility of this Yuan Qi drumbeat alone is comparable to an open Yuan stage martial artist, but Yang Kai only has body tempering 8 layer. Yang Kai also feels a pressure at this moment. This pressure is unclear. It seems to exist between heaven and earth and put on the shackles of the owner. Without breaking this shackle, it is impossible breakthrough. The hot true Yang Yuan Qi is running, burning the invisible shackles. As time goes by, Yang Kai can feel that this barrier is slowly getting thinner, and the breakthrough is about to. Yang Kai's mind is clear and bright, and true Yang secret art runs 1 point faster. Bang! With a sound, as if breaking free from a shackle, the whole body is light, all kinds of pressure and discomfort disappeared. Yang Kai only felt refreshed for a while. Body tempering 9 layer. Stand beyond the threshold of open Yuan stage. Despite the breakthrough, the domain just now hasn't disappeared. Yang Kai moved with the sex. The 10 drops of Yang liquid stored in Danshan actually spun around, spreading out in all directions and infiltrating Yang Kai's internal organs. Within the flesh and blood meridians, the power of Yang Yan and Yang liquid dissolves, burns the impurities within the body, tempers the internal organs and meridians. Steel essence needs thousands hammers, 100 refinements to be formed, so why not the human body? Therefore, every time a martial artist breaks through a great realm, he will use the heaven and earth energy poured into the body to temper the flesh body, so that his strength can grow wildly. Yang Kai's breakthrough this time is only 1 layer small realm. There is no extra world energy available, but Yang liquid within the body also has the same effect. For a long time, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He could feel the tremendous improvement this time breakthrough brought to own. The strength alone is no longer comparable to that before the breakthrough. If you encounter Cheng Xiaofeng and Niu Tao, 2 people now, Yang Kai is confident not to use Yang liquid, and easily kill these 2 people. In addition to the increase in strength, Yang Kai also faintly touched the domain during the breakthrough, but this thing is too mysterious. Now it is impossible to comprehend, and can only be experienced later in the breakthrough. The meridians are full of true Yang Yuan Qi, but Danshan is empty. After feeling it carefully, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned black. For so many days of hard work, it disappeared in an instant. 3 Yang liquid formed by 3 sun's fruit, plus 1 drop yang liquid that own condensed before, a full 10 drops. Now there are no trickles left, all of which penetrated within the body during the breakthrough. Although the body's benefits are incomparable, gigantic, yang liquid is gone. But it doesn't matter. As long as you have money, it's easy to want yang liquid. Buy some heavenly material and earthly treasure of yang attribute and you can absorb it directly. The only problem right now is Yang Kai's poor clanging. Except for the loot from the last killing of Cheng Shelfing and New Tao, 2 people, there is nothing valuable. Sitting in place and thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. I can't afford the heavenly material and earthly treasure. Is it possible that I can't afford the seeds? The successful precedent of 3 Suns fruit tree is in front of us, with the extraordinary feature of yang liquid. As long as there are suitable seeds, spirit fruit and so on can be easily obtained. However, seeds are really rare. After shopping in Blackwind Trade City for a long time that day, Yang Kai did not find anyone selling seeds. It is not difficult to understand that the seed planting of spirit grass spirit tree requires not only finding a suitable environment, but also taking care of it, and it will take many years to get results. Who will bother with that? With this energy and time, it is better to practice well. If no one buys it, no one will sell it. Only when there is demand, there is a market. Yang Kai said that the owner wants to buy, and it is a big buy. Make up his mind. Yang Kai walked out of the High Heaven Pavilion and walked all the way to the direction of Blackwind Trade City. Although it is the second time, Yang Kai is also familiar. After a lapse of half a month, the Blackwind Trade City is still lively as always. The martial artists of Toned Fro are like crossing River Ka, countless. And the heavenly material earthly treasure on the booth is even more dazzling. Walking around in the lively booth, I didn't find the seed selling. With mental preparation, Yang Kai was not disappointed. Following his memory, he headed towards the booth of the bloody battle gang that I encountered last time. Walking, he wanted to see if there were any extra seeds in that guy's hand. 54 enchanting. Walking not much time. A shout of surprise came from the side. Senior brother Yang. Yang Kai looked sideways, seeing you right when Li Yunshan beckoned to own. His face was glowing with enthusiasm. There was also a stall in front of him, with some miscellaneous things, some herbs, and a few bottles, which seemed to contain medicine pills. Why did you set up a stall here? Yang Kai walked over and asked. He remembered that Zheng Yuan told the owner the last time that Su Mu gave the order to die and asked them to practice hard. I just broke through, and Young Su said that he let me come out to relax and stabilize my state. It just happens that the brothers need something to assist the practice. I'm here to try one's luck. Li Yunshan explained. Tao, so it turns out. Yang Kai took a closer look at Li Yunshan and found that he did look stronger than the previous day. It should be a breakthrough to body tempering 8th layer. Senior brother, what are you doing here? Li Yunshan asked curiously. I'll buy something. What do you want? See if I have it here. If you need it, just take it. Li Yunshan pointed at the stall, proud extremely. Yang attribute spirit grass wonderful medicine seed. Is there any? Li Yunshan shook his head. There is no such thing. And as far as I know, there are very few people on Trade City selling seeds. Generally speaking, seeds are not of high value, but they are still rare. I'm also here trying one's luck. Yang Kai laughed. Well, let me put a sign for senior brother and see if I can receive it. Anyway, I will be here these 2 days. If there is good luck, maybe someone will sell it. Li Yunshan said idea. All right. Then there will be Lao Li Junior brother. Li Yunshan immediately pulled up a sign, wrote one line, and put it on the side. I had another conversation with Li Yunshan, knowing that Su Mu and the others had been hit hard last time, and Su Yan's cruel words were put on the front. This dull young master finally converged. I have been in practice all these days and nights, and I have already broken through Open Yuan stage. After saying goodbye to Li Yunshan, Yang Kai went all the way to the booth where he bought Yang Flamestone last time. After seeing the familiar stall owner, Yang Kai couldn't help but exhale. He was really afraid that no one would be found. Hey, Little brother, are you here again? The last time I saw Yang Kai and Humei together in this discipline of the Bloody Battle Gang, I was naturally impressed. At this moment, I even gave honorifics. Used it. What do you want to buy this time? The stall owner asked. Last time you gave me the seeds of 3 suns fruit. Are there any more? Yang Kai didn't say much nonsense. Straight to the point. The stall owner shook his head and said, no, I only have that one. I have already given it to you, little brother, as a bonus. That's it. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. That's bothering me. After that, Yang Kai walked to one side, wanting to look carefully in this Blackwind trade city. There are so many people selling things. If it is good luck, it should be found. Bloody Battle Gang, the discipline, looked at Yang Kai's back. After struggling for a while with expression, he suddenly shouted, little brother, and stay. Yang Kai turned his head and said, what's wrong? In fact, the 3 suns fruit tree has more than one seed. There were several at the time, but I only got one. Listen to him. Yang Kai expression was overjoyed. Where are the other seeds? I was taken by a few other people. The little brother, if you really want it, you can go to them. Where are they now? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. The stall owner's expression had some hesitates, and it took a long time to say, in the mines where we are helping, they mine Yang Flamestone and other minerals there, but in there, even the disciples cannot easily enter. Even more, how, little brother, you are an outsider. When will they come out? Yang Kai was a little unwilling to give up. I'm afraid I won't come out in a short time. If the little brother finds them, maybe I have to wait a month or 2. Yang Kai brows slightly wrinkle. Such a long time, the waiting daylilies are cold. Is there any way you can let me go in and find them? Don't worry, I just go to them to buy the seeds of the 3 suns fruit tree. I can't do it. It's just an ordinary helper in the help. The stall owner smiled bitterly and shook his head, then his eyes diversion, but he has a way. Yang Kai expression shocked. I'd like to hear the details. The stall owner smiled at him, and the expression was rather ambiguous. You can ask young lady for help. If she leads you, people in the mining area will not stop you. As soon as he heard this, Yang Kai's complexion also became weird, and he whispered, I have a normal relationship with your young lady. Well, yeah? The stall owner repeatedly nodded, obviously didn't believe Yang Kai's words, pointed to a wood house not far away and said, today is also a coincidence. Young lady just came to Trade City and rested in that house right now. If you are in a hurry for seeds, you might as well go and ask young lady. Yang Kai hesitated. Speaking of which, what happened between him and Humei that day was a bit unpleasant. Own completely offended this woman, and now he wants to go and ask her for help. Where can Yang Kai pull this face down? But if you don't find her, there is no other good way. Without giving up, Yang Kai searched carefully in Blackwind Trade City. Although he found some seeds, they were not owned by Yang Attribute, and were of no value to him. In desperation, Yang Kai clenched the teeth, that's all, ashamed to lose face. Anyway, Own has no place to be sorry for her, afraid of her doing? The wood house here is basically where the 3 sects disciple expert guards the practice. As the youngest daughter of the Bloody Battle Gang master, Humei is not high in strength, but his status is not low. Resting inside is also normal. There is no one at 30 Jang near the wood house. All martial artists respect the powerhouses in these wood houses, and naturally they will not put their stalls near the wood house. When we came to the wood house, indicated by the stall owner, Yang Kai stood still at the door. When she didn't know how to speak, there was a scream from the house. Who is outside? It sounds a bit like Humei, but it's weird. Already here, Yang Kai will naturally not retreat. Now he said, May girl, I am Yang Kai, I can see it. Contrary to what Yang Kai thought, there are 2 females sitting in the house at the moment. The appearance of the 2 people is almost normal, and there is no difference in appearance and shape. At first glance, I am afraid that there is a mirror here. One of them, it is the reflection of another. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, one of them flashed a trace of surprise and astonishment in his beautiful eyes, turned his head to look at the other person, opened the mouth and said, "Little sister, this person is the Yankai you said?" The female being asked is Humea. Hearing this nodded. "Well, why would he come to me?" She thought that since the farewell that day, two people are impossible. Another person sneered, "It seems that he is not the kind of man you said that looks at beauty from nothing. Some men pretend to be noble and specially lure a little girl like you into the bait, then take the opportunity to capture your body and mind and ask you to be consigned to eternal damnation." Humea's face was slightly red and annoyed. "Elder sister, he is not what you think." Hujia chuckled and said, "If he is not, why did he come to look for you after such a few days? You must know that you have never forgotten him." "This time I come here to start." Humea groaned. "Elder sister, you will think badly about people. If he is really that kind of person, then on the day by the lake, Humea believes in owning he was already chaste, and no man could bear the temptation. 55 tea is better for good people. You have to vote for reading. But why did he come to find Own? Although Humea didn't believe the words of Own elder sister, he was actually a little puzzled. Seeing her expression, Hujia faint sighed, "Persist in your own wrongdoings. Sooner or later you will suffer a lot." Humea angrily said, "I won't tell you. He must have something important with me. I'll ask." Just as he was about to get up, but was held down by the elder sister, Hujia winked. "Turn," happily said with a smile, "Little sister, how about I make a bet with you?" "What bet?" Humea looked puzzled. "Just bet he is a hypocrite. If he is what you say, he will be able to sit back and relax. If he is not, then don't blame the elder sister vicious and merciless." Hujia as was talking, twinkling flashed in his eyes. For so many years, Humea has been stirring up trouble outside. The reason why he can maintain his innocence is most of the credit to this elder sister. Those who have bad intentions want to treat people who use strong, always die unclearly. Humea couldn't be more clear about the elder sister's method of own. When she looked at her expression, she knew what a bad idea she must have. "What do you want to do, elder sister?" Humea exclaimed. "Just look at HMPH." Hujia waved his bare hand, and a group of rays of light immediately enveloped the younger sister's body, and immediately, Humea's body gradually dimmed, eventually disappeared. "Elder sister, don't mess around." Humea struck the air vigorously, but no sound came out. She couldn't even get out of the foot radius under her feet. She could only look at everything in the house, couldn't help but become anxious. Outside the door, Yankai waited for a long time and didn't see Humea come to open the door. He also sighed helplessly. It seems that she really offended her that day. She will be annoyed as it should be by rights. As any woman, if the owner says those things, I am afraid she will not be treated calmly. Forget it. Yankai didn't expect much. He came here just to try. Now that people are unwilling to talk to the owner, he naturally doesn't really ask for it. I was about to turn around and leave, but Humea's voice came from the room. "Coming." Yankai startled. After a while, he opened the door and went in. Entering the house and closing the door, all the noise outside the door suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only tranquility. Yankai raises the head and found that the size of this wood house is about the same as the one that Su Yan stayed in. But the furnishings inside are much stronger than that of Su Yan. There is nothing but a simple wood house, just as cold as her own. And here, there is a table, 2 chairs, and even an incense bed. The incense bed is hung with pink curtains, thin such as a cicada's wing, and there is a small pillow on the bed. The fragrance of the daughter's house bursts. Here and Su Yan, simply are 2 different worlds. Hujia sat at the table cleverly full of smiles, facing the direction Yankai came in, with charming eyes alluring, staring at him with a weird look, and the corners of his mouth were still pouting. With a hint of an inexplicable smile, the blush on his cheek was really charming. Yankai's heart jumped as she watched it. I don't know why, Humea seems to be extraordinarily charming today, much more charming than when I saw her a few days ago. But her smile made Yankai embarrassed, thinking that the other party was mocking Ona. At this moment, Humea is pinching a flat round cloth fan on a small slender hand, fanning the owner with her demeanor, and strands of beautiful hair follow Feng Feiyang, adding more a lazy and noble. There is a picture of a lady embroidered on the fan of the cloth fan. This lady is enchanting and plump, posing a seductive posture. Yang Kai took a look, and thought that this woman was bold enough, and the female next to her would be ashamed and annoyed at the first glance. But she dared to hold a fan. She was really not an ordinary person. It's just that the big half a month is gone. Why has Humei changed so much? Although she has been staring at Own, Yang Kai is not shy at all, walking towards her while staring at each other, without any thought of shrinking back. He saw the embarrassment of Humei that day, which was like pinching her pigtails. Now facing her, how could Yang Kai be timid? When he saw that, Hu Jia, who pretended to be Humei, felt a little overwhelmed. He said that this person is really bold. So how can anyone look at each other like a beauty? I don't know how to avoid it. I really don't understand the style. But his eyes are clear. Coming to the table, Yang Kai holds the fist saying, "May girl, I haven't seen you for more than 10 days, and she looks more charming." Hu Jiao chuckled and ate and said, "You will also compliment people." Hu Mei has told her all about Yang Kai's, so Hu Jia also knows how to respond. And don't worry about what will happen to Own. Yang Kai smiled. I'm just telling the truth. While speaking, he sat down opposite her unceremoniously, and put down a stone in his heart. It seems that this woman is not. It's much easier to be angry at all. May girl, I'm here this time. Yang Kai intends to directly state the purpose of owning, which also seems sincere. Don't worry about it for now. Hu Jia put down the cloth fan, got up, lifted the teapot on the table, walked to Yang Kai to pour a cup for him and said, "It's hot outside, drink a cup of tea to moisturize your throat, and it's not too late to take a break." Also, Yang Kai nodded, enjoying the warmth of the other party, took a sip from his teacup. His expression suddenly became a little weird. Hu Jia returned to his seat and sat down, dragging his fragrant cheeks with his hands, remaining calm and composed while handling pressing affairs, looking at him and said, "Junior brother Yang, what do you think of this tea?" Yang Kai was thinking about other things in his heart, raised his eyes and gave Hu Jia a deep look, and then said, "The tea leaves are flat like palms, slender and straight, and the color is green like verdant, the leaf bottom is full of flowers. It is a good product." Hu Jia was taken aback after hearing it, and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "You understand?" "I don't even understand her own. She just used it to drink." But she didn't think of the clear and logical that Yang Kai actually said. How could she not be surprised? Yang Kai shook his head, "Understand a little, not proficient." "How do you think this tea compares to me?" Hu Jia looks at Yang Kai, aspirates like an orchid. Even if separated by a table, Yang Kai can still feel the aura exhaled by the other party. It is as sweet as a mountain stream and clear spring, and it is like a century-old wine, which is endless aftertaste. For no reason, Yang Kai suddenly felt that Owen's breathing was a lot faster, and his blood was slowly surging. He almost blurted out, "A good tea is better." Chuck. Hu Jia smiled beautifully. 56, 56, 56. Tentatives. Seeing this scene, the imprisoned Humei immediately yelled, "Elder sister, you scumbag!" But how can her cry be passed out? Anxious Sweats is also helpless, too despicable, with the strength of an elder sister, wanting to play with a martial artist who only has body tempering is with no difficulty. If it were normal communication, Humei felt that Yang Kai would definitely not show any embarrassment. But if the elder sister secretly used any means, it would be impossible to say. In the house, Hu Jia suddenly stood up again, walked towards the incense bed step by step, and said with a smile, "You wait a moment, I will give you something." Okay. Yang Kai's brows slightly wrinkle, he faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Walking to the fragrant bed, Hu Jia bent down and half-kneeled on the bed to search. Suddenly, a soft voice came out of her mouth. "What?" Yang Kai expression changed and rushed forward. "There is an insect." Hu Jia did a full set of dramas, and his acting skills were also quite good. He held Yang Kai's clothes with two small hands and looked like a frightened bird. Yang Kai dumbly laughed. "Where is it?" "There." Following the direction directed by Hu Jia, Yang Kai really did. Seeing an insect crawling there slowly, I thought that the woman was really interesting. She is already a martial artist. Trifling an insect can scare her like this. Extend the hand, pinch it to death, and then baited it. Her fragrant shoulder. "It's okay, I've killed it." "There must be," Hu Jia said, turning his head and looking around. "No more." Yang Kai thinks this is not a problem. If someone breaks in now and sees the appearance of Onan Humea, it would be really impossible to wash away the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Cleared. It's really gone? Hu Jia's eyes flashed with surprise. Didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to sit back and relax, and didn't take advantage of the danger to put his hands on the owner. If Yang Kai really did something just now, it would definitely be the result of a missing arm and a broken leg. Although there is no difference in his heart, Hu Jia did not insist anymore, but steadily got up from Yang Kai. Yang Kai also sat up, raised the head, looks at Hu Mei somewhat sorrowfully, and found that the other person was also flushed, and limped to sit next to the owner. "What's wrong with your foot?" Yang Kai asked. "It seemed that I was sprained when I fell." Hu Jia couldn't figure it out, so he tried another plan. "I thought that great aunt would sacrifice today." "You have to dig out your heart and take a look. Is it black or red?" "Let's see." Yang Kai squatted down, took Hu Jia's foot and looked at it, and found that her ankle was indeed a little red and swollen, which was obviously a real injury. "Exactly, it hurts." In order to test Yang Kai, Hu Jia made a big sacrifice this time. "Don't move," Yang Kai exclaimed, then reached into his arms and took out a bottle of medicine pill from his arms. "This is a bottle of congealing blood clotting cream from High Heaven Pavilion." After taking it out, Yang Kai's action was paused, as if thinking about something. After a while, he opened the mouth of the bottle, poured some plaster out of it, spread it on the palm, and carefully smeared the red and swollen areas on Hu Jia's feet. The weak true Yang Yuan Qi is also operating, helping to resolve medicine efficacy. Hu Jia secretly thought, "Oh, this time I really lost it. Although I feel wronged in my heart, my body feels differently." The way he gets serious, he seems to have a calmness that doesn't match his age. "Yang Kai." A strange voice yelled from Hu Jia. "Huh?" Yang Kai raised the head. I was seeing Hu Jia with a pair of beautiful eyes staring at the owner. The face has no other colors, only that is left under congested red. "Would you like to do something else?" Hu Jia bit her ruby lips and made a final counterattack. If Yang Kai agrees in one fell swoop, she can abandon all her current feelings, completely withdraw from it, and will not make Yang Kai feel better. Will he agree? Hu Jia was nervous and hoped that he would agree to let the owner get rid of it, and hoped that he would refuse it. This proves that the little sister didn't make mistakes, and the owner didn't make mistakes. This tension and struggle made her feel very anxious. Hu Jia is worried. Why not worry about the imprisoned Hu Mei? At this moment, she also stopped screaming uselessly and stared at Yang Kai closely, not knowing what answer he would give. Yang Kai looks at Hu Jia straight, seemingly intentional. The latter touches his throat with a heart, for fear that Yang Kai will say a good word from his mouth. Suddenly, Yang Kai was slightly smiled, slowly putting away the congealing blood-clotting cream, solemnly poking it into his arms. "Girl," Yang Kai muttered. "N?" Hu Jia was so nervous that he didn't notice the change in Yang Kai's name. "The congealing blood-clotting cream for your healing just now is one of my most precious things. Although it is not of high value, it is a testimony of the warmth of human love I have felt over the past few years." What do you mean?" Hu Jia was stunned. On asked him if he wanted it. "What did he say to Own?" "What's the meaning?" Yang Kai straightened up and looked down at Hu Jia condescendingly. "I just want to tell you that I will use this bottle and its precious plaster to heal you, and please don't care about what I just did." Offended. "This farce, let's stop here." 57 is big and small. "What are you talking about?" Hu Jia's face changed suddenly, and said with a smile, "Far-fetched, I don't understand. He wouldn't see that Ona is not a little sister, right? Impossible. He clearly only has body tempering 9-layer, undignified, a true Yuan stage powerhouse. How can he see through it? Even more, how? Ona and little sister have the same appearance, no matter the sound or form. The old man in the help often mistaken the identity of the two people of the own sister. How can he have this ability? Yang Kai looked at her lightly said with a smile. The girl said that. Is she not willing to admit it? Acknowledge what? I really don't know you. What are you talking about? Hujia made the last effort. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead, helplessly said, then I will make it clearer. Girl, you are not Umaya. I think you should be her twin elder sister. Hujia was taken aback, and immediately said with a smile, why do you say that? This time, she didn't deny it hard, but with interest. Looks at Yang Kai. She also wants to know where the owner is showing his feet. If Yang Kai can't tell who is ugly, he is using words to swindle his own. Maybe he is just wondering now, not sure. So he wants the owner to admit it. Hujia guessed in his mind. Girl, this is testing my eyesight. Yang Kai was not annoyed, laughed, turned around and walked to the table to pick up the cup that owner had just had tea with, and took a sip. Actually, I have never been sure whether you are Umaya or not, but now I am sure that you are not her. Hujia's expression startled, but it is hateful, gnashing teeth. What I said just now, it's really a temptation. I'm furious. This miss, a martial artist of true Yuan stage, accidentally noticed the way of a body tempering boy. This is really a fall in the sewer, and he loses his face. It's boring to deny it any longer. Hujia smiled and sat sideways on the incense bed. His enchanting body was faintly discernible. Beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai and asked in a soft voice, what are you from? When did you start to be suspicious? While drinking tea. Yang Kai knocked on the teacup in his own hand. Although the tea smells pleasant, it fails to cover the fragrance of the woman on the cup. And the cup, there is a faint lip mark here. I think this teacup was used not long ago, right? And that talent is girl Umaya. On this basis, you can think I am not Maya? Hujia stunned. Of course it's more than this. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The second thing that makes me suspicious is your temperament. I don't think that a woman's temperament can happen after only 10 days. Heaven and earth turning upside down. To put it a compliment, Maya's charming girl is slightly immature, while your charming girl resembles nature itself. I love to hear this. Hujia chuckled. Go on, are there any more? Thirdly, the body scents on you and Maya are very similar. But if you taste it carefully, there is another difference. Her scent is sweet and yours is slightly elegant. Smelly brat. Hujia complexion pink. Yang Kai's explicit words made her a little hard to hold on to herself. For the sacrifice he made to test him, Hujia couldn't wait to slap the talkative man in front of him into meatloaf. Fourth. Yang Kai ignored Hujia's cannibalistic eyes and continued. Also, Hujia was surprised. She didn't expect that this beautiful brat, who is only a martial artist in body tempering, could actually see so many weak spots. She originally thought it seamless. The fourth point is girl's injury on your foot. The injury looks like a sprain, but it is actually caused by your own movement from the inside. This is the biggest failure. Although Maya is a young female, she is also a martial artist. How could she sprain her own foot so easily? It was my negligence. Hujia was gently nodded at that time, thinking about how to get Yang Kai into the game, but didn't think so far. Raised the head, seeing Yang Kai still pondering, Hujia said, don't tell me, you can see any weak spot. Hujia is quite unconvinced. Why does the owner think that perfect things come to him and the weak spot is full? But his analysis is still clear and logical, which makes it impossible to refute. This smelly brat looks at is really annoying. If he dare to say that there is any weak spot, Great Aunt has to make him look good, and he doesn't understand the expression of others. Then you don't need to talk about it. Yang Kai frowned. Hearing him say that, Hujia is not happy. Beautiful eyes are frosty, and a small smile. Yinya bites. Say. Still not say it. Yang Kai shook his head. Hujia angrily said, if I ask you to say it, You just say, how can there be such a hungry appetite as you? Yang Kai gave a wry smile. I'm afraid to say coming out will make the girl angry. Hujia narrowed his eyes. To make me angry? That must be something bad. Then I want to listen more. But you have to make sure you don't get angry. Don't tell me. How do I know if the owner will be angry? That's it. Don't you know that when you have a dispute with a woman, you give in? Hujia hates him secretly. This kid looks at shrewd. In fact, he is a stunned boy and he doesn't understand the style at all. Take a step back. I will get hurt. I think. I can't beat you. Yang Kai looked serious. Forget you are still a bit familiar. Hujia smiled triumphantly, curled up in a gust of wind, wandered from the incense bed to the table, and sat down lightly. Sexy bearing and charming temperament looks at Yang Kai, pondering for a moment and said, well, I promise I won't be angry with you. Also promise not to beat me. Okay. Hujia gritted his teeth and replied, tell me, what is this last weak spot? Yang Kai stern saying, actually, it's not a weak spot, just girl you and maid girl looks different, that's all. Where is the difference? Hujia strange saying, own and little sister are completely carved out of the same mold, how can there be any difference? The place? Yang Kai, smash it, hesitates for a long time, then yells, your ass is big on one side and small on the other. It's not as well proportioned as maid girl. As soon as this sentence was uttered, Hujia instantly turned red, and Yuan Shi, dressed in true Yuan stage, exploded fiercely, and the house suddenly roared. Remember what you just promised. Yang Kai did not change the lustful intent and did not jump, lightly reminded him. Hujia's amazing imposing manner suddenly shrank, trembling with anger but not easy to attack. A mouthful of yin almost broke, and it took a long time before he slapped the table angrily and gave a squeaky sound. Fart. A girl's family, even these vulgar words burst out. You can imagine how angry Hujia is. This smelly brat, which should be chopped up 10,000 times by 1,000 blades, actually evaluates that the own ass is big on one side and small on the other. Is this what a man should say? Where is own big and small? Is it clearly well proportioned? Smelly brat, you don't know how to write dead words, right? 58 recruitment and threats. Hujia fly into a rage out of humiliation. Yang Kai quickly said comforted, girls don't need to care. In fact, if you don't take a closer look, just look at it. This is not the case. Hujia complexion Yihan, murderous aura looked at Yang Kai tentatively. In other words, you just watched it carefully. Yang Kai couldn't help coughing a few times, and said in embarrassment, I just looked at it more. Can't blame me. Your own pouting at me. Could it be that I pretended not to see it? Yang Kai felt wronged in his heart. With these doubts, if I can no longer see that the girl and Humaira too, then I will have a pair of white eyes. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hujia felt a little shocked after thinking about it after his anger. She discovered that this man named Yang Kai's had incomparable insight. From entering the house to revealing the owner, it took only 5 minutes before and after that he could see so many suspicious points. This kind of ability is exactly that everyone has, and the owner himself just failed to make a temptation. This person's determination and character are also quite good, and he will not be moved by beauty. He is a temperament and determined man. Talent. Although he is young and weak, it cannot be denied that he is really a talent. Thinking of this, Hujia rolled his eyes and cast a wink to Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, right? Since you just offended me, now this miss gives you 2 choices. What choice? Yang Kai asked. The first choice, which hand touches me, which hand cuts off, which eye has seen me, which eye cuts out, so, I will forgive you for the offense just now. Hujia always smiled and spoke these words softly, as if his wife was whispering to her husband. But there was an unreasonable cruelty and blood in the words. Yang Kai shook his head. I listened to the second choice. Smart. Hujia smiled. The second choice, leave High Heaven Pavilion, join my bloody battle gang. I will tell my father and ask him to give you the position of a small team leader. As far as I know, You are just a trial disciple at the bottom of the High Heaven Pavilion. You are bullied and there is no good practice resources, but if you come to the Bloody Battle Gang, the treatment will be more than 100 times better than in the High Heaven Pavilion. How about it? My conditions are pretty good, right? Are there other options? Question mark. No more. Neither my one is selected. Yang Kai secretly runs True Yang secret art, watching Hujia warily. Do you want to force me to do it? Hujia sneered again and again. I don't think the girl will really do it. This is not the Bloody Battle Gang. Once the slightest trace of battle spreads, the guardian discipline of the High Heaven Pavilion will also come to investigate. When the time comes, girl, there will be trouble too. A trifling trial disciple. I kill and kill. What can High Heaven Pavilion do with me? At worst I will go with something. Presumably they won't care about you, life and death. If the girl really wanted to kill me, she wouldn't talk so much nonsense with me. Yang Kai looks calm and composed, but she is actually nervous. After all, a woman's heart, seabed needle, who knows what she thinks. He already regrets telling the truth just now, and women can't believe what they say, especially for beauties. Ona's experience is still too little. And as I said just now, I use my most precious congealing blood clotting cream to heal for you, so don't worry about my offense anymore. Yang Kai tried to understand and move it. With affection, a bottle of congealing blood clotting cream can make up for my loss. You treat me. Hujia was so angry that she wanted to say that you hugged and hugged. I touched and touched, but I couldn't say what I could say to my lips. One's loss can be great. How can a bottle of trauma medicine make up for it? If you want to say that, I can't help it. In fact, you know what happened just now? It was your own initiative. This is just adding fuel to the fire. Hujia was ashamed and angry, about to do it, but turned his head and glanced at Umei where he was imprisoned. Seeing her yelling eagerly inside, he couldn't help but soften, and his anger gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. I won't care about you this time." Yang Kai could not help but exhale for a long time. Girl Heian. Hujia chuckled softly. Actually you just everything is right, except that it is wrong. Which is the same? Yang Kai asked. Hujia didn't answer immediately, but waved his hand, and Umei, who was imprisoned, gradually showed his actions. Yang Kai was horrified. Although he knew that this woman was very strong, she didn't expect her to be so profound. A person appeared quietly while waving her hands. It was clearly an expert above True Yuan stage who could do it. Umei was free. Beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Kai, and her face was also loose. She was really nervous just now, for fear that the elder sister would kill Yang Kai in anger. Look at One's elder sister again. Umei couldn't help but she laughed. She remembered what Yang Kai said just now. God. There are still men in this world who dared to say this kind of things to the elder sister, and they were still unscathed after speaking. Elder sister. As soon as Umei came out, he rushed to Hujia and said coquettishly, "Don't be angry, you can't blame him for this." "I didn't say to blame him." Hujia was a little bit angry, turned his head and looked at Yang Kai and said, "I said you were wrong, that is, Maya and I are not twins." "Not twin?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Look carefully, the two females in front of you are really exactly the same without any difference. If you ask Yang Kai to identify them next time you meet, you will definitely not be able to identify who is who." "No, I'm a few years older than Maya." Hujia slightly smiled, seeing Yang Kai's surprised appearance. "I couldn't help feeling a little more balanced. It really is great thousand worlds. There is no lack of strange things." Yang Kai said with emotion. Although they are two sisters, they can grow up after a few years of birth. The whole world, it's probably the only one. "You don't know me?" Hujia was slightly puzzled. Ona is also an expert of the younger generation of Bloody Battle Gang. He is famous. How could this person not know? "I don't know." Yang Kai shook the head, seeming very strange and inexperienced. Seeing that he doesn't seem to be lying, Huja can only believe that she naturally doesn't know what Yang Kai has experienced over the past few years. She is almost isolated from the world and never communicates with others. "Are you looking for me today?" Humei turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai told the purpose of this trip. Humei glanced at the elder sister and asked. The latter waved. "Go. But don't make trouble in the mining area." "Thank you." Yang Kai couldn't help being relaxed. "Let's go. I'll take you there." The mining area is not very far from here. Humei looked in a good mood, with a radiant face, and led the way first. After Yang Kai and Humei left, Huja slowly got up, two jade hands stroking the round buttocks, kneading and comparing, muttering to himself, "Where is one side big and the other small? It's obviously the same. This smelly brat is ridiculous. It's too damning." 59 mining area. Leaving the noisy Blackwind Trade City, under the leadership of Humei, the two people headed towards the north of Blackwind Forest. Humei looked a little happy. His face was flushed with joy in his eyes. "What happened that day?" "Sorry." Yang Kai suddenly apologized. What the owner said that day was indeed a bit too much. Now he came to ask for help again, which feels a little bit two-sided. Humei pursed his lips and said, "It's okay, you didn't scold me. I've heard more ugly words in the past few years. Haven't I survived the same?" "You don't hate me?" Yang Kai was surprised. "What do you hate you for?" Humei smiled, and suddenly said, "Actually, I hated you a lot, but one of your actions makes me unable to hate you." "What action?" Hee. "When Cheng Xiaofeng and Niu Tao suddenly appeared that day, you were in front of me. Maybe you were an unconscious action, but it was only one time in the past few years. Someone really wanted to protect me. I don't remember. But it's not easy for you." Yang Kai was a little bit lamented. A good young female, she voluntarily destroyed it. The name of OWN is just to help the Bloody Battle Gang find more talents. Although the intention is bad, there is also a filial piety included in it. Hee. Humei smiled softly. "It's not easy. Don't you know that acting on the spot is a woman's instinct?" Hee. "I'm nothing, have been in contact with women." "Really?" Humei's eyes lit up. "Well, so you two sisters can take advantage of it these days," Yang Kai said seriously. Humei glared at him. "You said this is necrotic." "Fortunately, the elder sister is not there. If she is there, I will give you a beating." "You elder sister." "True, you aren't stage 1 layer." Humei replied somewhat proudly. "Awesome." Yang Kai praised. "Su Yan is true, you aren't stage 3 layer." Humei's elder sister is a bit worse than Su Yan, but not much worse. Humei talked about elder sister, and remembered what Yang Kai said. For a moment, his smile was swinging back forward, the flowers trembling, his mouth couldn't close. Yang Kai is speechless, so she can only stove in place and wait for her to catch her breath. After laughing for a long time, Humei gradually gasped and said with a smile, "I found that you are so courageous. No man has ever dared to say that to elder sister." "Where is her?" "Is it true that one side is big and the other is small?" "It may be a matter of dressing. You turn around and tell her not to care." Yang Kai laughed. "What about mine?" "It's really well proportioned." Humei complexion asked boldly, shyly. "Not only is it well proportioned, but it is also round and pretty." Yang Kai nodded. "You are in good shape. At this point you don't need to undervalue oneself." Humei feels a sudden somehow overwhelming, this straightforward praise without the slightest purpose. I am afraid it is the best thing she has heard in these years. For a moment, I was a little bit happy. How long will it take to arrive? Yang Kai didn't want to delve into this topic, so he asked. There is still another hour to walk. Although it is also the Blackwind Forest, it is already the center of the Blackwind Forest. Humei explained, there is an underground mineral lode. It was discovered by our Bloody Battle Gang a few years ago, and we sent people to mine there. The things produced there are very strange. What a strange method? Yang Kai asked. There are only two attribute stones, one is the Yang Flame Stone you bought, and the other is the Yin Yuan Stone. You say it's not strange, these two attribute stones, but they are mutually exclusive. The attributes are completely opposite, but they can be generated together in the mineral lode, and I don't know what is going on. This is really strange. Yang Kai moved slightly. The masculine energy contained in the Yang Flame Stone, but the feminine energy contained in the Yin Yuan Stone, are opposite attributes. Under normal circumstances it is absolutely impossible to be born together. The experts in the help also felt that something was wrong with the mining area, but after investigating and mining for several years, there was no special discovery, but we helped make a lot of money because of this mining area. Hoomer didn't seem to use Yang Kai as an outsider, so he said whatever he thought. This is the blessing of your bloody battle gang. Yang Kai slightly smiled. Hoomer greeted her and fell silent suddenly. After leaving for a while, she opened the mouth and said, in fact, today is a coincidence. If you miss today, you may not find me if you want to find me. Isn't this not your luck? Where are you going? Yang Kai heard her words. It's not where to go. Hoomer shook his head, and quietly looked at Yang Kai's expression as he explained. After being told by you last time, I suddenly felt that what I did in the past few years was wrong. Rely on those who are attracted by despicable means care not about bloody battle gang, but me. I can't give them what they want. They naturally won't really work for the gang. Therefore, I decided to retreat to practice and wait for my own to become stronger. You can also share the worries for your father, just like elder sister. It's a good thing that you can think so. Yang Kai nodded. Hoomer's expression can't help but feel a little disappointed. She found that Yang Kai's expression was dull from beginning to end, not at all because of his own words and mood swings. Slightly bitter. Hoomer has no interest in talking, but leads the way in front of him. She didn't speak. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be speechless. After walking for more than an hour, two people came to the mining area of the bloody battle gang. This is the center of the Blackwind Forest. It occupies a dozen or more areas in front of them. They are all mine areas marked by the bloody battle gang. Some houses are built on the ground for the disciples to live and rest. Because the mineral lode is underground, when Yang Kai and Hoomer came here, they didn't see how lively the mining area was, but there were large holes in each and every one on the surface, which led directly to the underground. Far away from near thousands feet, Yang Kai felt that the Yang origin seal on his chest had a not weak response, which was the response of the underground Yang Flame Stone. With the growth of strength, Yang origin seal can feel the range of Yang Chi slightly increased. But the increase is not too much. The arrival of the two people attracted the attention of the bloody battle gang disciple on the ground. An old man suddenly dropped from the air and blocked Yang Kai and Hoomer. He holds the fist saying, "Young lady, Dragon Grandfather." Hoomer yelled cordially and pulled Yang Kai to introduce him. "This is our Vice Gang Master Long Zai Tenlong Grandfather." Yang Kai quickly salutes. "I have seen the Dragon Senior." Long Zaitan glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, but did not respond. With his divine movement boundary strength, bloody battle the transcendent status of Gang Vice Gang Master, why bother with Yang Kai? It's another little baby face who eats soft rice. Long Zaitan especially despises people like Yang Kai. If it weren't for Hoomer's face, he would slap Yang Kai to death. "Young lady, what are you doing in the mining area?" Long Zaitan stroked the white beard complexion and asked kindly, "It's dirty and hot here. Where is the place you can come? Go back quickly, or else your father knows he is going to scold me." "No, Daddy dare not scold you. You are the 3 Dynasty Senior in the gang. Daddy will only respect you." Hoomer used the act of acting like a baby, and Long Zaitan immediately had an expression of enjoyment. "Long Grandfather, my friend is going to the mining area to find a few disciplines to buy something. Could you please help me and let us in?" Hoomer said. 60 old Mr. Stay. Please ask for a recommendation ticket! Enter the mining area. Long Zaitan's face instantly pulled down, and he looked at Yang Kai warily, opened the mouth and said, "He's not the discipline of the helper." Yang Kai took a step forward and said respectfully, I am the discipline of High Heaven Pavilion. It's not that the disciple in the gang doesn't feed. Long Zaitan blew his beard and stared, so unhappy, contemptuously said, even the disciple in the gang can't enter this mining area at will, even more how you are an outsider. After finishing speaking, he turned his head, looks at Humaya with a distressed face and said, young lady, how can you bring outsiders here? You are young and don't know about the world. It's just that people's hearts are separated by their belly. I don't know how to face it. In the past few years, we have helped to make a lot of money because of this mining area. Some people are staring at it, especially some young people who try to find out about the prospecting area. If old man sits here all year round, it may be possible. What kind of trouble will happen? Yang Kai complexion sank. This old guy refers to Sang Huai, which sounds really uncomfortable. Humaya noticed that Yang Kai's was unhappy, and hurriedly said, long grandfather, you misunderstood. He didn't want to find out, he just wanted to buy something. Long Zaitan sneered, buy things? Can you buy things here? This excuse is really interesting, kid. I don't care what your purpose is. I will let old man go now, and dare to show up here in the future to see if old man can kill you. Kill you? Yang Kai went up in anger. This old fogey is to believe oneself infallible. Although resentful, Yang Kai knew that the power gap between own and his was too great, and he really wanted to start a hand. He was afraid that he would blow own to death with one breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. Yang Kai did not say anything. Now he is in conflict with him, and only the owner will suffer. Soft take. Long Zaitan looked at Yang Kai like this, and became more and more contemptuous. True Yang Yuan Chi of Yang Kai within the body bulges uncontrollably, glaring at Long Zaitan. Perceiving the changes in Yang Kai within the body Yuan Chi, Long Zaitan was furious, impudent. Do you want to do it with me? After all, there is no reason regardless of the difference in seniority and strength. He slapped Yang Kai with a palm. With this palm, Yang Kai found that the owner couldn't move suddenly, and he could only stand there stupidly. This was not scared, but what the other party used means imprisoned own. Yang Kai expression has changed a lot. It really didn't expect this old guy to be so shameless. He could feel Long Zaitan's attitude towards own, but he couldn't understand what it was for. Now he suddenly the killer was hit, and Yang Kai was really shocked by Divine Soul. The dead aura rushed forward. The tremendous pressure brought by the Divine Movement Boundary expert stopped Yang Kai's heartbeat at this moment, and the breathing was even more difficult. The will to survive in Dangerland spread in the body. Suddenly, a hot heat came from the bones and quickly dissipated. At the next moment, Yang Kai found that the power imprisoned on own suddenly disappeared. In a hurry, Yang Kai exhausted all his strength and suddenly flashed aside. Long Zaitan casually took pictures. He thought he would kill the discipline of this High Heaven Pavilion directly in his palm, but what made him didn't expect is that the other party actually dodges. How is it possible? Long Zaitan frowned. How could he break a Divine Movement Boundaries imprisonment method? Just because he didn't think of this, Long Zaitan's random palm failed to perform. Although Long Zaitan's attack failed to hit Yang Kai, this made him extremely embarrassed. His complexion turned pale in an instant, and his body was also sweating profusely. When he stood firm, he would face Long Zaitan. When I saw it, Yang Kai's eyes already had an expression of gloomy and cold. If Yang Kai was just annoyed by Long Zaitan's attitude towards own, then now he really hates him. And the other party's intention to take his own life has not been hidden, as if he was about to squeeze one to death. And Long Zaitan naturally understands this. Although I don't know why the imprisonment of own just now has lost its effect, how can he easily stop after he has given birth to Yang Kai's mind? Don't do it or stop, and have another palm. Humaya only woke up at this time, and quickly flashed in front of Yang Kai, glaring at Long Zaitan. Hissed, Long grandfather, he is my friend. What do you want to do? Anyone who attempts to find news in the prospecting area will be killed. This is the order of the gang master. Long Zaitan looked at Humaya deeply. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Humaya used to have a lot of contact with the young men, but I have never seen her protect anyone so desperately. Who may never will not live or die of those young men. Mind, in other words, out of 10 of the men she provokes, 8 out of 10 have nothing to end. But this time, she dashed on bravely with no thought of personal safety to stand in front of the High Heaven Pavilion disciple, and asked the owner in a fierce tone. This is something that has never happened before. Long Zaitan's eyes narrowed, looking thoughtful, murderous intention thicker. Humei blocked Yang Kai behind, gritted his teeth and glared at Long Zaitan, opened the mouth and said, I said, my friend is just here to buy something, not to inquire about the prospecting area. Long grandfather, don't you believe me? Seeing that Humei is so hard to protect Yang Kai, Long Zaitan can no longer mess around and can only say, don't dare, young lady's words. The old man still believes. Since this is the case, why do you do this? The old man knows his mistake, and I hope the young lady will forgive me. Bloody Battle Gang is different from Storm House and High Heaven Pavilion. This is a family power, and who family manager is in charge? So Long Zaitan, even the vice gang master, has to sell Humei for a face. But the old man also asks young lady to forgive me. The mining area is huge, and outsiders are absolutely not allowed to enter. Long Zaitan said, and ignored Humei, looking at Yang Kai cold snort, turned and left. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed the blood tumbling in his chest, opened the mouth and said, Old Mr. Stay. Long Zaitan turned his head impatiently, squinting looks at Yang Kai. A murderous intention surges in his eyes. Old mister, I am not your opponent now. Yang Kai slowly walked to Humei, looking at Long Zaitan without fear. So today's humiliation, I suffer. But 5 years later, 10 years later, I will pay back this account, hoping that old mister can live to that time. Yang Kai said very calmly, but very serious. Long Zaitan expression cold, immediately laughed. You don't need to worry about whether old man can live until that time, but I think you are destined not to live that time. Rampant kid, I will own more in the future, be careful. I will. Long Zaitan left. Humei looked at Yang Kai apologetically, and apologized. I'm sorry, I don't know why the dragon grandfather is like this. If I knew it, I wouldn't bring you here. It's okay. Yang Kai took a deep breath, recalling the thrilling scene just now, or there are some lingering fears. If it weren't for the unyielding golden body to play a role at the critical moment, the owner was afraid that he would have died. It was the hot enthusiasm that allowed the owner to get rid of the shackles of Long Zaitan and escape from the dead. 61. Returning your personal feelings. Why did Long Zaitan target own? Yang Kai glanced at Humei, who was full of apologies and guilt, and his heart faintly understood. There are some things that you don't need to ask more. Humei is also a smart female. Although Yang Kai just glanced at her, she also understood the meaning. Long grandfather forbids you to enter the mining area, and I am not so bad for his face. Let's go and buy those seeds for you. You will wait for me here, Humei said in a soft voice. Okay. Yang Kai knew that this could only be done. He took out all the valuable things on his body and told Humei, the bloody battle gang disciple who picked up the seeds. The name, this is on Blackwind Trade City. He has already asked the stall owner to inquire about Clear. Humei entered the underground mining area. Yang Kai's eyes swept towards the several rooms on the ground. Just now Long Zaitan entered one of the rooms, and he could feel that there was a pair of eyes staring at Own in that room. In the house, one old and one young are all standing by the window looking at Yang Kai. The old one is Long Zaitan, who shot Yang Kai just now, and the younger one looks about the same size as Yang Kai. It is Long Zaitan's grandson, Long Hui. Long Hui looks at Yang Kai at the moment glowy and cold, a little dissatisfied. Grandfather, why didn't you kill him just now? Long Zaitan cold snort. How do you let me kill, then kill more? I have never seen Mei younger sister treat a man so carefully. This kid's relationship with Mei, it's not bad. It's definitely a curse to keep him. Well, I haven't seen Mei protect anyone like this before. It's not unusual for me to stand up to him this time. Long Zaitan brows slightly wrinkle. Long Hu is extremely jealous. Maya has entered the mining area now. Should you grandfather take another shot? Long Zaitan some hate iron for not becoming steel looks at Long Hu. There is no problem with grandfather's move. Killing him is also with no difficulty, but if Maya is made to resent you because of his death, do you think it is worth it? Long Hu is startled. He was taken aback, shook his head and said, it's not worth it, but could it be that let him develop with Maya like this? I can't stand it. Ukiah. Long Zaitan couldn't help but sighed. Learn more from your big brother and see how he deals with the woman that owns likes. If you want Maya, you have to work harder. Grandfather can kill for you, but you can't get a woman's heart for you. Human has no children in his life, only the 2 daughters Jumaya. If you can catch them all with your big brother, then the bloody battle gang in the future will belong to my Long family. My Long 3 generations of family, who have worked for the bloody battle gang for several decades. And it's time to taste how it feels to be the master. Long Huey heard a burst of passion, nodded and said, it's my Long family manager who is the master. Grandfather, don't worry, Maya can't escape, and big brother will definitely be able to take Hujia down. Well, it's good if you have this ambition. Long Zaitan smiled, nodded. Long Huey looked bitterly at Yang Kai in the distance, still a little begin to stir. Grandfather, then this person. Your own find a chance. His strength not high, you can handle it. Yes. Long Huey smiled coldly. I can't do it now. After all, Humaya will come out after the meeting, but since he is the discipline of High Heaven Pavilion, he can't run away. Yang Kai waited outside for a short while. Humaya walked out of the inside with sweat, and stuffed the 4 seeds into Yang Kai's hands with a smile on his face. Fortunately, I'm not insulting my life. Bloody battle gang young lady wants to buy something. How dare you not sell those disciplines? Thank you. Yang Kai carefully gathered the 4 seeds into his arms. Stood in place after a long pause before Yang Kai struggled with expression. You helped me once, and I will pay you back. Humaya somewhat strangely looks at him. What do you mean? Yang Kai beckoned. You come with me. Humaya doesn't know what he is going to do, but still followed obediently. Out of a distance of about 30 jang, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, lightly stomped and said, you remember where I am standing now? There should be some place around Denjiang underground. Something unusual. Humaya's eyes widened, and he wondered, how do you know? Yang Kai pondered, then said, I practiced a kind of martial skills. As long as there is Yang attribute energy within a certain range, I can feel it. Underneath is a kind of Yang attribute baby, which emits energy fluctuations that are hundreds of times more pure than Yang flame stone. When he first came here, Yang Kai felt that this place was different from other places, but after thinking about it for a long time, he told Humaya the news. In the bloody battle gang, even if the owner is coveted, it is impossible for the owner to succeed. Secondly, it is indeed to pay back Humaya's favor. When she helped the owner today, Yang Kai looked at it. Huh? After hearing Yang Kai's words, Humaya's expression was startled. Do you believe me? Believe. Humaya answered extremely refreshingly, which made Yang Kai a little moved. That's fine. Yang Kai slightly smiled. Although I don't know what's down there, this thing is not of low value, and besides it, there seems to be something else. Specifically, I can't feel what it is. But I guess that the secrets hidden under this may be the root of your peculiar bloody battle gang mining area, or it is very likely that there is an underground mineral lode here because of their existence. Humaya can't help being emotional. If what Yang Kai said is true, then the secrets below are absolutely important. You are a smart girl, you should know what to do. Yang Kai exclaimed seriously. I understand. Humaya repeatedly nodded. Okay, let's go. Yang Kai said with a smile. Walking among the jungles, Humaya and Yang Kai did not speak anymore, just enjoying this moment of winning. Humaya is very happy, because Yang Kai told her all the important news. Obviously because the impression of owner in his mind has been greatly changed. I still remember the last time it's not a lighter own simply, screaming and drinking. But this time is different. he is much gentler to own. Just separate here. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, and Humaya was taken aback, only to discover that unconsciously, two people had arrived at the four-way intersection. Time passed well. Fast. Humaya was a little bit lamented. Farewell, Yang Kai said, and hurried towards the High Heaven Pavilion. What a free and easy man Kai. Humaya smiled bitterly. 62, 62, 62. The decision of Xianing Chang. Next to destitute Dragon Stream, Yang Kai concentrates on practice. Not far from the side, there are several Three Suns fruit trees thriving. The largest tree has already produced 3 fruits. Seeing that it is about to mature, the smallest tree has just broken the ground and the young sapling out. Since that day when he came back from the bloody Battlegang mining area, Yang Kai has been practicing here, day and night. Neglect sleep and forget about food. Long Zaitan's unreasonable shot made him hold back. Jin, a force to become stronger. He will get back that humiliation sooner or later, relying on his own hands. In the past 10 days of penance, the 9-layer of body tempering has faintly reached the peak, and the look at is about to break through, but it is still a little to nowhere, making Yang Kai feel helpless. He knew that the breakthrough of a great realm requires some chance, not as easy as the breakthrough of a small realm. Even Yuan Shi enough within the body has to meet the occasion and realize what should be realized. The practice of speaking of which these days is considered smooth, and there is no need to sweep the floor every day. For no reason, there is more practice time. 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and dead land dried up grass have also been used long ago. Now that there is no obstacle to the suppression of the smell, True Yang Secret Arts operation speed is significantly faster than before, which makes it easier for Yang Kai to absorb Yang Qi in the world. However, the Yang liquid that has been condensed these days is all used to catalyze the seeds of Three Suns fruit, but Danshan does not save one drop. The energy of heaven and earth gathers in the surrounding area, and only after Yang Kai can penetrate the profound mystery of Open Yuan stage, he can pour into his within the body, wash the raft marrow for him, and sit cross-legged. Yang Kai did not succeed. So one day, one night, Yang Kai still stands still. Although he is not irritable, he is unable to break through the shackles that restrain him, which is really weird. In the middle of the night, under the vast starry sky, next to destitute Dragon Stream, Yang Kai suddenly fell into a kind of hesitant domain. His body in Yuan Shi was slightly disordered, and a painful expression appeared between his brows. Not far away, I look at Yang Kai's Xianing Chang quietly and can't help being lightly exclaimed. Although it's not too close, Xianing Chang can still feel the unusual Yuan Qi fluctuations. The Yuan Qi fluctuation carries a gloomy and cold evil spirit. How could this be? This is clearly a precursor to become devil. He is just 9-layer breakthrough from body tempering to Open Yuan stage. How can there be the possibility of become devil? To put it bluntly, even if a martial artist with low strength like Yang Kai wants to get into Demon Capital City, he doesn't have the qualifications. Only when his strength is deeper, will this happen in the process of practice happening. But now, this kind of thing is really about to happen to Yang Kai. Xianing Chang frowned slightly, and she didn't understand. She can be here, but the owner found her. After all, it has been more than 2 years since Yang Kai has been silently observing Yang Kai for more than 2 years. It has long been a habit. The past few days Yang Kai suddenly disappeared, which made her feel lonely for no reason, as if she was not interested in doing anything. I went, but found him beside destitute Dragon Stream, and a big rock in my heart fell. After coming here, Xianing Chang knew that Yang Kai was a breakthrough soon. After waiting for a day, Yang Kai did not succeed. Now such strange things have happened again. How can she not wonder? Just as Xianing Chang was secretly anxious, Yang Kai's body suddenly burst into a pure and strong heat. With this aura gushing out, the traces of become devil from the fire just now burning out, Yang Kai's and Yuan Shi quickly stabilized. True Yang energy. Xianing Chang's small mouth slightly opens, with surprises in the beautiful eyes, almost exclaiming, Why is it so pure? That hotspot aura is clearly the strength of Yang attribute, the discipline of High Heaven Pavilion, and many people have practiced fire attribute or martial skills of Yang attribute. There is also such a hot Yuan Shi within the body, but no matter which discipline and Yang Kai is far less pure than his. This hot aura is not too rich. After all, Yang Kai is not strong, but it is extremely clean, without the slightest impurities, just like an unpolluted water source. Before came back to his senses, Xiaoning Chang found out that Yang Kai had fallen into that kind of become devil again. A wicked aura replaced the hot Yuan Shi in Yang Kai within the body slowly spread. After a while, another true Yang energy burst out, suppressing this evil, allowing Yang Kai to recover. After repeating this several times, Xiaoning Chang looked at dumbstruck. I have never seen a martial artist in such a bizarre situation during the breakthrough open Yuan stage. Generally speaking, the breakthrough open Yuan stage does have some resistance, but after all, this realm is very low. It only takes a little bit of hard work to pass the breakthrough, but Yang Kai's current situation is obviously different, and he has received more resistance than everyone is big, and it is comparable to the difficulty of own breakthrough great realm. Yang Kai is also miserable now. Just now, he faintly spied a trace of profound mystery and has already stepped into the threshold of open Yuan stage with 1 foot, but at this time, within an evil spirit suddenly appeared from the bones of the body, which almost made the owner lose his mind. Fortunately, the true Yang Yuan Shi within the body broke out and made the owner sober again. Now within the body, 2 energies are at war. One is true Yang Yuan Shi from own practice, and the other is evil spirits emerging from the bones. They are fighting endlessly with each other. The body is regarded as a battlefield, and sometimes the evil spirit gains the upper hand, and then the owner's sanity is a little unclear. An excitement and bloodthirsty thought surges in my heart, and I want to find someone to kill. It feels like the excitement after being injured, but there are differences. Owen was injured in battle, although he was excited and bloodthirsty, but his brain was clear. Sometimes true Yang Yuan Shi has the upper hand, own divine consciousness clear and bright, and the body is comfortable, fighting, endless. It seems that there is no difference between winning and losing. Yang Kai is very uncomfortable. Xiaoning Chang gallops in the High Heaven Pavilion, wearing black tight clothes, a lithe and graceful figure that is undoubtedly showing. The willow waist is slender and the legs are slender. It is reverie and beautiful. The hair is tied behind the head, with a black mascara on the face, and quickly closes to Yang Kai. She watched for a long time, and she was really worried for Yang Kai. After thinking about it, she decided to help Yang Kai. Generally speaking, one cannot be disturbed during the breakthrough, but Xiaoning Chang can clearly feel the exciting fighting intent of Yang Kai within the body. It is a fighting intent that longs for fresh blood baptism. Only one battle can free him and get him out of the infinite loop. So Xiaoning Chang went back to the residence first, changed his clothes, or he would recognize him. After all, the owner had met him before. In a hurry, when he returned to Destitute Dragon Stream, Yang Kai was still in a state of suffering, and the movement seemed to be greater than before. Without the slightest hesitates, Xiaoning Chang flew directly to Yang Kai. The murderous intention surged in the beautiful eyes, and he slapped him with a palm. 63. 63. 63. You are like my one senior sister. In the early morning, when the time comes, there is one more chapter. Since he has decided to help him, Xiaoning Chang naturally dare not show any weak spot. Only by forcing Yang Kai to go all out can help him break through. So this first palm, Xiaoning Chang hit the killer. Yang Kai's strength lies in the 9-layer of body tempering, and Xiaoning Chang only uses the strength of open Yuan stage 2-3 layer. Suddenly Yang Kai, who was at a critical juncture, had a warning sign in his heart. There was no reason for the cold everywhere, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis of life and death. When I was wondering, a wave of palm wind whistling came from the side. Someone sneak attack on. Yang Kai suddenly woke up, not surprised but rejoiced, hurriedly jumped up from the same place, suddenly turned his head, and punched it with his backhand. His fighting intent within the body is passionate, and he doesn't know how to vent it, but he didn't expect someone to come to the door who really wants to sneak attack On, already not in Yang Kai's consideration. Now he just wants to fight happily. There was a sound of touching the ground, Yuan Shi drumming. Yang Kai Deng 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 took a few steps towards the retreat. Xianing Chang took advantage of an somersault, and fell steadily. A flash of surprise flashed in the beautiful eyes. Although On only uses the strength of Open Yuan stage 3 layer, he won't be evenly matched by him. He should be the stabilizer. After handing over beckoned, Yang Kai saw the figure of the visitor clearly through the moonlight. She was a female, but she was covered with a black face towel, and her face was not visible. "Why are you a little girl?" Yang Kai frowned, muttering a bit dissatisfied. Xianing Chang shivered with anger when she heard this. Gritting his teeth, his body flew over lightly. Yuan Shi swelled in his palm, turning into a palm covering the whole sky, and under his hood toward Yang Kai. The sentence just now made her angry. Yang Kai let out a low roar, and his strength was fully deployed. The hot Yuan Shi circulated on the front of the boxer, and suddenly he handed over with Xianing Chang. Although the other party is a female, Yang Kai doesn't show mercy either. The strength of the other person is obviously higher than that of the owner, and the tricks are all killing techniques. How can he be careless? In a flash, the fight between Yang Kai and Xianing Chang is inextricably difficult, but the situation is obviously unfavorable to Yang Kai. His momentum is big, power is deep, although the lethality is its fierce, but it's far inferior to Xianing Chang's dexterity and changeable. He makes 2 moves. Xianing Chang can make 3 moves, and Xianing Chang's body is light, moving around, only to tease Yang Kai as a monkey. Yang Kai can be said to be deflated everywhere, very annoyed. He could perceive that the opponent's strength was a little bit higher than him, but he couldn't imagine that the opponent just suppressed his true strength and was fighting him. In the face of this kind of enemy, it is strange to be able to hit. Under the black-faced towel, Xianing Chang's puffed little mouth slowly showed a smile, and wanted to make you talk nonsense. You deserve to be beaten. In just a few moments, Yang Kai was beaten with pain all over his body. As the familiar pain spreads, the blood within the body becomes excited again, and it flows like a river. Listen carefully, I can even hear the movement of the water waves. The warmth within the body dissipates, and the strength is rising. Xianing Chang's eyes showed a solemn expression. She found that Yuan Shi of junior brother within the body was getting more and more vigorous, and her own strength gradually broke through the body tempering realm and arrived at the degree of Open Yuan stage, and it has not stopped, is slowly but unwaveringly growing. The fist with the hot Yuan Shi hits faster and harder. Xianing Chang is faintly overwhelmed. She wants to improve her own strength, but she is a little unwilling and can only grit her teeth. Support it. Who asked you to kill me? During the fierce battle, Yang Kai suddenly asked with a gloomy face, his voice low. Xianing Chang didn't answer, but worked hard to resolve Yang Kai's tricks. Up to now, Yang Kai's strength has been faintly equal to On, and On has no advantage. Once he is swept by his boxer, On has to divide his mind to resolve the invasion. The pure Yang Qi within the body. Xianing Chang was shocked. She found that On still underestimated the purity of the true Yang energy Qi. This purity is not something that ordinary martial skills can practice. In a head-on confrontation again, Yang Kai and Xianing Chang, 2 people interlaced their palms, neither of them retreat. Squinting at the female opposite, Yang Kai's gaze fell on her forehead. There was a faint mark on her forehead. The expression was a bit stunned. Yang Kai said, I found you. Like my one senior sister. Xianing Chang is resisting the invasion of Yang Kai's Yang Qi. Upon hearing this, my mind fell for a while, and I wondered when his own was exposed. She didn't know that it was because of the faint mark on her forehead that Yang Kai would doubt it. Yang Kai remembers that senior sister Xia's forehead, there is a sapphire pendant, just where the mark is. Xianing Chang's nervous eyes blinked straight, and her long eyelashes trembling. Yang Kai laughed heartily, and suddenly grabbed her hand and wrist. then fiercely pulled her into her arms and stretched out her hand pulled at her face towel. Until this time, Xiaoning Chang came back to his senses. Ona did not want to see each other in real terms. One was to put pressure on Yang Kai, and the other was a bit sorry. After all, it happened last time. Things are too embarrassing. Where would you want him to tear off the facial towel now? In desperation, I can no longer suppress the strength of Ona. A fierce yuan she burst out. Yang Kai let out a strange cry, and was directly pushed out far away, turning several somersaults on the ground. Where is the shadow of the female when I get up again? The other party didn't know where to go. Could it be that really? Yang Kai thought. He just said casually, but didn't expect the other party to react so much. Moreover, the last Yuan-Shi riot also made Yang Kai realize that there is a big gap between the opponent's strength and Ona. If she really wants to kill Ona, it's just a matter of raising her hand. Why does it take so long to fight with Ona? Whether it is not important anymore, Yang Kai feels that with the battle just now, the shackles that have been suppressed on Ona have been broken. I quickly sit cross-legged and carefully feel the energy between heaven and earth. The next moment, the energy of heaven and earth is turbulent, and the fierce is flooding Yang Kai suddenly. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and his paws were relaxed, like a whale absorbing water, and absorbed all the energy of heaven and earth into within the body, pulling this huge heaven and earth power in the body, washing the menstrual flow raft pith. This is an opportunity that every martial artist will have when breaking through a great realm. As for how much benefits can be gained, it depends on the own efforts. Besides thousands of feet, Xiaoning Chang complexion clutched her chest in a panic. She didn't expect Yang Kai to see the identity of the owner, but fortunately it finally helped him to break through, and it was not in vain. Effort. When I was in a panic, there was a silhouette around me. An old man in a simple dress appeared suddenly, old man hair and beard all white, with a kind appearance. After seeing the other party's face clearly, Xiaoning Chang hurriedly said, I have seen Sect Master Martial Uncle. The old man smiled kindly, you are not me High Heaven Pavilion disciple, no need to be polite. Xiaoning Chang whispered, but Sect Master and Master are good friends, so naturally they are my martial uncle. 64 open yuan stage. Still rushing to the list, asking members to click and recommend votes. In addition, ask for a Sanjian ticket. After logging in, click on the Sanjian channel, and then you can receive the Sanjian ticket every day, which is free. This seems to be a bit important. I beg you handsome men and beautiful women. Sect Master sees Xiaoning Chang so well behaved and sensible, can't help saying with a smile, Meng Yu Io is good. Fortunately, I have accepted you such a good discipline. Thinking of the two disciplines of own, Sect Master faint sighed. Xiaoning Chang obviously also knows his past. Seeing his expression was sad, and did not know how to comfort him, so she could only remain silent. Sect Master silently stretched out his hand to block the sky and pushed towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Xiaoning Chang felt that the sky and the earth were separated there, as if there was an invisible big hand covering everything. Human spy. This kid should make a lot of noise at this time breakthrough, but take precautions before they happen, so as not to be detected. Sect Master explained first. Xiaoning Chang feels a little strange. She doesn't understand why this Sect Master, who has not appeared in front of people all the time, is so attentive to Yang Kai. Although she is puzzled, she did not dare to ask more. One old and one young is so separated from thousands feet. Looks at the situation on Yang Kai. The energy of heaven and earth enters into the body, impacting every inch of flesh and skin of Yang Kai's body. Although you can't feel the fluctuations of Yuan-Shi over there, naked eye can see that it is within a dozen feet of Yang Kai. The wind was howling. Obviously the movement was really not small. It's just a breakthrough to the open yuan stage. How can this be? Xiaoning Chang really couldn't understand it. With the passage of time, Yang Kai's body slowly bulged up like a balloon that was blown up. His thin body gained weight for no reason for a few laps. That is because the energy of heaven and earth poured too much reason. Just when Xiaoning Chang was secretly worried about him, his body suddenly shrank again and changed back to what it was like. Even if it was blocked by Sect Master, Xiaoning Chang still went from there. I felt a palpitating yuan qi fluctuation. What's even more surprising is still to come. After Yang Kai's energy was completely absorbed by Yang Kai, the destitute dragon stream in front of him burst out with one after another fire-red naked eye. This energy is like red ribbons, rising from below the destitute dragon stream, and then drilled into Yang Kai's pores. The air of Yang Yuan. Xiaoning Chang could see that Yang Kai absorbed the energy of heaven and earth for the first time, and the energy of Yang Yuan the second time it absorbed. Although it is also a kind of energy of heaven and earth, it is a single attribute after all. After all, Yang Yuan's qi was absorbed by Yang Kai. The movement there suddenly subsided. It's okay. Sect Master slightly smiled, removing the restriction over there with a flick of his finger, and disappeared after a flick of his finger. A faint voice sounded in Xiaoning Chang's ears, "Master, for me say hello." "Yes." Xiaoning Chang respectfully complied, and then there is time to investigate the results of Yang Kai breakthrough. Just a glance, Xiaoning Chang was stunned. Open Yuan stage second layer. She almost thought that own perception was wrong. So she checked it again and found that Yang Kai had really reached the level of Open Yuan stage second layer. He not only broke through a great realm at this time, but also broke through a small realm on this basis. His own dreaming. Xiaoning Chang itself has a special physique, and it has made rapid progress since practice, but each breakthrough is a step-by-step, never a breakthrough second layer. How can we not be surprised to see Yang Kai accomplish this feat today? When he was surprised, Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground over there, suddenly murmured, "So it's like this." The voice fell. Yuan qi on his body. The volatility is stronger. Open Yuan stage 3 layer. Monster. Xiaoning Chang didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and her self-confidence felt hit for the first time. After staying in place for an hour, and confirming that Yang Kai would not be promoted suddenly, Xiaoning Chang sighed in relief and left quietly. Yang Kai sat at the destitute dragon stream all night, not at all practice true Yang secret art, just to feel the experience of the breakthrough last night. In a breakthrough last night, two kinds of energy were poured into and within the body. One is the power of heaven and earth, but this energy is not at all contained in Danshan, except for a part of the tempering body. Besides, the rest was absorbed by the bones of the owner. The second wave is the Yang Yuan breath from the absorb below destitute dragon stream. These have become owner's possessions, which have been turned into 5 drops of Yang liquid and settled quietly in Danshan. After thinking about it all night, Yang Kai finally came up with a general idea. Unyielding golden body can increase the battle strength of the owner when the owner is injured or feel pain. But the improved battle strength also needs energy support. Impossible for no reason. If you think like this, it is not difficult to explain that it can absorb the power of heaven and earth. These powers of heaven and earth are absorbed by it, and when the owner needs it, it will feed back to the owner. This is the mysterious part of unyielding golden body and the fundamental reason why it can improve its own battle strength. Until now, Yang Kai thinks that Own can only absorb the energy of Yang attribute. After all, the Own practice is true Yang secret art. Now it seems that this problem is worth experimenting. If Own can really absorb energy other than Yang attribute, then practice may be faster in the future. This discovery made Yang Kai a little pleased. Although true Yang secret art is powerful, it has limitations after all. If the owner's guess is correct, then there is no need to worry about the practice environment in the future. Take a long breath, stand up. Yang Kai feels it with his heart. The owner has indeed a breakthrough, and it turned out to be a breakthrough to the Open Yuan stage 3 layer in one fell swoop. Think about the huge two energies pouring into own body last night. Yang Kai is relieved. Within the body Yuan Qi was first opened for the Open Yuan stage. Although there were a lot of Yuan Qi in Yang Kai within the body before, this breakthrough is still significant. Yuan Qi runs into big circulation within the body and connects to world's channel. The operation speed of true Yang secret art has accelerated again. Furthermore, After the breakthrough to this realm, to some extent, practice is much easier than the body tempering environment. Of course, the premise is that you have a good practice environment. Walking back from destitute Dragon Stream, Yang Kai only feels physically and mentally refreshed. A breakthrough of a great realm makes him feel a bit different when he sees this world now, and his eyes and ears are not clear. Within 50 jang, even people's breathing can be faintly noticed. While walking towards the wood house, Yang Kai suddenly heard a familiar scream. After listening in place for a while, he couldn't help laughing dumbly. Why was Su Mu beaten again? But this is inside sect. If he is beaten by someone, it should be a challenge. No one can blame others for his inferior skills. There is nothing left and right. Yang Kai decided to watch the excitement. In the High Heaven Pavilion, as long as someone starts to challenge, it can be a battlefield everywhere. The place where Su Mu was hit is not far from Yang Kai, and he has already reached it after a certain distance. Many people gathered there. Yang Kai glanced at it and found that the people there were divided into two factions, totally different, full of medicinal smell, and own familiarly Yunshin and Zhao Hu and the others. There, it's just that their expression is a bit angry, and they are confronting another group of people. Something is wrong. The frowned and sect disciple that Yang Kai watched, no matter who wins all oozes. It will never be like this. Li Yunshin and the others seem to be outraged and want to fight in groups. 65 Wise Wang. Get up early to ask for recommendations and ask for Sanjian tickets. Apart from these two groups, there are also a lot of High Heaven Pavilion disciples around the periphery, and there are a lot of people, pointing fingers in the field. With a bit of doubt, Yang Kai squeezed into the crowd and walked slowly to Li Yunshin and the others. Inadvertently, Su Mu found that Su Mu in the field had bloody nose and swollen face at the moment, looking very embarrassed, and was fighting a teenager who was much worse than him at the worst. The young boy has a calm and composed face, no injuries on his body, and a scornful smile. While dealing with Su Mu's attack, Su Mu spoke in a low voice, and every time he swooped on, he was easily resolved by the opponent. After watching for a while, Yang Kai's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and he found something was wrong. Su Mu's attack didn't miss the boy, but his attack had no effect on the boy, and his fist hit him on the body. The opponent didn't even frown, and if Su Mu was hit, he would definitely suffer some minor injuries. The fluctuations of Yuan Qi that burst out between the two people's moves are almost the same. That is to say, the strength is not much different. How can there be such a gap in the fight? What's the matter? Yang Kai patted Li Yunshin asked on the shoulder. Li Yunshin turned his head, expression overjoyed. Senior brother Yang. With this shout, Zhao Hu and the others also found Yang Kai, and they all said hello. Back go too far, and then confront the group of people opposite. Why is Su Mu not his opponent? Yang Kai asked. The owner's doubts. They should be about the same strength. Li Yunshin quickly nodded, expression angrily said, well, Young Su is now the Open Yuan Stage 2nd layer, and that person is Open Yuan Stage 3 layer. It really needs a fair match. Even if Young Su is not an opponent, he will not be better. But this person is really despicable, shameless. Same sect disciple challenged each other, and they even wore a defensive secret treasure. Where can Young Su's methods be used? The complexion sank. Listened to by Yang Kai. Defensive secret treasure? Yes. Li Yunshin gritted his teeth. He is Great Elder's biological grandson, named Wise Wang. His defense secret treasure was given by Great Elder. A second-generation ancestor? Yang Kai faintly understands that there is also an elder behind Su Mu. This Wise Wang is also Great Elder's biological grandson. Everyone has a backer with similar status and status. Others dare not beat Su Mu, which does not represent him. I dare not. But the same sect disciple learns and wears the secret treasure, which is a bit too much. Great Elder and Second Elder have always been at odds. Even Young Su and this Wise Wang are not pleasing to each other. This time he catches the opportunity and will definitely teach Young Su fiercely. Li Yunshin is secretly impatient. Yang Kai cried out, It turned out to be a boring infighting. Senior brother Yang, think of a way to save young Su. You also know his temper. He will definitely be seriously injured if the fight continues. Li Yunshan begged. Yang Kai expression indifferently. Same sect disciple exchanges. If you are not as good as people, you have to be beaten. High Heaven Pavilion disciple, could it be that you are afraid of this? But the battle was originally unfair. Wise Wang relied on the power of secret treasure. Yang Kai sneered. This world is not fair. Weak are prey to the strong. Powerhouse is respected. You should have known this a long time ago. Li Yunshan was speechless for a while. They really couldn't get involved in the same sect disciple. Although Yang Kai's performance a few days ago was vigorous, but sect is here to stay. How can he expect him to save Su like last time? Mu? In the field, Su Mu was already on the verge of collapse, and his moves didn't have much strength. Wise Wang was laughed heartily, very proud. He patted the owner's chest and said, Su Mu, you are welcome. Come and play here. This young master will stand still today. If you can beat me, I will give up. Su Mu's eyes are blurred, and there are blood-red spots on both fists. The secret treasure that Wise Wang wears on his body not only has the ability to protect, but also rebounds Yuan Qi. Every time Su Mu hits, his own has to withstand most of the force. Just like the injury on both fists. Coming. Hearing Wise Wang's frantic words, Su Mu spits out a mouthful of blood, contemptuously said, there is a kind of tortoise shell in you. If young master doesn't beat you down, you are not my grandson. Wise Wang expression cold, his face suddenly became hideous, and said with a smile, courage is not small. Dare to take advantage of me. You will pay for the words of own. Wise Wang was obviously irritated. He rushed to Su Mu in 3 steps and made 2 steps, swiping a punch to Su Mu's cheek. Weak, Su Mu blocked backhand, but he was not as good as others. He couldn't stop the attack. His cheek was swept by the punch, and he suddenly became swollen, and his body was taken half a circle. Wise Wang became a tiger in imposing manner. He didn't stop doing it and kicked Su Mu to the ground, punching them together, and hitting him fiercely. Su Mu fought hard, but it was still to no avail. The secret treasure worn by Wise Wang was obviously very useful, and it was not something that Su Mu could break. Screaming grandfather, this young master will go around you. Wise Wang punched for a while, then stopped to threaten. Su Mu looks at him coldly, smiling contemptuously. The last time Su Mu was shot on the head with a stone by Cheng Shoufeng last time, he did not give in. How could he compromise this time? I make you laugh. Wise Wang did not show mercy at all. After a few punches, Su Mu's tooth was blown away, and fresh blood overflowed from his nostrils, looking terrible. This Wise Wang was more cruel than Cheng Shoufeng of the day. Young Su, Li Yunshan and the others couldn't stand it anymore. They hurriedly stepped forward, but due to sect's rules, they couldn't come forward to rescue them. Wise Wang did not start again, but looked at Li Yunshan and the others with a sneer. Hey said, want to save him? Li Yunshan and the others did not answer, gasping heavily, expression filled with righteous indignation. I ask you, do you want to save him? Wise Wang slapped Su Mu's face, and asked fiercely. Seeing that Su Mu was attacked again, Li Yunshan and the others were quickly nodded, for fear that he would attack again. Kneel down if you want. Obediently kowtow a few heads. If this young master is in a good mood, go around him today. Wise Wang couldn't figure out Su Mu, so he hit Li Yunshan and other heads. Anyway, these people are Su Mu's subordinates. Humiliating them is equivalent to humiliating Su Mu. Hearing these words, the onlookers were in an uproar, and Li Yunshan and the others were even more ashamed and humiliated. Su Mu struggled to look at Li Yunshan and the others. Yazi wanted to split, and said every word. Don't listen to him. Pa. Su Mu slapped again. Li Yunshan and the others turned pale with fright, knowing that if he continues to hesitate, Su Mu will still be tortured. Looking at Wise Wang bitterly, with infinite sadness on his face, and all are relieved kneeled down. Slowly Yang Kai looked at them in surprise. And he didn't expect that they could do this for Su Mu. Men have gold in their knees. If they don't have a deep relationship with each other, who would be willing to is someone kneeling? Yang Kai thought that Li Yunshan and the others were just eating and drinking with Su Mu, the second-generation ancestor, but now it seems obviously not. Wise Wang narrowed his eyes, suddenly laughed, and looked down at Su Mu condescendingly and said, "I can't tell. The dogs you trained are very obedient." Su Mu's 2 lines of tears of humiliation crossed the corner of the eye. Even if he was beaten into a pig head by Wise Wang, he did not shed one drop of tears. But now, seeing Li Yunshan and the others kneeling on the ground, those 2 lines of tears flowed disappointingly. 66, 66, 66. Please enlighten me. Looks at Li Yunshan and the others kneeling to the ground. Wise Wang's face is more proud, laughed heartily, said, "Just kneeling is not sincere." Li Yunshan and the others' complexion ashen, gritted their teeth and squatted on their heads, with infinite tragic voice in their voice, "Senior brother, why, show mercy." Wise Wang's eyes narrowed, and his smile gradually faded. Li Yunshan and the others' morality reaching up to the clouds, let him also can't help being emotional. Wise Wang. Su Mu swallowed a mouthful of blood into his stomach. "I and you, two cannot coexist. We have this intention." Wise Wang putting his hands together, he suddenly slammed Su Mu's chest. With a boom, Su Mu spouted fresh blood and passed out with pain. "Young Su." Li Yunshan and the others roared. Absolutely didn't expect Wise Wang to lose faith in front of so many people. "Don't let one go." Wise Wang fiercely ordered, stood up from Su Mu and kicked him like a dog. The group of High Heaven Pavilion disciple who were confronted with Li Yunshan and the others just now all rushed up with a sneer, blocked in front of Li Yunshan and the others, and asked for a challenge. Li Yunshan and the others were angry and didn't know how to vent it. They just came to the door. How can they not agree? This is a blatant group fight, but each has a fixed opponent. Wise Wang sneered, looking at Li Yunshan and the others, sneered, "Whoever dares to refuse, fight to death, kill me." He made it clear to teach these people who followed Su Mu, let them know the fate of the wrong person. Because Yang Kai was close to Li Yunshan and the others, he was spotted by one of Wise Wang's men at this moment. This person rushed to him and only reported his name without waiting. Yang Kai responded and hit directly. Yang Kai kicked out, lightning, kicked on this person's stomach. This person immediately squatted down. Also deserves his bad luck. His strength is probably only body tempering 9 layer. According to the rules, he is not qualified to challenge Yang Kai's, but if he owns it, he can't blame others. Flicking through the chaotic battlefield, Yang Kai walked towards Su Mu step by step. "Well?" Wise Wang squinted his eyes to look at Yang Kai. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Wise Wang is naturally clear about how many people Su Mu has under him and who they are. But Yang Kai hasn't seen him yet, and for a moment he can't figure out Yang Kai's identity. Yang Kai was silent, and walked up to Su Mu with a cold face, stretched out his hand to test his breath, and found that Su Mu had just passed out in a coma, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. "Who are you?" Wise Wang was immediately unhappy. There was a gap between On and Su Mu. This person dared to investigate Su Mu's injuries in front of On. He clearly didn't put On in the eyes. Yang Kai stood up and looked at Wise Wang quietly. "This young master asks who you are." Wise Wang raised his chin and asked sharply, "Trial disciple Yang Chi, please enlighten me." Yang Kai rushed to Wise Wang to cup one fist in the other hand. This is the etiquette for the challenge between High Heaven Pavilion disciple. Yang Kai? Wise Wang expression was taken aback, and then woke up. "Are you the Yang Kai who is flourishing in these days?" "Don't be it. But if inner sect doesn't have someone else called Yang Kai's, so I'll do it." A joke. A trifling trial disciple, even dare to challenge this young master. Do you have that qualification? Wise Wang sneered. Sect rules, as long as the differences between the disciplines are less than 3 layer in strength, you can challenge each other. This young master is open, you aren't stage 3 layer, what thing are you? Wise Wang contemptuously said, Trial Disciple, that is, there is no breakthrough to Open Yuan stage. Since there is no breakthrough, it must be more than 3 layer different from own. I am also Open Yuan stage 3 layer. Yang Kai replied lightly. A sound of surprise sounded. Impossible, Yang Kai is already Open Yuan stage 3 layer. Didn't it mean that he only practiced in body tempering 3 layer in 3 years? Isn't it? Own said it wrong? Or did I remember it wrong? Strange, when Yang Kai challenged me in the previous period, it was only body tempering 8 layer. How could he arrive in less than a month? This realm, is it? All kinds of doubts are endless. Wise Wang also looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, as if thinking about whether he was serious. Now that you have reached the Open Yuan stage, why is it still a trial disciple? Where did he know that Yang Kai only broke through last night, and it was directly from the 9-layer breakthrough of body tempering to this level? Now I am qualified to challenge you, am I? Yang Kai asked, squinting, with ominous light sparkles moving in his eyes. If you really have this strength, you have this qualification. Wise Wang nodded, grinned. If you are not afraid of death, Yang Kai indifferently said, hope you will not be afraid of death, boasting shamelessly. Wise Wang was furious, thinking that I was wearing a secret treasure defense. Even the martial artist of Open Yuan stage peak would never want to break the defense, which is equivalent to in an invincible position. With your Open Yuan stage 3 layer, how can I win? Come on, let me give you a punch. Wise Wang waved at Yang Kai frantically. Why is Yang Kai polite? Rushing up is directly hitting Wise Wang's chest with a punch. The hot true Yang Yuan Chi poured in, not only failed to hurt Wise Wang a bit, but Yang Kai's body was shocked. Deng deng deng, retreat for a few steps. Looking down, the fist was red. Obviously, Yuan Chi was injured by the owner. Ha ha. Overestimate one's capabilities. Wise Wang became more and more proud, but his voice was not finished, and his expression was startled again, because he found that Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned red, and a violent Yuan Chi fluctuated from it came from him, with hot enthusiasm. His within both eyes didn't flinch or panic at all, some were just excited and intolerable. These eyes are like the eyes of an ominous beast, seeing the prey that the owner is interested in, even if it is a sign of a riot. For no reason, Wise Wang's heart suddenly burst, but Yang Kai has already jumped up with a grin. One drop Yang liquid intention quietly appeared on the fingertips, moving with his heart, turning into a thin such as a cicada's wings blood-red blade. The blood-red rays of light flashed by, and with a piercing light sound, Yang Kai and Wise Wang crossed by. Wise Wang only felt a cold in his abdomen. Looking down, a heart sank to the bottom of the valley, hissing and screaming, my embroidery cloud chain armor. This the embroidery cloud chained armor, which is worn personally, is the ordinary grade middle rank defensive secret treasure. Although the grade is not high, it is very suitable for his martial artist of this realm. The Great Elder didn't know where to get it and gave it to him. At that time, Great Elder stated clearly that the martial artist of Open Yuan stage would generally not be able to break through the defense of this secret treasure unless they use the lethal martial skills. But now, this secret treasure, which he had high hopes for, was cut an opening by an Open Yuan stage 3 layer trial disciple within one round. What weapon did he use just now? Could it be that that blood-red weapon is also a secret treasure, and the grade is higher than Xiuyuan chain mail? If not, how could there be such an amazing effect? 67, 67, 67. You are not as good as him. At this moment, Wise Wang is shocked and distressed. I was shocked that On's embroidery cloud chained armor failed to defend against the opponent's blow. The distressed secret treasure was cut through a hole and completely lost its defensive role. In extreme anger, Wise Wang turned back towards Yang Kai and yelled, dare to break my secret treasure, I want you to die. Wise Wang also has the realm of Open Yuan stage 3 layer bursts out with full strength, and the strength is naturally not too bad. However, Yang Kai beheaded the enemies of Open Yuan stage 5 layer when he was in the body tempering realm. He a trifling 3 layer again. What waves can be turned out? When Wise Wang rushed in front of him, The blooded blade in his hand was crisscrossed, stroked. Wise Wang's body suddenly freezes. A fist is only 3 inches away from Yang Kai, but it can't be beaten, because he could feel the hot heat in his chest. I looked down with trembling eyes, and saw the scarlet blade in Yang Kai's hand, like a snake spitting its core, spitting and vomiting, reaching the mouth of the owner's heart. It's not great to defend against secret treasure. Yang Kai sneered, and wherever his eyes swept, I saw that the embroidery cloud-chained armor that Wise Wang wore next to his body had cracked several big holes. Yang Kai was also a little unexpected. The blade he didn't expect his own Yang liquid turned into was so sharp. Speaking of which, I really want to fight Wise Wang. Although Own can win, it will never be so easy. Own now only relies on the formidable power of Yang liquid, but the other party relies on embroidery cloud-chained armor. Own, why cannot use Yang liquid? Do you dare to hurt me and dry? Wise Wang's face was shaking, looking at Yang Kai rather sullenly. Even though his life is held by Yang Kai, he has no fear at all. He is Great Elder's biological grandson. The status is respected, and no one in the High Heaven Pavilion has the guts to hurt him. I'm afraid you don't know. Boy, my grandfather is Great Elder. You will be dead if you dare to hurt me. Wise Wang threatened sternly. Yang Kai remained unmoved. The scarlet blade on the finger is becoming more and more dangerous, and the red light in the eyes is also more vigorous. I don't know if you died first, or I died first. Yang Kai looked at Wise Wang with interest, with a weird smile on his mouth, slowly applying force on his fingers. A trace of fresh blood seeped from Wise Wang's chest. Wise Wang's complexion became white and couldn't help groaned. The moment his own body was injured, he felt a hot yuan qi pouring in. Coming in. His skin hurts from burning. How dare you? Wise Wang looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. He couldn't think of it. In this High Heaven Pavilion, there are people who dare to hurt the owner. Dare you dare to do it? Do you say I dare? Yang Kai continued to exert force. The blade deepened 1/2 inch. Fresh blood flowed. Wise Wang's body trembled suddenly, sternly said, "You are not afraid that my grandfather will kill you?" In a sect, disciple internally discusses, life and death are arrogant. Yang Kai cold snort, "You are inferior to others, and you can't blame anyone for being killed. What about Great Elder? High Heaven Pavilion exactly his." Wise Wang was horrified. He looked at this crazy and somewhat frenzied same sect in front of him. A chill rose from the heart, and his body was cold. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Kai suddenly interrupted him. "I will kill you before you say 2 words to admit defeat." "You better not have this idea." Wise Wang's complexion was pale for a while. He really wanted to admit defeat just now. Same sect disciple discussed. Once one party feels weak, he can admit defeat, and the other party can no longer pursue it. But now, he dare not say these 2 words. He didn't see any joking expression in the eyes of the other person. It was a very serious look. "What do you want?" Wise Wang asked through gritted teeth. "I don't want to do anything. I just think that you are not as good as Su Mu. You can beat him, but also rely on the power of secret treasure." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I'm not as good as him?" Wise Wang, like a cat with its tail stomped on, roared in a low voice, "Why am I not as good as him? I am stronger than him, and I am born better than him. What is worse than him?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "Don't you believe it? I'll show you." After all, there was a sudden force on his finger. Wise Wang couldn't help it. With a low growl, his face instantly became golden, and his body staggered. Yang Kai slowly turned his head and looked at the group of Wise Wang's men. Just now they were fighting to life or death with Li Yunshan and the others, but when Wise Wang was restrained, they too I didn't dare to do anything, and was looking at this side in a daze. "Want to save your Wise Wang, young master?" Yang Kai asked in a loud voice. No one dared to answer. Everyone was frightened by Yang Kai's madness. All the teenagers present were teenagers. How could you ever see such a cruel scene? "If you want to save him, just obediently kneel down, kowtow and admit your mistake. If I am in a good mood, I will kill him." Yang Kai was cold and indifferent. A group of people complexion white, these words. Isn't that what Wise Wang just said to Su Mu's men? After hearing these words, Su Mu's subordinates fell to their knees without the slightest hesitation, and kowtowed to Wise Wang. Could it be that these people should follow in their footsteps? So many people here are looking at. If they really kneel down, their face will be lost. What face will remain in the high heaven pavilion in the future? But if you don't kneel, what should Wise Wang blame? A group of people have different expressions, and they can't make up their minds. You want him to die. Yang Kai sighed slightly, and the blade on his fingertip sent a little to Wise Wang within the body. Wise Wang frightened divine soul. He can clearly feel that if the sharp weapon in Yang Kai's hand goes deeper, it will directly penetrate into the heart of the owner. That is a fatal attack. Wise Wang didn't want to die, sweating heavily, and shouting at his group of men hoarsely. What are you still doing? Kneel down for me. If I die, don't even want to live any of you. His group of men shook their bodies and hurriedly knelt to the ground. Li Yunshan and the others watched overwhelmed by emotions. The bad anger just now seemed to disappear directly with this kneeling. Don't mention how happy it is. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Wise Wang, indifferently said, now you know where is the gap between you and Su Mu? Wise Wang listened, complexion startled, and his eyes immediately it changed and swept bitterly towards his group of men. Li Yunshan and the others are willing to suffer humiliation in order to save Su Mu's life. But what about his men? He had to roar and threaten his life to satisfy Yang Kai's request unwillingly. Comparing the two, the gap between Wise Wang and Su Mu is obvious at a glance. In personality charm, Wise Wang is indeed inferior to Su Mu. Now, are you satisfied? Wise Wang cheered up and looked at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai squinted his eyes, his expression twinkling uncertain. Wise Wang turned pale with fright, trembling said, you won't. But before Yang Kai could answer, an angry roar came from afar. All stop it. 68. Want to add crime. Call for votes. Recommended votes and Sanjian votes. Voice. As soon as it sounded, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This person involuntarily slapped Yang Kai's shoulder with a palm. Unparalleled strength came. Yang Kai groaned and flew out. Senior brother Yang. Li Yunshan and the others turned pale with fright, quickly stepped forward to support Yang Kai. Yang Kai struggled to get up, coughing lightly while looking at the people who came. At this moment, Wise Wang was standing next to a young man. The complexion stared at Own, and he held Wise Wang who was stumbling with one hand. He asked, young Masters Wang, are you okay? Wise Wang stared at Yang Kai bitterly, staggered, and shook his head. It's okay. It's okay. That's good. I'm late. The young man let out an involuntary sigh. Although his strength is higher than Wise Wang, he is a member of Great Elder after all, so he is naturally inferior to Wise Wang in terms of status. It's not too late to come. Wise Wang sneered, and cynical asked out loudly, Cao senior brother, as a law enforcement whole disciple, you understand clearly in the mind. I ask you, if anyone dares to commit murder in sect, what should be the crime? Cao Zhengwen complexion was cold, sonorous and said, it depends on the severity of the plot, and the slightest interruption of the hands and feet. Expelled from High Heaven Pavilion, he was killed on the spot. Warn others from following bad examples. Wise Wang he laughed, pointed his hand at Yang Kai and said, just now this person tried to kill me. Cao senior brother, look, let's do it. With someone backing up, how can Wise Wang make compromises like just now? Cao Zhengwen shouted sternly, is it true? Wise Wang sneered, when Cao senior brother came, didn't he take everything in his eyes? Cao Zhengwen hearing this nodded, yes, just now this discipline did hold a murder weapon against Zhuang young master's chest. If it weren't for me to stop it in time, Zhuang young master, you are afraid that you have been poisoned. People are really bold, and they dare to do evil under the broad daylight. When these two people sang a harmony, they worked together seamlessly, and they gave Yang Kai a big homicide hat shortly thereafter. Fart. Li Yunshan hissed, Senior brother Yang and wise Wang just now are just challenging each other. How can you say this is so serious? What do you mean by turning black and white like this? Cao Zhengwen cold snort. Really, it's just as simple as learning? Zhao Hu said, if you don't believe me, you can ask the lively fellow apprentices here. We are all it is possible to testify. And wise Wang provoked this matter first. Senior brother Yang was only involved in it. Someone testified. Who testified? Wise Wang tilted his head and sneered all around. Many of the lively High Heaven Pavilion disciples suddenly became birds and beasts. Each and everyone quickly fled the scene. They have heard about the elder dispute in the pavilion. They naturally didn't have the guts to intervene in this scene. No matter who offended them, their future life in the High Heaven Pavilion would not be easier. When Li Yunshan saw this scene, he couldn't help but gnash the teeth, but still stubbornly said, we are involved in this matter all the way. Every detail is clear, we are the witnesses. Cao Zhengwen shook his head and said, you are guilty of gathering people to fight. How can you testify? Gathering people to fight? Zhao Hu jumped up, angrily roared. It is clear that wise Wang let his hand come down to challenge us. Where did the crowd fight come from? Cao Zhengwen, don't think you are a law enforcement hall disciple to act willfully. High Heaven Pavilion is not your turn to be the master. Bold. Cao Zhengwen scolded. Law Enforcement Hall represents the rules of the High Heaven Pavilion. It has always been fair and just. You dare to question the authority of Law Enforcement Hall and add first grade. If you want to commit a crime, why don't you have any trouble? Yang Kai waved his hand to stop Li Yunshan and the others' defense, looked at the Cao Zhengwen and sneered, fairness and justice. Today I have seen what fairness and justice are. HMPH. Cao Zhengwen sneered, shouted, take it all for me, and I will deal with it after Elder Assembly discusses it. Su. A series of clothes hunting. There was the sound of the sound, and there were more than a dozen law enforcement hall disciples in all directions. These people have the lowest strength above Open Yuan Stage 5 layer. Where are Li Yunshan and the others' opponents? Efficient was pushed to the ground and controlled. Yang Kai didn't resist, because he knew that own resistance would not help. Let's take a look. Wise Wang, small man intoxicated by success, walked to Yang Kai and looked at him sneer. Take away. Cao Zhengwen gave an order, and the law enforcement hall disciple escorted Li Yunshan and the others away. I glanced at Su Mu, who was still lying on the ground. Cao Zhengwen frowned. He took Yang Kai and Li Yunshan and the others improperly. But Su Mu has a special identity. He hasn't. Be brave, and meditate for a moment and said, Sensu junior brother to second elder. Yes. Someone came out, picked up Su Mu from the ground and hurried away. Master, young master, I have suffered. Cao Zhengwen said softly. Wise Wang squinted his eyes and gritted his teeth and said, that's Yang Kai's, and you can't let it go. He humiliated me today, and he won't take the vows. You should know how to do it. Cao Zhengwen expression hesitates. Young Masters Wang, this is a bit of a mess today, and it will surely alarm Elder Assembly. If you do it this time, I'm afraid it's something wrong. It's better to wait for Elder to make a decision before doing it. Late. But I can't swallow this breath. Wise Wang said with a grimace. Don't worry, I will teach him a little bit for young Master Guang, so that he knows the fate of offending young Master Guang. Don't kill me, I want it turned out for him personally. As you wish. In the High Heaven Pavilion Forest Prison, Yang Kai and a group of people are all detained here. The prison is dark and damp. The cold is very heavy, and there are rats and mosquitoes everywhere. All directions are coming with a nasty smell, and the environment is too bad. Forest Prison is the place where High Heaven Pavilion imprisoned the wrong discipline. Li Yunshan and the others never thought that the owner would come here one day. Each and every one felt a little uncomfortable. Senior brother Yang, you are implicated this time. Li Yunshan sat beside Yang Kai and apologized softly. Yang Kai smiled openly. This is none of your business. I can't help but jump out. I can't see my family's dog biting a dog. Dog bites a dog. Li Yunshan was almost choked. Didn't these words even scold us? Speaking nicely is called nest fighting. And ugly could it be that not a dog biting a dog? Yang Kai lightly said with a smile. Yes. But senior brother Yang, rest assured, Young Su will not leave us alone. We only need to wait a few hours here. Young Su can save us. Li Yunshan thought of comparison simple. Yang Kai turned his body and assumed a more comfortable posture. Tell me, why is there a gap between Great Elder and Second Elder? Li Yunshan, hearing this, sighed. This is related to our sect master. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Li Yunshan said, last time Young Su, I also told you about the two disciplines of sect master. Since sect master went out of the mountain and captured the two disciplines back into exile and entered the destitute dragon stream, our sect master seldom appeared in front of people, even in the cabinet. I don't care much about it. Over the years, Great Elder has been acting as the sect master. Maybe it's time to have ambitions. Now Great Elder really regards Own as a sect master. Second Elder is uncomfortable and thinks that Great Elder often there is a suspicion of overstepping. If this happens, there will naturally be friction. 69 differences between discipline and ancestors. Currently High Heaven Pavilion, Great Elder and Fourth Elder Fifth Elder are united together, with Great Elder as the leader of the horse, while Second Elder and Third Elder are other. On the one hand, the former wants to take the sect master and replace it, while the latter is the one who wants to maintain the sect master. It's just that the Great Elder has a stronger strength. Second Elder and Third Elder have fought in the open strife and veiled struggle these years. I have suffered a lot. After listening to Li Yunshan, Yang Kai's heart suddenly became clear. Elders are at odds with each other, and the juniors will naturally fight. This is how the enmity of Su Mu and Wise Wang came from. Zhao Hu said with a sneer, it's just that old Hu doesn't come out of the mountain. The monkey calls Great King, that's all. If the sect master really reappears, which spring onion are they, Great Elder? Li Yunshan glared at Zhao Hu and said, don't chew your tongue behind your back. We juniors don't want to say that elders is not what elder does, even if you don't understand what they do. I stuck my tongue out and said softly, you don't think so too? Li Yunshan said, but I won't say. At the contribution hall, Xianing Chang hurriedly the earth rushed in, and old man Meng smiled at her and said, disciple, have you come to visit as a teacher again today? Well, so filial. Old man is very relieved. Xianing Chang said eagerly, Master, the major event is not good. What's the matter? Meng Yuya was a little puzzled. He had never seen Own's discipline as panicked as today. Xianing Chang quickly talked about the enmity of Yang Kai and the others and Wise Wang today. Meng Yuya's face was gloomy after listening. You said, Yang Kai has reached the Open Yuan stage 3 layer. He defeated Wise Wang. Yeah? Xianing Chang repeatedly nodded, thinking that his breakthrough was my help. It seems that the fortuitous encounter he got last time in Blackwind Mountain is not small. If it doesn't sound, it's amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. The practice speed is so fast. Meng Yuya, why be surprised? Master, don't sigh, let's find a way to rescue him. Xianing Chang said eagerly. Meng Yuya was stunned, and looked at Own's discipline in surprise, with a weird expression. Disciple, what are you doing so nervously? Xianing Chang stunned and said, do I have it? Well, you are very nervous now. Meng Yuya nodded, Own the discipline clear as ice and clean as jade, with a simple mind. No one knows her better than Own. Over the years, High Heaven Pavilion has not been without outstanding male disciplines admiring her. But her attitude towards those people has never been false, and she stays away from them. Today, instead, she asks for help from someone who only has Open Yuan stage 3 layer. Obviously not unusual. Xianing Chang said, I just don't want his practice path to be stifled as soon as it picks up. Are you familiar with him? Meng Yuya suddenly became alert. I'm not familiar with it, but I've been observing him for 2 years. Master, you also know that I work in Dark Hall, and it's the area where he lives. Xianing Chang speaks frankly again, begged, Master, please find a way to save him. He has offended Great Elder this time. If there is no expert help, I am afraid that he will hard to avoid calamity. Second elder may not care about his life and death. Master, you are the expert Kaya. Meng Yuya has a face of enjoyment. He wears thousands of pieces, but does not wear flattery. Even more, how is flattery made by owns baby discipline? For a while, Meng Yuya frowns, saying, disciple, it's not easy for a teacher to intervene in this matter. You see, after all, this is the housework of the High Heaven Pavilion. Old man is just a watcher. What is it like to intervene in? This is the truth. Although he has a good impression of Yang Kai's, how can he be embarrassed to interfere with the High Heaven Pavilion affairs? Xianing Chang didn't answer, but stared at Meng Yuya with a pair of limpid eyes. Although there was a veil blocking her, Meng Yuya could still see her puffed little face. I can't stand this kind of look the most. Meng Yuya immediately made a bitter face. Oh, my little great-aunt, don't be self-willed. And even if old man doesn't make a move, second elder, there will be arrangements. This time Yang Kai was involved because of Su Mu. If second elder doesn't care about him, how can he win people's hearts in the future? What if? Xianing Chang angrily asked Tao. It should be nothing in case. Meng Yuya is also a little uncertain. After all, it is normal for high-level struggles to sacrifice one or two unimportant disciplines. HMPH. Xianing Chang turned around and sat down on the chair next to him, sullenly said, Master, if you don't help him, then I won't be able to go to the converging ground of Jiuyan. You will be a disciple for a lifetime. I am afraid that the strength will only stop here. Listening to this, Meng Yuya turned pale with fright, ran out from behind the counter, and stood in front of Xianing Chang with his waist, waiting for him. Great-aunt generally lowered his posture. Where can I start with this? Xianing Chang rolled his head and remained silent. Meng Yuya quickly turned around again and walked to Xianing Chang again. Tell me, why can't you go there if you don't help him? Anyway, you don't care about his life or death, and you don't care about my life or death. Master, you are such a low-hearted person. These words are like a sharp arrow, which is shot in the face and penetrates Meng Yuya's heart, made him as if was struck by lightning. His whole body shook, and his liver was broken into countless petals. Great-aunt, my great-aunt is yelling. Do we have something to say? Can you? I have old bones, and I can't bear the toss of you like this. Meng Yuya kept trying. Humble not. Where is the attitude towards the discipline? It is clearly the attitude towards the ancestors. Xianing Chang turned her head and stared at Meng Yuya and whispered. He practiced Yang attribute martial skills, and the Yang Yuan spirit within the body is extremely pure. Yang attribute Yuan Qi? Meng Yuya expression grave. How pure is it? It is more than 5 times purer than the person you found last time. Xianing Chang replied. Have you tried it? Meng Yuya impatient confirmed. Yes. If this is the case, then he really can't have an accident. Meng Yuya's waist suddenly straightened up, thinking for a moment, and stepping out go with. When I walked to the door, I had another meal. I looked back at Xianing Chang and asked, Disciple, do you reject him? No. Xianing Chang slowly shook his head. Is that like it? I don't like it. But I don't hate it. Xianing Chang was blushing when asked about complexion. Good, good. You also know what you have to do if you want to go there, but you have to make sure to the master that I will not be tempted by him before I will save him. Master, what did you say, Kaya? Xianing Chang twitched. I haven't even said anything to him. Xianing Chang, who said this, was very guilty. Involuntarily remembering the last night awkward. It's not for the teacher to cut off your love, but this kind of small place is not a place for you, and there is no one you can fall in love with. Sooner or later you will reach anyone, a height that is unattainable. When the time comes, you will live for hundreds of years, thousands of years, and your loved ones will slowly grow old in front of you. And the teacher does not want you to suffer that kind of pain. You must remember the discipline. Wuze Peak is lonely, lonely, lonely at the top. 70, 70, 70, 1 against 5. Meng Yui's words of sorrow seemed to come from feelings. Xianing Chang can naturally hear the sadness in his words. Could it be that Master have experienced this kind of thing? Just about to ask, Meng Yui was gone. For a moment, at the Blackwind Trade City, in front of the wood house where the High Heaven Pavilion guards the discipline, a young man brow beaded with sweat rushed over and stood in front of the door and knocked lightly. Calmed down the panting voice, and yelled softly, "Senior Sister Sue." "What's the matter?" A cold voice came from inside. The voice was nice, but with a kind of rejection beyond the thousand years cold. The young man's sweat almost condensed into ice, and the shivered spirit fought a cold war. Then he said, "Sumu young master was knocked out, and a group of his men were also caught by law enforcement hall. Closed into the forest prison." Tone barely fell. The door of the wood house suddenly opened, and Su Yan appeared in front of the man in white cloth. The man hurriedly retreated 2 steps, lowered his head, and did not dare to look directly at Su Yan's beautiful and flawless face. "Speaking of clear, what's the matter?" Su Yan asked lightly, but the whole woodhouse exudes bursts of cold air that can be seen by naked eye, and the sound of caca is heard on the ground. That is the movement of freezing. The young man hurried to make a long story short, telling the whole story. After speaking, he waited for a long time and there was no movement on the other side. He couldn't help but whispered, "Senior Sister Sue?" shouted, but still didn't respond. This person raised the head quietly with the courage to see where there was Su Yan's silhouette in front of her. She didn't know when she left. "My mother Kaya." This High Heaven Pavilion disciple almost collapsed, and fell to the ground. "This Senior Sister Sue, it's too cold. If anyone marries her in the future, I'm afraid they will have to cover her with a quilt to live on. But for someone as icy and noble as Senior Sister Sue, I am afraid that no man can be worthy of her, right?" No one didn't expect it. It was just a friction between the junior disciplines of the High Heaven Pavilion, which caused the rising winds, scudding clouds, and the heroes to move out. In the High Heaven Pavilion forest prison, Yang Kai and Li Yunshan and the others are still detained. It has been more than an hour since they were caught in, and there is still no movement outside. Li Yunshan and the others are a little anxious, don't know why Su Mu has not acted yet. But thinking about it again, Su Mu was knocked out at the time, and I don't know if he wakes up now. If he does not wake up, there is no way to rescue him. While I was worried, the door of forest prison was suddenly opened. With the sound of footsteps, a law enforcement hall discipline came to the prison where Yang Kai and the others were being held and unlocked the door. Then he shouted, "Who is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, "I am." "Follow me." That law enforcement hall disciple, "You are welcome," he ordered. "Someone wants to see you." Yang Kai complexion sank, with a sneered sound. He walked out without fear. "Senior brother Yang, don't go out, wait for young Su to rescue us." Li Yunshan was shocked and grabbed Yang Kai. "Let go." The law enforcement hall disciple furiously shouted, "Whoever dares to block is to be an enemy of law enforcement hall, and the consequences will be your own." Clear. Yang Kai punched Li Yunshan, said, "I'll take a look, don't worry." Li Yunshan had no choice but to let go, and warned repeatedly, "Senior brother Yang, be careful with everything." HMPH. The law enforcement hall disciple sneered, "Overestimate one's capabilities." Walking out of the prison, the law enforcement hall disciple locked the door again, and this led Yang Kai to walk outside. Not much time. When he came to a room, the man opened the door and cynical said with a smile, "Please come in." Yang Kai turned his head and looked with a glance. He sneered, and stepped in. Law enforcement hall disciple followed closely from behind, touching the floor and closing the door. Almost the moment the door was closed, Yang Kai suddenly turned around, and a hand image was poured in on the chest of the law enforcement hall disciple that led the owner in, and the hot true Yang Yuan she poured in. The man screamed immediately and was pushed against the wall. He didn't expect Yang Kai to attack Own. This time, he was eating solidly and he almost didn't get his breath. What a guts! There was an angry shout from inside the house, and immediately 3 or 4 silhouette simultaneous dances, pounced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai only had time to block a person's attack, the next moment was beaten to the ground, and then, a punch and kick was added to him. In the chaos, Yang Kai roared. Fresh blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai was excited by the sweet smell, and the blood was boiling. True Yang Yuan Shi was almost in the meridians at this moment at an unimaginable speed. The hotness oozing from the bones spread throughout the body, making Yang Kai's skin become fiery red. The energy coming from the bones this time seems to be a lot more huge than the previous few times. Roar! Yang Kai was besieged by a black dragon spoiler, and it sprang up wildly. He was in midair and kicked out with 2 feet, centered on the heads of 2 law enforcement hall disciples, accompanied by with 2 exclamations. The 2 people all stumbled towards retreat. But before Yang Kai landed, one person shot out from the diagonal stab, and with one hand he accurately grabbed the ankle he kicked out. Suddenly, like a rag sack, Yang Kai was thrown to the wall. Groaned, viscera churning, struggling to get up. Yang Kai wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, and then looked at the situation in the house with the dim light inside. This is a closed secret room. There are 5 law enforcement hall disciplines. According to the Yuan Shi fluctuations during the match just now, Yang Kai estimates that their strength is probably in the open Yuan stage. The appearance of the layer, and the person who threw the Yuan away, full of irritable Yuan Shi, is obviously a sign that he has entered the Qi transforming stage. 1 enemy 5. Moreover, the realm is quite different, and this battle is destined to have no chance of winning. But Yang Kai is smiling, and in the face of adversity, a fighting intent is violently churning in Yang Kai's heart. Dare to take the initiative to hurt people. The law enforcement hall disciple of the Qi transforming stage shouted coldly. Courage is not small. The other 4 people stood by him behind, gloomy and cold, staring at Yang Kai with a face. They were ordered by Cao Zhengwen to teach Yang Kai a lesson, as long as they don't kill them. They didn't expect that they had just entered the house, and Yang Kai actually took the initiative to attack and beat them completely unprepared, completely losing face. Hey! Yang Kai leaned his back against the wall, his head slightly lowered, his scarlet eyes circling around the 5 people. His voice coldly said, "You want to hit me? Could it be that I can't resist?" The law enforcement hall disciple complexion of Qi transforming stage sank and smiled. "You are clever. Since you know what we think, don't resist. Obediently let's have a fight so that wise Wang young master can get out of this bad breath. If you dare to resist, you may lack arms and legs. You can try." Yang Kai looks coldly at him. "Stubborn, call me." With an order, 5 people were dispatched again. The moves are harsh, and there is no show mercy at all. With their strength, they are more than enough to deal with Yang Kai individually. Now 5 of them are playing together, and they want to teach Yang Kai a lesson, naturally with no difficulty. 71 freaks. In the secret room, people suddenly turned their backs on their backs. The roar of anger and the sound of fists and fists were endless, sometimes mixed with a muffled hum or 2, and a little fresh blood splashed out. As the saying goes, double fists are hard to beat 4 hands. Yang Kai's strength is very different from these people. Even with one opponent 5, how can you keep the integrity of own? Often when you hit others, the owner has to endure 4 or 5 attacks. These law enforcement hall disciples are very ruthless. Although they won't kill Yang Kai's life, they have to lie down on the bed after eating such a fat meal. 2 months. Stop. After a long while, the law enforcement hall disciple of the Qi transforming stage suddenly shouted furiously and hurriedly jumped out of the ring. "Don't fight. You will kill someone if you fight again." The other 4 people also hurriedly retreat, staring at Yang Kai, who was beaten and crawling on the ground, with some dread in their eyes. Fuck. One of them was holding his cheek. He slapped his face and almost knocked out his teeth. The other person was holding his crotch, a look of heart lingering. "I'm almost finished." If it weren't for hiding fast, it would be me who lay down first. Even if he avoided the vital position, His thigh was still a while. With the scorching pain, Yang Kai fought hard against his rolled foot. The formidable power was huge, and it made his heart chill until now. The five of you look at me and I look at you. They are all startled, because in such a battle of great disparity in strength, although they beat Yang Kai, everyone is some traces were left more or less. This discovery shocked five people. The faces of the five people suddenly turned into a shame. Isn't this too shameful? How can a trial disciple with Open Yuan Stage 3 layer be so cruel? I didn't care much when beating him just now, but thinking about it now, it feels incredible. Puh. There was a sound, and the five people walked around, only to see Yang Kai, who was supposed to be paralyzed on the ground, stood up tremblingly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body is bright and dark, changing constantly. There is a faint red light shining, and a feeling of hotness rushes toward him, just like a quiet countless years of volcano, even if it erupts. This Yuan Chi fluctuates. The Chi transforming stage's discipline has a terrified look. It's not right. Where is an Open Yuan Stage 3 layer disciple? The Yuan Chi fluctuation? Obviously it has reached the level of Open Yuan Stage peak, and one step further, I am afraid it will be Chi transforming stage. Can he stand up? The person next to him widened his eyes and almost bit his tongue. Even if he was beaten by the fat like him, he would even move his finger. He will not have the strength, but why does he stand up? He's here. The other person suddenly exclaimed, before the voice fell off. Yang Kai, who was originally trembling, rolled up a violent wind and suddenly rushed towards the five people. In the middle of the road, Yang Kai's fist turned red, like a soldering iron fished out of a charcoal fire. Yuan Chi, who was in the body of the shouting person, suddenly punched Yang Kai. With a sound of hong, the man flew out on his back, hit the wall and fell to the ground. When his throat was sweet, he spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yang Kai's body was slightly paused, and he found the second one. Aims. Impudent. The leading discipline of the Chi transforming stage was furious. 5 senior brothers who owned 5 senior brothers beat a junior brother. Not only did they fail to bring them down, but they were counterattacked by others. What style? Where to put the face of Onan and the others? Infurious, the Chi transforming stage's discipline was launched in one palm. Danshan became angry and shouted in a deep voice, "Wind whirlwind!" The secret room suddenly cracked. Howl. From this person's palm, a small tornado visible with naked eye burst out and directly met Yang Kai's fist. Crack. There was a loud noise. The clothes on Yang Kai's arm seemed to have been cut by countless blades. It instantly became torn and ragged, and the entire arm was also covered with blood. Yang Kai's red eyes showed a look of consternation. True Yang Yuan Chi moved, suddenly surging out from his arms, blocking the opponent's this move martial skills. With a hoo, a ball of fire exploded in the secret room. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Chi blended with the wind of the Chi transforming stage disciple, and it was directly ignited. In the light of the fire, Yang Kai's fist hits out, hitting the palm of this Chi transforming stage disciple, and both sides are going to retreat. What are you doing? Give me a fight. The Chi transforming stage disciple's palm was flushed. Absolutely didn't expect Yuan Chi from the other party to be so weird. Although he didn't hurt the owner, he could eat it anyway. Some dark losses. Annoyed, immediately roared. The other 3 stunned law enforcement whole disciple came back to his senses, rushed up and surrounded Yang Kai, exhibiting what they learned. And facing Yang Kai was a beating. The other person who was first beaten by Yang Kai also joined in by fly into a rage out of humiliation. 5 minutes later, the 4 talents gradually stopped, panting and retreating a few feet away with a sullen expression. They were almost a whole room away from Yang Kai and looked at him vigilantly. They were really shocked by the madness of this junior brother. The second encirclement fight. The effect is remarkable. Yang Kai's injuries were several times more severe than before, but the 4 also paid different degrees of price. He won't get up again? One of them asked softly while covering his mouth and coughing. After coughing, there was a pool of blood in the palm. It shouldn't be, it's all beaten up like this. Another person rubbed Owen's eye sockets. There was a bruise, and a big singe bubble appeared, as if it was being scalded by boiling water. Up, General. The 5 people are very bitter in their hearts. They think that this time the owner suffered such a big loss, it is entirely because of the terrain. In this small secret room, 5 people fight one out, which seems to take advantage of it, but it is difficult to shoot together, and the other party is not that many scruples. There are enemies everywhere, and you can play voluntarily. How could it be so embarrassing if it was in the wilderness, if you could fully display your strength? But this one is called Yang Kai's junior brother, and the strength is really amazing. The General Open Yuan stage 3 layer is not his opponent at all. No wonder Wise Wang would lose to him. Just when the 5 people thought that Yang Kai was really beaten to the ground, he actually moved again. He was extremely weak, battered and exhausted, but straightened up inch by inch. Yuan came out of his body. Not only did the chi fluctuation not weaken, but it became more surging. Damn it. The chi transforming stage disciple cursed secretly. What kind of freak is this junior brother? Doesn't he pass out of such a hit? Don't come here and really kill you. The man with bruised eyes yelled sternly. This is a very ridiculous scene. The beating party hugs together and yells that the one who was beaten will not come over again. On the contrary, it was the one who was beaten, almost unconscious, covered in fresh blood, and was moving, step by step, approaching the 5 people. Each step is so heavy, each step is on the verge of collapse, as if he will fall at the next moment, but he is still moving forward. If it weren't for the wall behind, the 5 people would retreat again and again. 72, 72, 72 is a big battle. Get up early to ask for votes. A series of swallowed saliva sounds sounded. Senior brother, what should I do? One of them asked nervously. He was afraid that he would fight again, and he really killed Yang Kai. This is a fucking lunatic. The chi transforming stage disciple's eyeballs trembling slightly, gnashing teeth cursed. No matter what, he dares to come and fight. This time must stun him. Okay. The other 4 responded in embarrassment. Just as the 5 people were very vigilant, a chill rose from the heart for no reason, and then the temperature of the entire secret room dropped a lot. The sound of crack came from all directions, and the 5 people turned their heads in amazement. They saw the wall of the secret room, and there was a thin 1-layer ice frost on the ground. What's the matter? A person was puzzled, and then he shivered. With a sound of hong, the door of the secret room was kicked open. Who? The law enforcement hall disciple of the chi transforming stage screamed and turned his head to look. A mouth suddenly opened to the size of a duck egg, and it couldn't close. Although the indoor temperature is shaking down, like a cold winter, the person's forehead suddenly appears with 1-layer dense cold sweat. Staringly looks at a female at the door of the room, stammering said, Su Yan senior sister. Su Yan senior sister? The other 4 people are also complexion changed greatly. Following his eyes, he saw a heavenly fragrance. A female with a cold face, wearing a clean white clothed skirt, stood there. She is like the white snow lotus blooming on the immortal snow mountain, coming to the world with a chill, so noble and so cold. Where beautiful eyes swept 5 people. There was a feeling of shame in my heart for no reason, and he lowered his head unconsciously. Su Yan just returned from the Black Wind Trade City in a hurry. It was too late to investigate the situation. It was only when Su Mu was also taken into the forest prison and rushed in and realized that there was something here. Let's take a closer look at the traces of the battle. After opening the door, what she saw immediately made her heart tremble. There are 6 people in the room. 5 of them are law enforcement hall disciple, 1 chi transforming stage 2nd layer, 4 open yuan stage 8-9 layers, and 1 is blooded, and the clothes are tattered and shaky. Standing the dangling, only an unyielding will was revealed in those eyes. This person Owen has seen it. Yang Kai. Once Su Mu took him to Black Wind Trade City, he defeated Cheng Shoufeng's trial disciple. Divine consciousness came out, and after a little check, Su Yan was even more surprised. She clearly noticed that Yang Kai was injured all over. Although these injuries are not terrible, he is absolutely impossible with his strength. Still standing, it should have been down long ago. How tenacious will he have to support him from being so severely damaged? In a short time, Su Yan already knew what had happened in this room. Rarely will there be a wave of heart. For the first time some unknown fire rises. Body flashed. Su Yan came to Yang Kai's side, supported him with one hand. Cold Yuan Shi poured in, controlling his injuries within the body. It is strange to say that, stimulated by this cold sensation, Yang Kai's tumbling blood quickly calmed down, and his groggy spirit immediately became sober. The scent of King Lai lingers on the tip of his nose. Yang Kai turns his head and looks at Su Yan, who is standing next to the owner. His hideous face gradually calms down. This senior sister is actually not tall, half a head shorter than Own, but at the moment she stays next to Own, Yang Kai feels a kind of tranquility that has never been seen before. Just like being in an empty snow mountain, there is only a refreshing coolness, all the noise of the world disappears. With her by his side, Yang Kai involuntarily raised the idea of going hand in hand with her and returning to the mountains and forests. Who moved the hand? Su Yan sounded indifferently. The 5 people in law enforcement hall trembled. Look at me, I look at you, and bowed their heads and said, everything is done. In front of Su Yan, it seemed that lying is a blasphemy against her. That noble, coldly inviolable temperament and majesty made them dare not speak frankly. Su Yan nodded slightly. Very good. After finishing speaking, he turned around directly with Yang Kai and left the secret room step by step. Having been waiting for Su Yan's back to disappear, the 5 people breathed heavily, all with a feeling of avoided a catastrophe. But not waiting for the 5 people to be fortunate, everyone suddenly felt a cold in their chest, looked down, and saw that there was a little more ice frost on the chest, and then, this ice frost quickly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it became an ice flower half the size of a palm. With a wow, 5 ice flowers shattered at the same time. 5 people groaned and the complexion fell to the ground palely. All that was felt was that Yuan Shi suddenly disappeared as the ice flowers burst, and his body was still affected. A serious injury. Really strong. Worthy of being a 3 sects #1 person. The law enforcement hall disciple complexion of the chi transforming stage was pale, shiver coldly, and a face with lingering fears. He didn't even see when Su Yan actually moved his hand, so he was hit unconsciously. If it weren't for this senior sister's indifferent temper, I'm afraid it would be more than just a little injury today. To take the lives of these people with her strength is like pinching a snail with no difficulty. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai still hobbled forward 1 step at a time. Hearing the movement from behind, he turned his head and looked at Su Yan in surprise. Did you hit them? Su Yan's long eyelashes blinked. Are you okay? It's okay. Yang Kai nodded. By the way, bring Li Yunshan and the others out. Where is Su Mu? Su Yan asked. I don't know. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He was not detained. He should have been sent back. Those people did not dare to touch Su Mu. Hearing this, Su Yan was sighed in relief. 2 people walked into the depths of the forest prison. Not much time came to the place where Li Yunshan and the others were detained. A group of people saw Yang Kai and Su Yan appear together, and they were so close at the moment. He dropped his eyes and forgot to breathe. God, if I can be so close to senior sister Su, I am willing to be beaten to death. Li Yunshan and the others are envious of life and death. Come out. Su Yan waved off the lock of the cell. Oh. A group of people responded unconsciously, and then stupidly walked out. Dozens of pairs of eyes kept spinning on Yang Kai and Su Yan. No matter how plain Su Yan temperament is, when they look at it this way, their face looks somewhat unnatural. Go, I'll take you out. Su Yan coldly took a pretty face, holding Yang Kai to the front, Li Yunshan and the others following. Not much time. A group of people walked out of the forest prison, and the bright light shone. Everyone squinted their eyes, but outside of the forest prison, nearly 100 law enforcement Hall disciples were waiting for, surrounded by export groups. What a big battle! Yang Kai sneered. Senior sister, is this used to deal with you, right? Su Yan did not answer, just lightly swept. Everyone glanced at them, still supporting Yang Kai and moving forward. No one dared to stop wherever he went, and all the law enforcement Hall disciples blocking the way were scattered in fear, actively giving way to a passage. 73. Senior sister treats me with sincerity. A pair of eyes are staring at the leader Su Yan and the Yang Kai she is supporting. All kinds of envy and jealousy are spreading rapidly, and a strong sour taste rises. Stand up. Before today, they had never seen a man so close to Su Yan. Even those outstanding people who are also core disciple did not receive this honor. Su Yan practiced ice heart secret art. A daughter's heart has been frozen for many years. Don't say she gets close to other men. Talking is a rare thing. Every discipline of High Heaven Pavilion, no matter how strong or low, regardless of status, can only be cautiously in front of her, for fear of abrupt beauty. But at this moment, she actually took the initiative to support an open Yuan stage 3 layer teenager, with a little white jade hand resting on the opponent's waist slightly, and Bingji's face was slightly red, which looked so enticing. Normally people who are unattainable, at this moment, they seem to be much closer to own. However, the hearts of countless High Heaven Pavilion male disciplines are broken. They only feel that goddess, who owns in mind aloof and remote, seems to have been profaned. And this person who blasphemed goddess, is right in front of him, being supported by goddess, smelling goddess's body scent, feeling the softness of goddess' small hands, enjoying the treatment that no one can enjoy. There is a murderous aura. Yang Kai has a weird smile on the corner of his mouth, with a calm expression, as Su Yan walks forward. There is a smell of the fox exploits the tiger's might. The silhouette dangled in front of him, and a man with abundance of jade and beautiful eyes stood in front of Su Yan and Yang Kai. This man looked at Su Yan's star eyes full of tender affection, but hidden a trace of deep jealousy and unhappiness. Su Yan's pace stopped, raising the head looks at the opponent. Get out of the way. As always, the cold voice sounded. The voice was flat, without the slightest aura of fireworks, and I couldn't hear the mood. The man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Junior sister, don't embarrass senior brother. Senior brother is also the responsibility. This man is the second expert of the younger generation of High Heaven Pavilion. Xi Hongjin. Get out of the way. Su Yan still said that, as if he didn't want to say one more word. Xi Hongjin helplessly said, Junior sister, these people can't leave now. They have violated the rules. No one can take them out of here until the Elder Assembly has made a decision. The rules? Yang Kai took a step forward, sneered. Dare to ask this senior brother, which rules did I violate? Xi Hongjin looked at him contemptuously at a glance. He hummed, gather crowds to fight, commit murders, and despise law enforcement hall. Anyone is enough to get you out of the High Heaven Pavilion. Gathering crowds to fight? Su Yan took the words. Who to fight with? Since it is a gathering of people to fight, there should be opponents. Why did you law enforcement hall only arrest one of them? The other party? Xi Hongjin's face was stunned, speechless. The other side of the fight is Wise Wang and the others. How dare they catch it? Assault and murder? So where are the corpses of the slain? Xi Hongjin smiled bitterly, and quickly explained. Attempted to commit murder, but fortunately we were stopped by law enforcement hall, and there was no big mess. Sect disciple, you are arrogant. If according to what you said, wouldn't every pair of disciplines are you trying to commit murder? There are so many people in your law enforcement hall, and you have nothing to do when you are full. Why not capture the entire High Heaven Pavilion's discipline? Su Yan's expression was indifferent, with a cold tone. As for contempt of law enforcement hall, if law enforcement hall can really be fair and equitable, who would dare to despise it? I am afraid that the law enforcement hall, which is known as the representative of the rules, has long been reduced to a prop for some people to fight for power. Owner destroys the majesty of Own. No wonder everyone else step on a few feet. Junior sister. Xi Hongqian smiled dryly, with deep helplessness hanging on his handsome face. Do you have to be so straightforward? The right and wrong. Your own heart is clear. Xi Hongqian expression sadly, whispered, Junior sister, I treat you with sincerity, why are you embarrassing me so much? Su Yan indifferently said, if senior brother had heard this to Zhao Fexuan Zhao junior sister, I don't know how she would feel. Zhao Fexu, like Xi Hongqian and Su Yan, is High Heaven Pavilion core disciple. However, the relationship between this female and Xi Hongqian has been unclear. Xi Hongqian's body trembled, looked towards Su Yan deeply, with a look of distress, but helpless. Immediately, he turned his gaze, and stared at Yang Kai. His eyes suddenly become very resentful. Yang Kai looks calm, coldly looks back at him fearlessly. Your name is Yang Kai? Xi Hongqian asked, pressing down on the sorrow in his heart. Anyone who sees a female that owns likes to kiss secret place and support other men, is afraid that he will not get better. What advice does senior brother have? I know you picked up this matter. Without you, there would be no trouble now. If you don't want to hurt junior sister Su, just obediently own and go back to the cell, saving me hands. Xi Hongqian lightly instructed. He couldn't persuade Su Yan, and he didn't dare to do anything with Su Yan. He could only find a breakthrough from Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled openly. What are you laughing at? Xi Hongqian asked with a frown. Yang Kai is now covered in blood and looks quite embarrassed, but he smiled. While laughing, he slowly stretched out one of his hands and grabbed Su Yan's support on his waist. The jade hand is then gently patted on the palm, turning to look at Su Yan, with a tender affection expression. I don't want to hurt senior sister, but senior sister treats me with sincerity. I'm really bad. Let her betray her. I can only let her go crazy. The Xi Hongqian complexion was suddenly pale. Su Yan stayed in place even more, and she was confused on her pretty face. Li Yanqian and the others smashed their jaws to the ground, and there was a strange sound of creak in their throats. But they couldn't say a single word. Among the hundreds of law enforcement hall disciple all around, I only feel that one of the heart of Own suddenly splits. Each and every one is dumbstruck. Senior sister, don't you think? Yang Kai, as if not knowing that the situation is critical, actually sprinkled a handful of salt in the boiling oil. Xi Hongqian looks at Su Yan nervously, afraid that she will give an answer that Ona doesn't want to hear. Su Yan suddenly came back to his senses. She grows up and she has never been so thin and light by a man. One of Ona's hand was touched wantonly by him in his palm, and the rough hand callus rubbed against the skin of Own. There was tingling and a little warmth. Su Yan is furious. He almost didn't shoot Yang Kai flying out on the spot, but after thinking about it, he understood what Yang Kai wanted to do. Enduring the anger in his heart, Su Yan slightly nodded, and generously admitted, yes. While answering, he carried a secret force and rushed into Yang Kai's meridians. Yang Kai groaned. 2 strands of fresh blood suddenly appeared in his nostrils. Why is it bleeding? As Su Yan said, he took out a white silk scarf and gently wiped Yang Kai. Why don't you do anything? Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart, and said that this senior sister looks at temperament indifferently. In fact, if she provokes her bottom line, she will be ruthless. You. Xi Hongqian was so jealous that he was going crazy. If Su Yan admitted just now, he still didn't believe it. But seeing this scene made him unable to question Su Yan. Feelings too. Has he ever seen Su Yan treat a man so tenderly? Have you ever seen Su Yan's hand held by a man in the palm and will not struggle to resist? If you are not really willing, with Su Yan's strength, how can this Yang Kai succeed? Junior sister, heaven warping genius, how can you see this kind of trash? Who do you say is trash? Yang Kai and Su Yan turned their heads at the same time, their faces gloomy such as the eve of rainstorm. 74. The argument of the rules, as if they had been negotiated, like heart consonants. Yang Kai and Su Yan actually yelled the same sentence, and even their tone of voice was normal. Xi Hongqian's expression startled being shouted. He looked at Su Yan with great pain and said bitterly, "Why is he not trash? In terms of status and status, he is just a trial disciple. In terms of cultivation level strength, he now only has Open Yuan stage 3 layer. This kind of person is trash." Junior sister, why would you like him? Our business. You don't need to worry about it. Su Yan is obviously in the drama, and I want to take this opportunity to get rid of Xi Hongqian's entanglement for so many years. Even with us this kind of intimacy is used. Senior brother, do you know there is a saying called love at first sight? Yang Kai looked at Xi Hongqian playfully. Shut up. Xi Hongqian expression roared grimly, I talked to junior sister, how can you interrupt this waste? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, sneered. Trash is trash. Xi Hongqian's calmness has long since been thrown away, under jealousy. His handsome face is distorted. It can be as ugly as it is. When I was your age, I was already Chi transforming stage. You are nothing more than Open Yuan stage 3 layer, and now am I separation and reunion boundary peak, a difference of 2 great realms, 6 small stages. You can follow me better than. Senior brother, please try it out. Yang Kai didn't say much. Some things are useless. Only if they are done can they be effective. Xi Hongqian, I don't want to entangle with you here. You get away. Thanks to the blessing of Law Enforcement Hall, he was seriously injured. I want a healing. Su Yan shouted coldly. No one wants to leave here today. Xi Hongqian angry roar, looked at Su Yan sadly, his body trembling slightly, ordered, Law Enforcement Hall disciple. If anyone dares to rush out, execute without any mercy. This is what your senior sister Su is like, and you absolutely can't show mercy. The depth of love and the depth of hate. Xi Hongqian perfectly interpreted the meaning of this sentence at this moment. More than 100 Law Enforcement Hall disciple hesitates immediately moved after a while, and once again surrounded the group of Su Yan. You insist on doing this? A dangerous rays of light flashed in Su Yan's water-cut pupils. Xi Hongqian smiled bitterly, Junior sister, I know that Ona is not your opponent, but if you want to pass from then on, step on the body of senior brother today. He is I want to sacrifice myself and become benevolent, trying to impress Su Yan with the courage and senselessness of Ona. Su Yan's puffy chest is ups and downs. She is not afraid of Law Enforcement Hall. Her strength is as high as True Yuan stage 3 layer, which is 3 small stages higher than Xi Hongqian. Once Ice Heart Secret Art is deployed, no one can stop here. But Yang Kai and Li Yanshan are not destined to be better. She has only one person after all. Impossible will protect everyone under the wings of Ona. The scene suddenly froze. Su Yan didn't dare to lead people out and the people in Law Enforcement Hall didn't take the initiative to attack. They just stopped them here. A group of juniors are making trouble here, but the elders of High Heaven Pavilion are making noisy heaven and earth turning upside down in another place. In the Elder Hall, High Heaven Pavilion Great Elder Weixai Tong, Second Elder Su Xuan Wu, Third Elder He Baixiu, Fourth Elder Zif, Fifth Elder are all at ease, and they are all present. 5 Great Elders sit in 2 rows, with Great Elder Weixai Tong headed on one side. 4th Elder Zif and 5th Elder are particularly comfortable sitting in the lower position. On the other side are Second Elder Su Xuan Wu, Third Elder He Baixiu 2 people. This is the current Elder faction of High Heaven Pavilion. Wise Wang and Su Mu, who had been in friction before, were kneeling side by side on the floor below, and in turn explained what happened today. Su Mu first said that what he said is true, how the owner was blocked by Wise Wang, how he was provoked, how to fight, and how he was humiliated. Everything is fine, without the slightest personal feelings. Come out. The 5 elders did not say anything after listening. They just waited for Wise Wang to say it again. But things are a little different from what Wise Wang said. At the beginning, it was the same as what Su Mu said, but since the period when Yang Kai appeared, Wise Wang is very different. Doing his best to slander, his tongue shines brightly. His nose and tears talked about how Yang Kai was too much. He actually held a sharp weapon secret treasure, broke his embroidery cloud-chained armor, and tried to kill on the spot. The bitterness of the tone made the listener sad, and the listener shed tears. With the exaggerated body language, the scene at the time was magnified in front of everyone 100 times. "You fart." Su Mu was furious and couldn't help cursing. That's the truth. Wise Wang cheated Su Mu and was knocked unconscious. He didn't see the situation at all, so he insisted. "The truth is that you are paralyzed. You are nothing wrong. Rumors and deceitful rubbish. Lies do not draft. Shut up." Great Elder patted the chair heavily. Su Mu scolded his daughter-in-law in front of him. How could Great Elder not get angry? However, anger returns to anger, and it is difficult for him to teach the matter between juniors. HMPH. Second Elder Cold Snort. Great Elder said, "The matter has been asked. How do you think?" Although he asked, his eyes have been fixed on Second Elder Sugs Yuan Wu. Naturally ask him what he means. Sugs Yuan Wu said, "What do you think? Isn't this clear? The challenge is between the juniors, let them own to deal with it. Why not alarm Elder Assembly?" Great Elder slightly smiled, and Fourth Elder Zif, who has always been the only one looking forward to the Great Elder Horse, said, "Second Senior Brother is wrong. It was really a contest between juniors at the beginning. But since that Yang Kai provoked the incident, the nature of the matter has changed." How did it change? Under the public gaze. He also just and honorable challenged Wise Wang, not at all breaking the rules of sect. Wise Wang's own strength was not good. Who is to blame for being defeated? Sugs Yuan Wu was angry that his own grandson was being bullied, and his tone of voice was naturally not too polite. Fourth Elder opened the mouth and said, "If he really just challenged and defeated Wise Wang, it would be nothing wrong. But this is not the case. But during the battle he took out a handle-sharp weapon, used this sharp weapon to break open Wise Wang's embroidery cloud chain armor. There are some rules in the clan, and no weapons should be used when discussing between the disciplines. Then Yang Kai obviously broke this rule and should be punished." Sugs Yuan Wu sneered, "Old Fourth, the clan rules are not so set, right? Sect Master hasn't been released for many years. Could it be that someone is bold enough to modify the clan rules without authorization?" The words mean something. The Great Elder faction can't help being emotional. Wai Tong said, "Oh, so what do junior brothers say?" Sugs Yuan Wu said with a sneer, "On the clan rules, the discussion between disciplines is not allowed to be used." Sugs Yuan Wu said with a sneer, "Weapons. And don't use any medicine pill or secret treasure that enhances you. To compete with each other, you can only use your own martial skills and fists." Eldest Senior Brother, this one, am I right? Great Elder Complexion is cold, nodded and said, "That's right." 75, 75, 75 70th 576 Treasure Meng arrived. "That's right." Sugs Yuan Wu sneered, "The discussion between Wise Wang and Su Mu, why is he wear a defensive secret treasure? Is this broken sect's rules? How should I deal with it?" He didn't say how to deal with Yang Kai, first tied Wise Wang together, but let Great Elder expression startled. "I don't know how to answer." If Wise Wang really wins Su Mu with the true ability of own, it will only be blamed on Su Mu's poor academic skills. Now Wise Wang is using the protection of secret treasure to humiliate my grandson, eldest senior brother, you when I am stuck in the mud. Sugs Yuan Wu yelled and slapped the arm of own chair to pieces. Wai Tong had to lower his stance and said, "Second junior brother, calm down. And Wise Wang's secret treasure for defense is indeed given to him. But I just want to give him more security. I never thought that the little child was too bad, and relied on the power of secret treasure to learn from others. This is Wise Wang's fault." After that, he yelled at the bottom, "Wise Wang, do you still apologize to Su junior brother and admit your mistake?" Wise Wang is also clever. Hearing this immediately holds the fist saying to Su Mu, "Su junior brother, this time it's senior brother Wise fault. Senior brother will not accompany you anymore. Junior brother has a large number of adults, and the Prime Minister is good at punting, so don't worry about it. HMPH. Su Mu turned his head to ignore. But when it comes to this, what can Su Xuanwu do? Great Elder said again. Wise Wang was at fault, but Yang Kai made a bigger mistake. Holding the divine weapon, sharp weapon, he almost killed Wise Wang. If the law enforcement Hall disciple hadn't intervened in time, Wise Wang would be at this moment. I am afraid that there is no life left. The impact of this matter is bad. Yang Kai must be severely punished. Warn others from following bad examples. Fourth Elder Zif and Fifth Elder are particularly comfortable and nodded. Second Elder said with a sneer, why did Wise Wang break the rules of the family and let it be modest? But Yang Kai has to be punished severely. Could it be because Wise Wang is your grandson of eldest senior brother? Will I be able to enjoy some privileges? If so, what prestige does my High Heaven Pavilion Elder Assembly have in front of the disciples? Why Caitong's stern saying, second junior brother. Yang Kai's fault is not the same as Wise Wang's, and cannot be mentioned on equal terms. Wise Wang just wears a defensive secret treasure. He just wants to protect himself and never hurt others, but Yang Kai has a murderous secret treasure. Is to kill, which is lighter and heavier. The two junior brothers should be clear. Su Xuanwu said, dare to ask eldest senior brother, who saw Yang Kai holding their murderous secret treasure. If you really have this weapon, why didn't Law Enforcement Hall find it from him? Old Fourth, does your Law Enforcement Hall report on this? Law Enforcement Hall was created by Fourth Elders if ruled. Hearing this shook his head and said, although there is no, but that many people present at the time saw Yang Kai holding a blood-red knife in his hand. But this thing cannot be faked. If it weren't for the huge formidable power of the weapon, Wise Wang's embroidery cloud-chained armor will not be destroyed. Su Xuanwu cold snort. Within the body Yuan Shi suddenly burst out a long slender sword from his fingertips. This long sword is condensed by Yuan Shi, twinkling. Obviously the formidable power is huge. If you say that, do I also have a weapon in my hand? Su Xuanwu coldly looks at the three people opposite. This is just a subtle use of Yuan Shi. Where is a weapon? Fifth Elder especially shook his head slowly. Second senior brother means that Yang Kai, who only has open Yuan stage 3 layer, can already use Yuan Shi to such an extent. Fourth Elder's if faint smile looks at Su Xuanwu. This is just a joke. A martial artist can only condense this kind of essence when his strength reaches the true Yuan stage, and within the body Yuan Shi turns into true Yuan. And Yang Kai, trifling open Yuan stage 3 layer, and true Yuan stage are separated by 108,000 miles. Where is this ability? I didn't say that he controlled Yuan Shi to such a degree. Just a few fellow apprentices. Could it be that forget about martial skills? Su Xuanwu snorted. Impossible, even if he uses some strange martial skills, the martial artist of trifling open Yuan stage 3 layer, he will never break the defense of embroidery cloud chain armor. Wai Caitong shook his head repeatedly. There is no impossible thing in the world. I can only say that a few fellow apprentices have lived in the High Heaven Pavilion for a long time, eager to fight for power, and their thinking is too hard to keep up with era. This is a bit ugly. Wei Caitong's face suddenly became cold. Second junior brother, do you have to protect that Yang Kai with one effort? Yes, and how? Su Xuanwu Huodi stand up. The matter at this time, to put it simpler, is the discussion between the juniors. You have to take it out to make a fuss. Okay, I will satisfy your mess, or punish Yang Kai and Wise Wang together. They are both bad if sect's rules are violated. Don't let one go. Or, that's it. No. Wei Caitong rebuffed. Even as you said, Yang Kai's used martial skills can break through the defenses of embroidery cloud-chained armor, but this person is young and his methods are bloody and cruel. If he succeeds in his cultivation level in the future, he will definitely fall into the evil way. My High Heaven Pavilion cannot tolerate this person. He is no more than the open Yuan stage. How do you know that he will fall into the evil way in the future? Could it be that eldest senior brother? Second senior brother. Fourth Elders if was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Xuanwu with an anger, pointing to his nose and cursing. Old Fourth, before Sect Master retreats, I have appointed you to take charge of the Law Enforcement Hall. Over the past few years, you see what the Law Enforcement Hall has done. Fairness and justice, where if Law Enforcement Hall will only suppress dissidents and help others fight for power, then what is the use of keeping it? Tomorrow I will tell Sect Master and ask him to withdraw. It's not going to be Law Enforcement Hall. Grass, what the hell? Fourth Elder was scolded for a while, but it was not easy to refute, so don't mention too much wronged in my heart. Second Junior Brother, what if I insist on expelling Yang Kai from the High Heaven Pavilion? Wexai asked with a cold face. You dare? Suxuan Wu did not back down. Okay, then let's vote by show of hands according to the rules set by Sect Master. Once the Elder Assembly is approved, there will be no objection to the second Junior Brother, right? Hee. Vote by show of hands? Suxuan Wu laughed aloud. Eldest Senior Brother, are you a fool as Suxuan Wu? Do you still need to vote by show of hands? It's not okay, that doesn't work. What do you want? Do you not even care about the rules set by Sect Master? Wexai also clashed with anger. Elder Hall is filled with smoke, and the looks that are about to fight. Come down, get down, come and drink a glass of water, drink a glass of water. Everyone calm down. Third Elder, who has not spoken, persuaded him. Third Elder temperament is peaceful. Although he is on the side of Second Elder, he generally does not participate in any battles. And his name is the same as his mantra. He bites you, drink a glass of water. Once there was any friction between Elder, he always tried to persuade him, but with little effect. No ha. Great Elder and Second Elder roared at the same time, glaring at each other, and neither of them accepted each other. Third Elder has no choice but to drink by himself. While Elders was making noise, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Disciple has something important to tell some elders. Fourth Elder frowned, hurriedly said, coming. When Elder Assembly is discussing matters, generally the discipline is afraid to interrupt. Someone came this time, it must be a major event in sect. Several elders knew the situation, so naturally they stopped making noise. After the discipline walked in, Fourth Elder Zaf asked, what's the matter? Tell Elder, someone broke into the Law Enforcement Hall Forest Prison. Yang Hu will cause trouble. Kai and Li Yunshin and the others were rescued. At the moment, they are confronting Xi Hongjin with the senior brother at the prison sect. What? Fourth Elder stood up on the spot, and the other elders said it was shocked. Who is so daring, dare to break into the forest prison to save people? The High Heaven Pavilion disciple didn't dare to answer, just raised his eyes and glanced timidly. Suxuan Wu. Suxuan Wu's heart sighed, with a vague premonition. Great Elder collects all this in his eyes, and there is some speculation. At the moment, it is calm and composed and instructed. You said, It's Su Yan, Senior Sister Su. As soon as this was said, the smile on Great Elder's face suddenly became meaningful. Even Fourth Elder and Fifth Elder gave Suxuan Wu a weird look. Third Elder still drinks water. Suxuan Wu expression is constantly changing, angry, gnashing teeth, shouted, can you see the clear? The person who broke into the forest prison is really Su Yan. The Law Enforcement Hall disciple was frightened and hurriedly said, I know the name of Su Yan Senior Sister clearly. I still know the name of Su Yan Senior Sister. If Second Elder doesn't believe it, I can go and see it myself. No need. Suxuan Wu waved his hand and closed eyes. Divine movement. After a while, I really felt a coolness at the forest prison. This kind of coolness was felt in the entire High Heaven Pavilion except Su Yan. No one else could have it. The girl is really ignorant and brave. Second Junior Brother, what do you think about this? Great Elder sipped his tea with a smile on his face, and waited for Suxuan Wu to take back the divine consciousness, then asked to remain calm and composed while handling pressing affairs. At this moment, Great Elder is in his chest. If the two parties were unwilling to give in to each other just now, then there is now a breakthrough. Where is Forest Prison? That's where the High Heaven Pavilion imprisoned the wrong discipline. Regardless of whether Yang Kai is at fault or not, As long as he is locked in, he has to stay in it before the matter is settled. Now it's alright. Su Yan rushed in and fished out the people. It's a big mistake to be brave for a while, but violated the rules of High Heaven Pavilion. If one is not handled well, even Su Yan will be punished. Wei Xiaotong knows that Su Xuanwu will definitely not let Su Yan be involved. In that case, he has to make concessions, and naturally the one that is let out is called Yang Kai's disciple. Speaking of which, none of the 5 elders knew Yang Kai. The most important reason for making a big fuss about him today is to use the topic to fight for the dominance in the High Heaven Pavilion. Now, Great Elder thinks that Own can win. After the incident spreads, the disciplines underneath will naturally think that the Great Elder faction can influence the decisions and trends of High Heaven Pavilion, so that the goal can be achieved. Su Xuanwu complexion ashen, the expression has been struggling for a long time, and then angrily opened the mouth and said, "Eldest senior brother wants to do it, then how can it be done?" Su Yan has become a constraint. How can Su Xuanwu have the mind to fight with them anymore? To protect Su Yan from being punished, Yang Kai had to sacrifice. If King Shan stays here, I am not afraid that there will be no firewood, and there will always be a chance to find a place in the future. Old Ghost. When Su Mu heard this, he immediately opened his eyes and looked at Su Xuanwu incredulously. "What are you calling me?" Su Xuanwu, the brothers and sisters are almost mad. "Grandfather, you can't do this." Su Mu quickly changed his words. "This matter is not for you to talk about." Su Xuanwu glared at him fiercely. "Senior brother Yang has life-saving grace for me. You can't ignore him. If you don't care about him, then it is to forget favors and violate justice. You close mouth." Su Xuanwu's face flushed when he was said to. Although he was reluctant in every possible way, "But now I am a knife, and I am a fish, what can I do?" In order to prevent Su Mu from chirping and crooked, Su Xuanwu slapped out with his fingers in the air. Su Mu was immediately fixed there like a sculpture, unable to speak or move, so he could only look at and listen. "Wait to go back and clean up you." Su Xuanwu sprayed heat in his nostrils. He. Great Elder smiled with satisfaction. Since the 2 junior brothers have no objections, this is the decision. After that, looks at the bottom disciple said, "The order continues. Trial disciple Yang Kai has repeatedly violated the rules and used bloody and cruel methods, so that Law Enforcement Hall will capture him back to the forest prison and wait for Elder Assembly to discuss it before handling it. As for Su Yan, ignorance is even the first offense, so I don't care about it." What do the junior brothers think? How can other elders have any objections? Go. Great Elder waved his hand, and a token flew out and landed on the disciple's hand. "Elder orders, see people." With this token, Su Yan does not dare to act blindly without thinking. Yes. The Law Enforcement Hall disciple got the order and quit quickly. After a while, there was a sudden and short scream at the door, followed by the sound of a human body falling to the ground. Several elder complexions changed and were about to get up to check, but a voice came from outside. "Several elders are so majestic." The voice sounded, and an old man with thin white hair slowly walked in. He was holding the Law Enforcement Hall disciple that had just gone out in his hand, but now he was knocked out, and even Elder Ling was snatched by the old man. The old man walked up to Wise Wang and Su Mu, who were kneeling on the ground, rolled up his foot at will, and kicked Wise Wang to the side. "Go go go. Don't stand in the way." Wise Wang flew out and let out a scream. Elder Hall Form 5 Great Elder expression grave. Wei Xiaotong squinted his eyes and looked at Lei Ir and said, "Treasurer Meng. The man is Meng Yu Ai from Contribution Hall." Speaking of this person, the 5 elders are all at a loss. 10 years ago, he suddenly came to the High Heaven Pavilion. He didn't know what to do with Sect Master, so he moved into the pavilion and was in charge of the Contribution Hall. Several elders also asked Sect Master many times about this person's information, but each time Sect Master was vague, making them confused. But the 5 elders all know that this person is an expert, and it is definitely not inferior to an expert. Fortunately, this person has no purpose, but spends time in the contribution hall all day, and keeps himself safe. Several elders did not pay attention to him anymore, but I didn't want him to turn up without being invited today and ran to Elder Hall. Wai Tong has a faint illusion, that is, when facing this Treasurer Meng, it is more pressure than on facing Sect Master. Because of this, Wai Tong dare not neglect Treasurer Meng. While smiling, Wai Tong opened the mouth and said, I wonder if Treasurer Meng came to my Elder Hall. What's the point? Meng Yuya didn't answer, just smiled and looked at Su Xuanwu. The latter is staring at unfathomable mystery, thinking that there are no flowers on my face. It depends on what I do. Do you think the decision of Own is correct? Meng Yuya asked suddenly. What? Su Xuanwu was taken aback. 76. Release people. Sacrifice Yang Kai and save Su Yan. Do you think the way of owning is right? Treasurer Meng chuckled lightly. Su Xuanwu complexion talked. He thought the other party was here to accuse him. Meng Yuya said, in this way, Su Yan can indeed be kept safe, but if Su Yan knew about it afterwards, how would she feel? Su Xuanwu expression startled, and sweat dripped from his forehead in an instant, and he suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. If you really did this, you would only bring a heart demon to Su Yan. She practiced Ice Heart secret art. For the whole life of Heart Demon, you will be clearer than anyone else. Meng Yuya, a faint voice rang in Su Xuanwu's ear. The latter, as if was struck by lightning, regretful. Only looks at the immediate benefits, but didn't expect what kind of bad consequences will be brought to Su Yan in the future. It is true that the sacrifice of Yang Kai this time can indeed keep Su Yan safe. But as long as she survives one day, she will definitely remember this incident, thinking that the owner's peace is all due to Yang Kai's sacrifice. If things go on like this, her heart will definitely be tortured and her mood is unstable. How can her realm of strength be improved? Many thanks, Treasurer Meng. Wake up. Su Xuanwu said respectfully. Hee. Meng Yuya chuckled lightly. I don't say it, you can think of it, but it will be later. Great Elder looked aside gloomy and uncertain. The owner finally took the opportunity to join the 2 junior brothers, and the look at the major event is about to succeed. Now Treasurer Meng is running out to teach a lesson. How can the 2nd junior brother be willing to be at the mercy of the owner? For Su Yan's future, he will definitely not compromise this time. Aware of this, Wei Tong expression gloomily said, Treasurer Meng, this place is my High Heaven Pavilion Elder Hall. Without the permission of Elder, no one is allowed to set foot in this hall. You still come and go from here. Go. Meng Yuya took a look at him, thrown it casually, returned the Elder order, body flashed, and came to the top position of Elder Hall. Bold. Wai Tong was furious, and the other elders also had fierce expressions and looked at Treasurer Meng with bad looks. There is no other reason. The empty upright position is reserved for High Heaven Pavilion Sect Master. Except Sect Master, no one else is qualified to set foot there. Several elders open strife and veiled struggle for so many years. Even the Great Elder did not dare to covet that position. But now, a contribution hall storekeeper of unknown origin is standing in the right position. So how can the elders not be angry? This is contempt for the entire High Heaven Pavilion. Hee, please wait and get angry. Meng Yuya smiled faintly, stroked his beard and said, I am here on your behalf, Sect Master, just to pass a word. Come on behalf of Sect Master? 5 elders simultaneous moved. For more than 10 years, even the 5 great elders wanted to see Sect Master as difficult as Heavenly Ascension, but didn't expect Meng Yuya to meet. And listening to his words, it seems that Sect Master still has something to say because of today's affairs. What is going on here? Normally, even if there is an uproar in the cabinet, Sect Master will not intervene. Why is the conflict between a group of juniors alarming Sect Master today? What is this? Do you recognize it? Meng Yuya held a purple jade pendant in his hand. Sect Master Jade Pendant. This piece of jade pendant is the logo of High Heaven Pavilion Sect Master. It is absolutely impossible to fake it. Just know. Meng Yuya slightly smiled. Wexai Tong deliberately asked, "Dare to ask Treasurer Meng, I wonder if Sect Master has any instructions to pass down?" Although Sect Master hasn't been in charge of High Heaven Pavilion for more than 10 years but the majesty of this pavilion lord has never weakened. Meng Yuya said. "You Sect Master said, today's major event has become smaller and trivial, and everything is more expensive. The fight between the juniors, you guys are not ashamed to intervene. What hand? It's shameless too." Wexai Tong expression was astonished, and stammering said, "Sect Master. Sect Master said so." "Oh, what follows is my word. You Sect Master only said the first half of the sentence." Meng Yuya said indifferently. The 5 elders almost vomited blood. This scolding is really strong. However, On and the others are not good enough to repay. Also, Yang Kai already has the cultivation level of Open Yuan stage, so let him be promoted to ordinary disciple. It is not a problem to always hang up as a trial disciple. What? You said that too? Wexai Tong asked a little worried. It was your sect master who said it. Meng Yuya laughed. The words have been passed on, so please look at it. After that, I walked down directly from the top. Stride out of Elder Hall. The 5 elders, look at me and I look at you, and they are all silent. Sect master has already spread the word. What else needs to be discussed? It is not a major event at first. Everyone is just borrowing from the problem. Is it with no difficulty? Su Xuanwu cold snort, walked away. With sect master's order, he didn't need to fight anymore, walked to his royal highness, carried Su Mu on board, and quickly disappeared. Second elder is gone. Third elder Hibaisu also left, leaving only the great elder faction in the temple. Fifth elder said comfortably, eldest senior brother, something is wrong. It's not a big deal today, but it shocked sect master. Is there any mystery in it? Fourth elder was also nodded for a while. Sect master, could it be that I want to take this opportunity to tell us that he is still staring at the High Heaven Pavilion? This is also great elder's guess, but I dare not admit that's all. Now that fourth elder said it, he felt a little stunned. No matter what, this time, let's give way first, and be more careful in the future. Great elder pondered, then said, however, we can try sect master's mind and see what does sect master think. If he is willing to go out and take charge of High Heaven Pavilion, then I should wait for assistance. But if he is just a whim, High Heaven Pavilion can't go on like this anymore, and there should be someone who can be the manager. Yes, but how do we test? Fourth elder asked softly. Didn't sect master say, let that Yang Kai be promoted to ordinary disciple? You can make a fuss about it. So that's how it is. Fourth elder and fifth elder suddenly woke up. Before Forest Prison, Su Yan and Xi Hongqian and the others have been facing each other. No one dared to move. This situation has been going on for a full 1 hour, and Su Yan's body has become more chilly. If it weren't for Yang Kai's practice to restrain Su Yan's ice heart secret art, I'm afraid it would have been frozen. Ice sculpture. During the stalemate, a law enforcement hall disciple came hurriedly and shouted, Elder Assembly has orders, let them go. What? Xi Hongqian listened, expression dumbfounded. The law enforcement hall disciple said with a bitter face, Senior brother, several elders have said that today's matter ends here. No one will be held accountable. Otherwise the patriarchal clan system will deal with it. Xi Hongqian looks at Yang Kai very bitterly. He has been expecting Su Yan to do it, because as long as Su Yan does it, he can find a chance to kill Yang Kai. But Su Yan did not give him this opportunity. Now that he heard the order from Elder Assembly, he naturally knew that there was no hope. Gritting his teeth in grief and indignation, Xi Hongqian roared, let him go. Su Yan is still supporting Yang Kai, leading Li Yunshan and the others, and slowly walks forward then, expression ancient well without ripples. Under the gaze of Xi Hongqian's complicated eyes, he slowly left. 77, 77, 77, 70th 70. This is published for the third time. I am so painful. To publish a chapter, it will be published 3 times. No, I know if I can succeed this time. Some book friends said that it was because of the harmony caused by the 2 characters of 8, 8, and 8. I even changed the serial number. If I don't succeed, I will vomit blood. The vigorous and vigorous junior discipline battle came to an end in such a weird manner, and many people felt ignorant. This time the battle involves a lot of things. The law enforcement hall dispatched hundreds of disciplines at one time, just to contain Su-yan, which also proved her strength from the side. The other protagonist of the incident, Yang Kai, is also known by many disciplines. There are those who reject it, those who admire it, and all kinds of comments. At this moment, Yang Kai is sleeping. After leaving the forest prison, Yang Kai fell asleep directly. I was surrounded by 5 law enforcement hall disciples this time. Although the injuries were not fatal, they were also quite serious. If it weren't for a breath of anger, Yang Kai would have fallen. As soon as the matter is over, there is no worry in my heart, and naturally I can no longer support it. When he woke up, Yang Kai was shocked to find that On was lying on a strange bed. He was sore. He rolled his eyes and looked all around, and found that the house is simple and elegant, and there is not much inside. The furniture is extremely quiet. Same as Su-yan's cabin in Blackwind Trade City. Struggling to get up, maybe the movement made is heard outside. Not much time. Su-mu pushed open the door and appeared moved. Li Yunshin and the others are there, and they walk in with Su-mu and look at Yang Kai with relief. Senior brother Yang, how do you feel? Su-mu came up and helped him up. It's okay. Yang Kai ran Yuan-chi slightly, and found that there was nothing wrong with it, just a few days of training. This time it was senior brother who rescued me again. Su-mu, thank you. Su-mu thanked me awkwardly. Don't care. Yang Kai waved his hand. By the way, this is the medicine pill that my old ghost gave you. These are all healing and practice. Su-mu took out a dozen bottles and placed them one after another at the head of the bed. Second elder. Yang Kai stunned. Too much, right? Not much, not much. You have been seriously injured this time, so you should take care of it. The junior brother will thank second elder for me. Don't thank him. Su-mu waved his hand. A little anger appeared on his face. Su-xuanwu also felt that he owed Yang Kai this time, so he gave so many medicine pill. After all, if Treasurer Meng had not brought Sect Master's instructions at the last minute, maybe this time Yang Kai was sacrificed by him. Su-mu was annoyed at his handling of this matter, and this time specially asked for a lot of medicine pills to Yang Kai. Where is Su-yan's senior sister? Yang Kai turned to look around and asked. Su-mu's face suddenly turned weird. He naturally learned about Yang Kai's previous feats from Li Yunshin and the others. For a moment he was afraid and admired. Through childhood, Su-yan it didn't feel like an elder sister, but a mother-in-law. In front of Su-yan, Su-mu never dared to take a breath. But look at this senior brother Yang, how courageous. In front of more than 100 people, he even pulled up the little hand of his own elder sister, and released those brazen words. Afterwards, the elder sister was not killed. Not only was it not killed, but was also arranged by the elder sister to cultivate in the owner's fragrant boudoir. This kind of thing is simply unimaginable. For the 2 days when Yang Kai was in a coma, Su-mu also thought and meditated for 2 days, but still did not penetrate the mystery. Why? This in the end is why? Hey, senior brother Yang. Su-mu heavily sighed, patted Yang Kai's shoulders, carefully considering the words, and said, sorrow. Since ancient times, there are many the falling flowers are yearning for love, but the heartless brook ripples on. Senior brother, you have to take a closer look. Yang Kai startled, and then some didn't know whether to cry or laugh, knowing that Su-mu might have misunderstood On. I didn't explain much, I just asked, where is she? This time, thanks to her rescue at the critical moment, otherwise Yang Kai might really use Yang liquid to kill those few law enforcement hall disciple, but facing those few people, Yang Kai was not at all sure of killing. so he didn't take the risk. But anyway, once you get to that point, there is no room for maneuver. After she settled you here, then went Blackwind Trade City. Sumiu replied. Senior's sister didn't say anything when he left. Yang Kai was suspicious. Originally, he thought Su Yan must have something to say to Ona. After all, Ona's approach at the time was really unconsidered. No. Sumiu slowly shook his head. Yang Kai secretly admires him. The personality of this senior sister is really free and easy. It is related to the name of the owner. She did not explain the twists and turns to anyone. The clearer is clear. After another conversation with Sumiu, he left. Lying on the bed, Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Things are already like this, no matter how much you think about it. It happened that Sumiu brought many medicine pills, and it was time to test whether the conjecture of Onday was correct. These medicine pills are half used for healing and half used for practice. Overall, they are absolutely valuable. Yang Kai first took a few medicine pills for healing, and then silently operated True Yang's secret art to help the medicine efficacy meld within the body and carefully feel the changes in the body. Not to mention, the medicine efficacy of these healing medicines is quite remarkable. The medical power flows in the meridians, and it does not take a long time to start moisturizing and repairing the injured part of the owner, so that the pain of the injured area is reduced. However, Yang Kai is keenly aware that some of the medical pills' medical power has been turned in the meridians and injected into the bones of the owner. Aware of this, Yang Kai raised his brows, confirming On's guess. In order to verify whether this guess is correct, Yang Kai has been eating various medicine pills throughout the day. The final result shows that the unyielding golden body of On can indeed absorb other energy, which is different from the energy of Yang attribute. As early as the breakthrough Open Yuan stage a few days ago, Yang Kai had this speculation, but there was no way to confirm it. True Yang's secret art is undoubtedly a special and powerful technique. It allows the owner to condense Yang liquid without limit. Yang liquid is also extremely lethal when used in battle. But this powerful method has one of the most obvious constraints. That is, the practice environment is too harsh. Must have to practice in the Yang-Chi environment. Originally, Yang Kai was worried that his own practice would be affected by the environment, but now the inclusiveness of unyielding golden body relieves him of this worries. Practice True Yang secret art when you have Yang-Chi. It doesn't matter if you don't have Yang-Chi. Unyielding golden body is not picky and accepts any kind of energy. Under the dual control, the strength of On will not stop without the energy of Yang attribute. These energies that are not Yang attribute are absorbed by the unyielding golden body. When the owner fights, it will also feed back to the owner to improve the battle strength of the owner. Yang Kai faintly feels that there is an inexplicable relationship between On, this unyielding golden body, and True Yang's secret art, but the relationship is still unclear for the time being. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was shocked. On unexpectedly consumed 5 bottles of medicine pill unconsciously. Each bottle of medicine pill has 10, which means that On ate 50 pills at once. Even if these medicine pill are only ordinary grade, the quality is not high, but if the average person eats so much, the body will definitely not be able to bear it. But the owner has nothing to do now, and his injury is much better. In the dark, Yang Kai's eyes twinkling with the penetrating rays of light, staring at the 7 or 8 bottles of medicine pills left beside him, there is a crazy idea in his heart. Surge. As soon as this idea came out, it could not be suppressed. After a long silence, Yang Kai finally decided to take a gamble. Reached out and picked up a bottle of medicine pill, opened the bottle, regardless of whether it was healing pill or repair pill refining, and poured it all into his mouth. Picking up another bottle and pouring it into his mouth. Eating all the remaining medicine pill, Yang Kai licked the corner of his mouth intently. If you ask others to see this scene in front of you, I am afraid they will pee their pants in fright. These medicine pills are indeed poisons, but they cannot be swallowed like beans. Knowing that the medicine is 30% poisonous, any medicine pill has a bottom line when it is eaten. Too much is not good. Not only is it not good for the body, but it will endanger one's health, and even moreover, it will affect its own cultivation level and foundation. But Yang Kai swallowed 70 different medicine pill in just a short time. Smash it, smash it. Yang Kai feels his belly is bulging, and countless strands of faint and gentle medicinal power are mixed and entangled in the abdomen. Not much time. It gathers into a scared witless energy. Yang Kai has been prepared for a long time, and hastened to start True Yang's secret art. That burst of energy is like a flood dragon coming out of sleep, tumbling in the abdomen. Yang Kai groaned, and only feels that the whole person's abdominal cavity is torn. True Yang's secret art's speed of operation suddenly speeds up a lot, as if it has an endless attraction. The energy condensed after the 70 medicine pill melts is pulled by this suction and slowly melted in within the meridians. Yang Kai does not dare to relax a little bit and feel it with his heart. The normal energy of this flood dragon moves among the meridians, and is incompatible with True Yang Yuan Qi. Although the two are intermingled with each other, they will not merge at all. Not only that, the directions in which these two energies flow in the meridians are also completely different. True Yang Yuan Qi rotates clockwise, but this huge medicine efficacy rotates counterclockwise, smashing into each other endlessly. In every collision and confrontation, True Yang Yuan Qi will burn all the harmful substances in medicine efficacy, leaving behind the pure energy. Yang Kai's body is bright and dark, and the skin becomes red in an instant. Under the skin, every meridian seems to have penetrated into the insect, turbulent, and looks terrifying. With the passage of time, the impurities of this huge energy are eliminated, and a little by one drop pours into the bones of One. At this moment, the unyielding golden body seems to have turned into a source of hunger. With big mouths, the earth swallowed the energy coming in. Under the severe pain, Yang Kai's feeling is clearer than at any moment, as if the body within the body gave birth to a pair of eyes, and can see how True Yang Yuan Qi refining these energies, and can also see unyielding how the golden body accepts the energy after refining. Not a single trace is missed. Vaguely feel. Yang Kai recalled the several battles that One experienced after getting the unyielding golden body. Fresh blood splashed, body aches, and One's desire for blood and excitement. Every time it was accompanied by pain and unyielding will once generated, the strength of One will grow rapidly, defeating opponents whose cultivation level exceeds One, especially in the battle in Forest Prison the previous 2 days. The beatings of those 5 opponents who were far more powerful than One were clearly presented in the heart. The blood boiled again, and the familiar warm feeling derived out of the bones, and the energy swallowed by the unyielding golden body was fed back to the owner as he wished, temporarily enhancing the strength of the owner. Not enough. Yang Kai feels that something is still missing so that the owner can truly comprehend the mystery of unyielding golden body. There is still a real battle. The thoughts got to this point. Yang Kai suddenly jumped off the bed, panting heavily, pushed open the door, glanced left and right, and went straight to the door of the opposite room. Kick away. Yang Kai estimated that Su Mu should be sleeping on the opposite side, because he heard some movement on the opposite side not long ago. So he needs someone to fight a good fight. Su Mu is the one candidate. The door was wide open. Yang Kai saw a smooth back at a glance, and the invitation to blurt out suddenly swallowed as soon as he reached his mouth. Under the moon, beside the windowsill, the lithe and graceful lovable body is moving. Condensing fat white, icy skin is pretty, looking back and exploring thousands of things. This scene is really thrilling. Yang Kai 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal souls almost flew out. There are indeed people in this room, but it is not Su Mu as Yang Kai imagined, but Su Yan. 78. 78. 78. The cost of a glance. Please recommend and Sanjian votes. This will not be reviewed again. Perhaps she heard the movement from behind. She turned half of her body sideways and looked towards the door, holding a white night dress in one hand. It seems that she is changing clothes. The eyes of the two people met in midair. Yang Kai's expression was astonished. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intention, and the fragrant shoulder trembled slightly because she saw two bright red eyes. This eyeball moves like a wolf searching for food in the snow. Crack. With Su Yan as the center, one layer ice frost quickly spread all around, her red lips pursed, and a chill in her eyes. Yang Kai finally realized that it was not good. He turned his body and his speed reached the limit, and he hurriedly fled the scene. His speed is very fast, almost less than 3 breaths, and he rushed out of the house. But before he could distinguish east, south, west, north, there was a loud noise behind the house. A large hole was broken open, and a white silhouette flew out of it and fell to the Yang Kai complexion. The expression was cold and cold. With some shame, Yang Kai retreats a few steps vigilantly, puts on a defensive posture, turns around quickly, thinking about how to explain. But after thinking about it carefully, I know that Own is now afraid of being unable to argue. No matter what it says is useless. No matter which girl is looked at like this, will not give up. Su Yan is now dressed and staring at Yang Kai coldly. Although she wanted to kill someone just now, she knew that Yang Kai didn't mean it. I'm afraid he didn't expect Own return from the Black Wind Trade City and lived in the room opposite him. This can only be said to be a misunderstanding. But even if it is a misunderstanding, Su Yan can't just let it go. She is waiting for an explanation that will calm the owner's anger. The man on the opposite side who saw the body of Own didn't say a word. His eyes were still red, and a thick fighting intent radiated from him, and he was not timid in the face of Own. Shame. Very good. I don't need your explanation. I just want to beat you out. An ice flower quietly emerged from Su Yan's fingertips, and immediately after her finger a swing, the ice flower flew towards Yang Kai in a whirlpool. On the way, the ice flower grows long in the wind. When it flies in front of Yang Kai, the ice flower has grown to the size of a basin, and the speed is extremely fast. Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect true Yang Yuan. She burst out and punched the ice flower. The fist hurts. The ice flower of cold attribute and the true Yang Yuan Shi of Yang attribute are exactly in opposition to each other. When this fist hits, the ice flower of the size of the basin is directly shattered. Whiz whiz whiz. The broken ice flower turned into countless icicles, and he hit Yang Kai with his head and face. Yang Kai couldn't react, and in an instant, there were more than a dozen wounds on his body. The fresh blood was dripping, and his body that hadn't recovered completely seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai roared in a low voice, and the unyielding golden body once again played a role. The warm feeling spread, and his strength was growing little by little. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a little surprise. She thought that the owner could knock Yang Kai stunned with one move, but he didn't expect it to be resolved. The figure shook. Su Yan approached Yang Kai like a fairy from the sky. A finger pointed and centered on Yang Kai's shoulder. The cold feeling spread across the shoulders. Yang Kai staggered and turned his head to look. His eyes couldn't help narrowing, and there was a piece of white ice frost on the shoulders, and the ice frost was still frozen being trend. Without the slightest hesitates, Yang Kai tore off Own's jacket, and then condensed one drop Yang liquid from his fingertips, and sprinkled it directly on his shoulders. The sound of zizz. Yang Kai's shoulders are like a burnt iron seal, and instantly become extremely red. But the spreading ice frost is also given by this one drop Yang liquid. The burn quickly shrank and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Yan became more surprised. She didn't expect Yang Kai to use this unimaginable method to dissolve the coldness of Own beautiful eyes frost. Su Yan directly rolled up 1,000 layers of snow waves. Her lithe and graceful body was hidden in the snow waves, and rolled straight towards Yang Kai. Like the might of a snowfall, Yang Kai was surrounded by snow waves in an instant. The biting chill rises from the heart. Even if the practice is true Yang's secret art, Yang Kai also has the illusion of being frozen into an ice sculpture at this moment. He knew that this Su Yan senior sister was furious. Although there was no murderous aura in the move, he made it clear that he wanted to teach the owner fiercely. This situation is in line with Yang Kai's original intention. Although the opponent is unattainable and unable to resist, It can be used to understand the experience of own just now. This opponent is 1,000 times better than Su Mu. In the snow waves, Su Yan repeatedly shot. Yang Kai couldn't resolve it at all. A muffled groan came out. The corners of his mouth overflowed with fresh blood, and the body was shiver coldly, struggling to resist the invasion of the cold. In the face of adversity, Yang Kai's feeling became clearer, and he suddenly gave up resistance and let Su Yan attack his own. "What's the matter?" The noise here finally disturbed the sleeping people. Second Elder Su Xuanwu was the first to rush to the scene, and then Su Mu led Li Yunshan and the others. Rushed to simultaneous, waiting to see the situation in the field. Everyone couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath. In the midst of the wind and snow, Yang Kai was naked and close eyes was under Su Yan's onslaught. His seemingly thin body was like a rag sack and was hit by Su Yan for a while. When I got here, I hit the for a while, flying in the sky, but I couldn't land. Hiss. Su Mu sucked in a cold breath. How did senior brother Yang provoke the elder sister? Is it because the senior sister was doing things the other day? Take revenge? Li Yunshan was terrified. It must be so, otherwise, with senior sister's temperament, how could he beat senior brother Yang like this? Poor senior brother Yang, the injury has not been completely recovered yet. I was in such a disaster again. Senior sister was too ruthless to start. The whispers of a group of people passed into Su Yan's ears, and Su Yan's heart was slightly angry. It was Yang Kai who saw it today. With the body of Own will take the initiative to teach, but what they say from their mouths seems to be Own's small belly chicken intestines, and they are settled after autumn. Su Yan started a lot harder. 79, 79, 79 unyielding Xiao. Su Xuanwu squinted his eyes and stared at the beaten Yang Kai, strange saying, he seems to be feeling something. What do you mean? Su Mu couldn't see through. Su Xuanwu shook his head slowly without explaining. In his eyes, although Yang Kai's current experience is tragic, he is obviously using this battle to realize something, perhaps a state of mind, or martial skills, which is enveloped in coldness. Then, in Shiver Coldly's body, there is a bit of hot fire spreading. Once the fire burns, he can shed the body and exchange the bones and enter a new level. If he can succeed, his future achievements must be out of the ordinary. Su Xuanwu has never seen a martial artist. It is a miracle that he can enter this deep level of perception when his strength is so low. Grandfather, elder sister fights like this, senior brother Yang is afraid that he will die. Su Mu was anxious. Su Xuanwu shook his head and said, Yana knows the severity of the move. There is no killing intent in her moves. It is not for Yang Kai's life, he whispered. Strange. Why would Yana beat him? It is Su Xuanwu who is so sophisticated, and I can't imagine what happened just now that would make Su Yan so angry. As soon as the wind and snow gathered in the sky, Su Yan's body stood high in the air, but Yang Kai was thrown directly to the ground, battered and exhausted, ragged, and exposed skin blue-purple with frostbite. Close to the ground, Yang Kai suddenly rolled and fell down steadily. Eyes opened, raises the head and looked up. Under starry sky, Su Yan white clothes lightly, just like fairy came to the world, with a full moon hanging behind him, the night breeze, and the clothes fluttering. The dusty and noble temperament gives people a sense of humility for no reason. Crack! There was a loud noise, and Yang Kai's body was quickly covered with one layer ice frost. And then a huge block of ice wrapped him in it. The ice cubes are sharp and angular, crystal clear and near transparent. Every hair of Yang Kai's can be seen clearly through the ice layer, and even his expression is stiff on his face. Su Yan didn't say anything, just took a deep look at Yang Kai, turned around and returned to the house. I left the magnificent scene just now, frozen in Yang Kai's eyes. Be guarding him, when the ice breaks. It will be the day of his success. Su Xuanwu instructed Su Mu seriously. Su Mu's nervous forehead sweated straight out. Grandfather, senior brother Yang won't be frozen to death like this. Su Xuanwu laughed. No, this is him good luck. After speaking, he turned and left. Su Mu, a group of people just walked forward lightly, Each and every one was beating around the huge ice cube, but this was made by Su Yan with cold ice energy. How could they destructive? Broken, the senior brother Yang was injured unhealed, and now he is frozen in it again. I am afraid that the little brother will freeze to the ground. How can this be good? Zheng Yuan said nothing. Tone barely fell. Su Mu glared at him. Didn't I hear my grandfather say, is this senior brother Yang's good fortune? Don't move. If the ice breaks open, maybe it will hurt senior brother Yang. Let's just stay here. Oh. A group of people nodded responded. The ice cube remained silent until the fifth clock. The Yankai who was frozen in it was like living dead, breathing weak, just staring at both eyes, and disappearing in Su Yan location. Su Mu and the others together decided to leave two people here and look at what should the others do. This situation lasted for 3 full days. In front of the small attic, there was a living person in an ice sculpture, and the scene seemed strange and strange. Su Mu and the others don't know how many shifts they have. Every time 2 people are kept here to guard, but there are no signs of ice breaking. Each and every one has anxious lips. Blisters. In these 3 days of time, Yankai did not feel the passage of time at all. Although his eyes were kept open, he could not see anything. All minds are immersed in sentiment. Feel the movement of the bones within the body, feel the warmth brought by the unyielding will, and feel how the strength of own grows little by little after the warmth is emitted within the body. The ice cube left by Su Yan provides him with a good space for insight. The icy energy contained in the ice block is always eroding his body and rushing into his meridians. This kind of coldness is not something Yankai can resist now, but he resists it every time, relying on the wonder of unyielding golden body. Hundreds of times and thousands of resistances, Yankai clearly understood the mysterious of the golden body and understood why it can increase the strength of the owner. Within the body, the tiny hot flame expanded little by little, until today, after understanding the mystery of unyielding golden body, the flame instantly burned, and the whole person within the body emitted a huge heat wave. Kaka came out. Su Mu and Li Yunshan, who were waiting by the side, were alarmed by the movement and quickly turned their heads to look. I saw that the huge ice block had cracked one after another, as dense as a spider web. Senior brother Yang is coming out, Su Mu asserted in surprise. Sure enough, Tone barely fell, and the ice cube burst into pieces, turning into dazzling light and disappearing into the air. Yankai was covered in blood-stained stove in place. His naked upper body still looked a little thin, but his brows tightly frowns seemed to be contemplative. Su Mu and Li Yunshan did not dare to bother and waited quietly. After a long while, Yankai's sorrow between his eyebrows suddenly disappeared, and he smiled and said, if this is the case, then I will call you unyielding. Unyielding. This is what Yankai has felt during these 3 days. It is a kind of magical martial skills that cannot be used to attack, but it can strengthen itself. This is the martial skills clearly understood on the unyielding golden body, which is also closely related to the golden body. Only when the owner is in adversity and has the unyielding will in his heart, can he inspire this kind of magical martial skills. Once it is deployed, the unyielding golden body will provide energy to the owner and make the owner's strength short-lived to strengthen. Although I have unintentionally inspired unyielding before, a kind of martial skills, when you know its principle and don't know its principle, play a completely different role. It can be said that until this moment, Yankai has truly mastered this mysterious martial skills independently, a martial skills that only belongs to him in the world. It will no longer be like before. Once injured or encountered irritation, it will involuntarily arouse unyielding. Although the harvest is huge, Yankai is a bit dissatisfied because he can perceive that there are some other mysteries hidden in the unyielding golden body. Oni has not seen it through yet, so I have to say it is a pity. The coming to Japan is long and unhurried. Yankai comforts himself. Until Yankai moved, Su Mu and Li Yunshan dared to step forward and asked with concern, Senior brother Yang, are you okay? Me? Very good. Yankai moved his hands and feet, and suddenly realized that the injuries he suffered a few days ago had been completely recovered. You still need to put on your clothes, otherwise the elder sister will come back and see that I am afraid that she will beat you again. Su Mu was frightened. 80, 80, 80. Are you still a boy? In the courtyard of the High Heaven Pavilion, second elder, Yang Kai was eating voraciously while Su Mu and the others sat and talked to him. Of course, a group of people were also asking why Su Yan put such a heavy hand on Yang Kai that night. Yang Kai did not dare to say, "By the way, Wise Wang didn't bother you anymore, right?" Yang Kai turned off the subject and asked, "Speaking of which, since leaving the forest prison that day, the owner has been unconscious, waking up and being frozen in ice cubes." Yang Kai really didn't know how sect handled this matter. The matter has passed. The cabinet is from elder, down to our junior disciplines, and will not be entangled in that matter anymore. Su Mu replied, suddenly looking at Yang Kai in confusion. Actually, the reason why we're safe this time is not the credit of my grandfather. Yang Kai raised the head. Isn't it because of the operation of second elder? No. Su Mu slowly shook his head, somewhat sorry to say what happened that day in Elder Hall, and then said, "Just when I was spotted by grandfather, who do you guess came?" "Who?" "How can you not think of this person? It turned out to be Treasurer Meng from Contribution Hall. He brought Sect Master Jade Pendant, and also Sect Masters orally." This made the major event smaller and smaller. Old Man Meng. Yang Kai stunned. If it weren't for him, Senior Brother Yang, you are now afraid that you will be severely punished by Great Elder. Su Mu said this with guilt on his face. Yang Kai smiled freely. Su Junior Brother doesn't need to take seriously. Su Mu repeatedly said, "I know there are a lot of senior brothers, I will accompany you on behalf of grandfather." The old ghost this time is really not authentic. Yang Kai did not take seriously. In high-level battles, he always uses his discipline as a pawn. This is such is human nature. Su Mu said again, "Treasurer Meng has a mysterious origin, and old ghost also said that he is deep and unmeasurable. I just don't know why he got involved in this matter, and he even had friendship with Sect Master." Yang Kai meditates. Old Man Meng has gone wild and plucked his hair, and he is not profitable and can't afford to be early. This kind of hard work will definitely make a difference, but no matter what, it is true that he helped us. I should say thank you, and see what he wants to do. By the way, Senior Brother said, we are waiting for Senior Brother to be together. Su Mu said, "Go now." Without further ado, a group of people grandiose rushed towards the Contribution Hall. In the Contribution Hall, Treasurer Meng rarely sleeps, but sits behind the counter and smiles at the incoming Yang Kai group, as if waiting for them. Su Mu accompanied them with a smiling face. Behaved, dream grandfather is good. Before this second-generation ancestor called Treasurer Meng, it has always been hey that old man, but now, how dare Su Mu be impudent in front of him? Treasurer Meng slightly smiled. The kid is very good. Hey hey. Su Mu was embarrassed. Are you here to thank you? Treasurer Meng squinted at the crowd. Well. A group of people nodded. That's it. Little Yang Kai stays, everyone else will get out. Yes. Su Mu and the others, how dare to have any hesitates? The soles of the feet, they weren't standing hot yet, and they hurriedly bowed back. After leaving the Contribution Hall, everyone realized that the reason why Treasurer Meng helped them is all because of Yang Kai. Otherwise, why did he leave Senior Brother Yang alone? Why did he help Senior Brother Yang? In the Contribution Hall, Yang Kai was also puzzled. Treasurer Meng, what do you think of me? He didn't go around the corner, but directly asked the doubt in his mind. Meng Yu-I laughed and walked out from behind the counter, with his hands on his back, and circled Yang Kai. After walking several times in a row, he raised his head and asked, "What do you think I pictured you?" "I don't know." Yang Kai rolled the eyes, thinking, I want to know what else you are doing. Meng Yu-I said, "Since you are so upright, I am not sloppy with you. You should be grateful and seeking to repay the kindness. I will help you out this time." I just want you to help my one. Busy. Yang Kai frowned. What can I do for you? Treasurer Meng is so powerful that he can't handle things. How can one handle it? As if to see the worry in his heart, Treasurer Meng said with a smile, don't worry, there is no danger. As long as you meet the conditions, not only is there no danger, there are great benefits waiting you. Yang Kai was keenly aware that when Treasurer Meng said the last sentence, there was a hidden sensation of fleshy pain on his face. Do you still have to meet the requirements to help you? Yang Kai became more puzzled, asking for help and picking and choosing. I have never seen this kind of person. Treasurer Meng said, not only must I meet my conditions, but another person must be satisfied. It's so troublesome, don't do it. Yang Kai let go out. Don't. Treasurer Meng was anxious, and finally found a qualified person. How could he just let him go? Little Yang Kai, you can't be like this. You need to know that a drop of water shall be returned with a burst of spring. Old man is also your life-saving benefactor. How can you chill me? Then you don't want to be circumspect. If you tell the matter, I will help if I can help. If I can't help you, go to someone else. Put out your hand and I will check you on she if you're within the body. Treasurer Meng didn't dare to hang his appetite anymore. Yang Kai glanced at him suspiciously and stretched out his hand. He believed that Treasurer Meng would not disadvantage him. Meng Yuya sticks out 2 fingers and puts it on Yang Kai's hand wrist, looking at it with a serious face. The expression on his face is fluctuating. At first it is careless, followed by a straight face, then his face was shocked, and the rapid change of his face was jaw-dropping. Well, good, so pure Yang Yuan gas. Meng Yuya retracted his hand, overjoyed. Is this busy with Yuan Chi from my practice? Yang Kai speculated. Nature is related. Meng Yuya fiercely nodded, otherwise, what am I looking for? Little Yang Kai, I will ask you another question, you must answer me honestly. What's the problem? Meng Yuya's expression suddenly became confused, with erratic eyes, carefully considered the words, and it took a long time to ask nervously and expectantly, are you still a boy? Because of being too nervous, Meng Yuya's neck stretched out, and he put his face in front of Yang Kai, staring straight at him. Yang Kai quickly retreats 2 steps, then backs 3 steps, got goosebumps all over, shivering involuntarily, very vigilantly. What are you doing? This old man has no special hobbies, right? This question is too nonsense. Why did you run so far? Old man didn't teach you. Meng Yuya chased Yang Kai until he pushed Yang Kai to the corner, and asked in a low voice with a mysterious look, what are you doing? Is it a boy body? What the hell do you want to do? Yang Kai put on a posture that if you dare to mess around, I will be perished together with you. What do you think of old man? Meng Yuya finally woke up when he saw the appearance of Yang Kai. He couldn't help but flushed his old face and quickly retreat a few steps. It's not what you think. Why are you so dirty? 81, 81, 81. The person that night was really you. Seeking a recommendation ticket. I don't know who is dirty, all day staring at someone's little girl's ass and thighs. Yang Kai ruthless replied. You said this again. Meng Yuya was so scared that he turned his head and looked around. He didn't know who would have heard it. He repeatedly said, Master Yang, Uncle Yang, we can't mention this matter. Old fogey just looks at how they are developing, but doesn't want to treat them. Seeing that he was soft, Yang Kai stopped chasing them, stern saying, you want me to help, is related to these? Yes. Speaking of business, Meng Yuya's expression became serious. So little Yang Kai, you have to tell me the truth, whether you have any relationship with a female. Cough cough. Well, it's a big deal. Yang Kai looked sullied and sniffed. No. Okay. Meng Yuya thought. The hanging stone finally fell. Very good. Little Yang Kai, you are so good. In this era, many men had sex with women when they were 1415 years old, through skinship. Needless to say, the children of poor families have a very early marriage, just for continuous burning incense. Not to mention the children of the wealthy house. I didn't see those young Master 2 ancestors. Each and every one has not even grown yet. There are only martial artists who are dedicated to practice. As long as they are not too erotic, they are very late to break. Even some martial artists will not have too close contact with the opposite sex in their lives. Pursuing practice and strong in the eyes of martial artist, the prosperous world is nothing but a dream, and the beauty in pink is a dead bone 100 years later. Only martial Dao peak is their pursuit. Are you afraid that you can't find a woman when you are strong? There are also many male disciplines of High Heaven Pavilion 1516 years old who linger in the land of fireworks. Although Meng Yuya believes that Yang Kai is not such a person, it is prudent to ask for a clear point. In other words, can I help you? Yang Kai squinted at Meng Yuya. If you can't, there will be no one at the end of the day. You have passed my level. Meng Yuya was in a good mood and could not help laughing heartily. Then you just said you want another person to be satisfied? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Meng Yuya smiled restrained, the expression is weird, nodded and said, it must be satisfied with her. If she is not satisfied, this will not happen. To tell you the truth, I did it a few months ago. I found a qualified person, but she was unwilling, so she can only let it go. Forget it. I will take you to see her. It can be achieved. It can't be. Can't be. After talking for a long time, Meng Yuya didn't know what to say, but faint sighed, and then led Yang Kai to walk out. Yang Kai hurriedly said, say okay first. I'm just here to help you, to thank you for your kindness. If that person wants me to do something too much, I won't agree. Smelly brat. Meng Yuya was feeling depressed. Hearing Yang Kai's pushes like this, he couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking that if you brat knew what to help, he would definitely agree to it impatiently. In front of me got a bargain. As Meng Yuya walked all the way, Yang Kai found that the only two people were walking towards Destitute Dragon Stream. Moreover, this direction is where the owner often practices. Why are you going there? I didn't see anyone in that place when I practiced normally. Destitute Dragon Stream is a dangerous place, and few people go there. When there were thousands feet or so from the place of normally practice, Meng Yuya suddenly stopped, pointed to the front and said, look there. Yang Kai raises the look at head, expression cannot be startled. In the place where Own usually practices, there is a female standing at the moment. She is standing in front of the 3 suns fruit trees planted by Own, wearing a light green dress. Thinking of something, I actually fell into the gods, not moving, letting the wind draw, and his clothes were graceful. She is covered with a veil, so that people can't see the truth. Her forehead is dotted with a Dimlu gem, which makes her so beautiful and refined. She is slender and looks weak, but she is lithe and graceful. Her shearing pupils are full of innocence, and she looks like a child who has not grown up. Seeing her, Yang Kai remembered that night, in the moonlight, the sleeping beauty on Own's broken bed. It's her. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly softened. Do you know her? Meng Yuya suddenly became alert. Own's baby discipline had told Own that she hadn't even said anything to Yang Kai. How come to Yang Kai? The two people have known each other a long time ago. It's her who wants me to help. Yang Kai looked at Meng Yuya and asked, yes. Meng Yuya nodded. I helped. To treasure Meng's expectation, Yang Kai unexpectedly, without the slightest hesitation, he simply agreed and agreed. The wording that he prepared, what is known to be moved by reason and sentimental, and what is tempted to use advantage and threatened by force, are all useless. Meng Yuya felt an unpleasant feeling in his heart for no reason. He suddenly regretted that he had come to Yang Kai. Why did you agree to be so happy? Old man Meng looked wary. Didn't you ask me to help? Yang Kai frowned, looking at Meng Yuya a little puzzled. The old man's attitude changed too quickly. I was asking you to help, but what you promised was too refreshing. Meng Yuya waved his hand again and again. You have to explain to me. Then do you want me to help? Yang Kai became impatient. Yes, Of course. Then what else do you ask? Isn't it a good thing that I promised? Yes, he promised. Isn't it a good thing to be so refreshing? Why does Owen feel wrong? Meng Yuya was stunned. Yang Kai walked over the step by step. The sound of footsteps disturbed Xianing Chang, who was meditating. When she came back to his senses, Yang Kai had already come to her. Xianing Chang was obviously taken aback, and looked at Yang Kai in a daze. There is no way not to panic. Ona met him twice at night, and they all made shameful things. How can Xianing Chang calm down? Senior Sister Xia. Yang Kai looks at her. Why are you here? I will help you see the fruit. The past few days I haven't come. I'm afraid these fruits will be picked. Xianing Chang explained quickly. Yang Kai turned his head and found that all the fruits on the 3 fruit trees previously planted by Owen were gone, except for the last one planted on the fruit tree, and there are still 3 that are about to mature. Fruit? This is your fruit. I made them pill success medicine. Xianing Chang said as he took out a small bottle and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and found that 9 red medicine pills were rolling in the bottle, which exudes a strong Yang Yuan air. It is pure and not doped with any other materials. It's just. How about pill refining using only one type of 3 suns fruit? Senior Sister knows that I am practicing here? Yang Kai raised his eyes and asked, if not, how could she have been here to help the owner guard the 3 suns fruit tree? Xianing Chang's gaze dodges. I saw it accidentally. The person that night was really you. Yang Kai slightly smiled, with warmth in his heart. 82, 82, 82. The special of Xianing Chang. When Yang Kai broke through the open Yuan stage that night, a masked female sneak attacked him. Originally, he thought the opponent was going to kill the owner. But at the end of the fight, he found that it was not the case. The opponent just wanted to help the owner. Otherwise, with the strength of the masked female, the owner could not resist it. Yang Kai was a little skeptical at the time, and now finally confirmed the identity of the masked female. At this moment, Yang Kai is full of gratitude for this senior Sister Xia. Old Man Meng flashed out untimely, blocking the middle of Yang Kai and Xianing Chang. The old hen guarding the baby like a chicken behind the owner's baby discipline. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Do you know? Meng Yuya said, with a proud face. This is my discipline. Your discipline? Yang Kai's chin almost hit the ground, and his eyes kept spinning on Xianing Chang and Meng Yuya. It was incredible. Didn't expect. Treasurer Meng, such an unreliable person, even received a discipline. Isn't this to lead people astray? You two know each other? Meng Yuya squinted looks at Yang Kai. I don't know. Xianing Chang replied quite simply and decisively, while hiding behind Meng Yuya and shaking her hand vigorously. Yang Kai understands and laughed, not knowing, but Senior Sister helped my one a little that night. Meng Yuya nodded slightly. Xianing Chang also. I told him that it was because of the match that night that Xianing Chang noticed the purity of Yang Yuan's qi in Yang Kai within the body. Treasurer Meng, what can Senior Sister Xia want me to do? Can you tell me? Yang Kai corrected his positive expression. Since it was Xianing Chang's business, Yang Kai would naturally not refuse. Meng Yuya didn't answer. He just looked at his baby's discipline, and asked inquiringly, can he do it? Xianing Chang's delicate earlobes suddenly turned red. Her eyes were drooping, her long eyelashes trembling, and it took a long time to be nodded insignificantly. Seeing her look, Meng Yuya couldn't help sighed. Quit it, time is limited. It's him. Yang Kai looks at the clouds and mists from the side, but did not ask. After a while, Meng Yuya suddenly asked seriously, Yang Kai, you know that there are some people in this world who are inherently different. These people are born with some abilities that ordinary people can't detect at all. Yang Kai expression straightened and whispered softly, Treasurer Meng refers to those with special physique? Yes. Meng Yuya nodded. These people are God blessed. The physique of some people is also suitable for practice. Some people's physique is easy to recover after being injured, And some people's physique is suitable for fighting all kinds of strange things, but no matter which person has a special physique, he can reach a height that no one could have attempted in a certain domain. I and other ordinary people are very envious of these physiques, but people who have the special physique, very rare. There may not be one out of a million people. Blessed are you, little Yang Kai. Today I am fortunate to meet someone with a special physique. Yang Kai expression shone. Surprised looks at Xianing Chang standing behind Meng Yuya. Could it be that senior sister Xia? Hee. Meng Yuya is proud and smiles very happy, nodded slightly. Yes, Ning Chang's physique is different from ordinary people. Yang Kai's mood was a little ups and downs. Absolutely didn't expect this senior sister, who is easily shy and courageous, was such a lucky person. What kind of physique is senior sister? Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder. Meng Yuya did not answer, but he muttered for a moment before opening the mouth and said, "The fruits on this fruit tree are just ripe. Please go and pick them for the discipline." Xianing Changyin walked to the last 3 suns fruit tree, and then lightly took down the 3 fruits from the tree. Yang Kai didn't interrupt to ask. He felt that the doubts of own might be solved soon. "Disciple, let him see your ability." Meng Yuya he smiled. Xianing Chang nodded slightly, walked in front of Yang Kai, and stretched out one of On's flourishing jade hand. That hand was white and slender, and on the small palm there were 3 freshly removed ones. 3 suns fruit. "Junior brother, please look," Xianing Chang said softly, turning Yuan Shi within the body slightly. Yang Kai's expression was suddenly startled, because he discovered that with the movement of Xianing Chang, the 3 suns fruit on that small hand overflowed with the energy of one after another red. That is the Yang Yuan Shi contained in the fruit. Yang Kai practices true Yang secret art. He is very sensitive to Yuan Shi of Yang attribute. Naturally, he can sense that the energy in 3 suns fruit is being pulled out frantically. But how is this done? The energy overflowing from the 3 suns fruit gathered in front of Xianing Chang, letting the gusts roar but condense. Without 10 breaths, all 3 suns fruits lost their original the color and luster of inner strength does not contain the energy trickle. Not only that, but the 3 fruits quickly dried out, and when the wind was blown, they turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Xianing Chang moved again, holding the condensed Yang Yuan energy in one hand, and dancing in the void with the other hand. Following her movements, Yang Qi under destitute dragon stream rises into the air like a water column. Simultaneous rushes towards Xianing Chang. She grabs it with her hand, and even grabs a burst of energy into the red air mass in front of me. The movements of the bare hands are getting faster and faster. Every catch can grab the Yang Qi rushing out of the destitute dragon stream and merge them into the red energy group in front of them. As time goes by, the red energy group not at all in front of you gets bigger, but shrinks and gets smaller. However, the Yang Yuan energy contained in it is increasing. After a while, Xianing Chang finally stopped grabbing the Yang Yuan Shi under destitute dragon stream, and pressed the red energy group in the middle with both hands. The 2 palms were quickly closed, and when she opened her palms, there were 3 red medicine pills on her palms. The medicine pill was round and attractive in color, and the red halo and pill mark were clearly visible. Yang Kai is already watching it. The scene before me can no longer be described except for its magical explanation. Until now, Yang Kai did not understand how the bottle of medicine pill given to Ona by this senior sister Xia came from. They were all refined like this. But this is too simple and easy. Alchemy expert is scarce. When refining medicine pill, there is also a risk of failure. In addition, when alchemy expert refining medicine, special tools are needed, such as medicine stove, fire and so on. But the senior sister Xia in front of me is just Hansen. Nothing is used except 3 suns fruit, so I refine 3 medicine pill with no difficulty. Here you. Xianing Chang stretched out her hand in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed the shock of my heart, picked up 3 medicine pill, and felt it carefully. and found that the yang yuan she contained in each medicine pill was more than 1/3 sun's fruit is more. After all, when refining these 3 medicine pill, Xia Ningchang borrowed yang qi from destitute dragon stream. Senior sister, if you go to pill refining, then the people in Medicine King Valley probably have no business. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I have never seen anyone who can simplify things like pill refining to such an extent. 83 Spiritual Medicine Holy Body. Even the people in Medicine King Valley who claim to make a living by refining medicine, I am afraid that none of them can have the accomplishments of Xia Ningchang. What kind of physique is senior sister? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. Meng Yuya said solemnly, spiritual medicine holy body. Related to refining medicine, not bad. Meng Yuya nodded. This kind of physique is very special. In the last ages, there will not necessarily be one. People with spiritual medicine holy body, taking any medicine pill will not have repercussions. You should also know that the medicine is 30% poisonous. Although there are many medicines now, pill can assist practice and even increase one's strength. However, there are limits to taking medicine pill for one person, but spiritual medicine holy body is different. It can be said that spiritual medicine holy body itself is the best medicine stove in the world. When medicine pill enters the abdomen, any harmful things can be refined. You, senior sister, has only been 5 years since practice, and it is now separation and reunion boundary peak. If I hadn't deliberately suppressed her cultivation level, I'm afraid I've already been promoted to the true Yuan stage. Yang Kai is shocked. After 5 years, practice to separation and reunion boundary peak, Xi Hongqian is only this realm. How long has he practiced? There will always be more than 10 years, and this is still an achievement after suppression. If it is not suppressed, doesn't it mean that she is better than Su Yan? Yang Kai blushed with shame as dead. Compared with the senior sister in front of him, the aptitude of On is a heaven and an underground. This one is the greatest genius of High Heaven Pavilion. However, senior sister Xia's ability to grow so fast is inseparable from a large amount of spirit pill wonderful medicine. Meng Yuya continued, spiritual medicine holy body has more than just these benefits. If you practice divine art with it, everything in the world, as long as it has energy, can be refined into pill success. Even this the world's spiritual energy, as long as the discipline is willing, you can also practice pill success medicine. All things in the world, as long as they have energy, can pill success. The world's spiritual energy can be refined, and 3 suns fruit is naturally nothing difficult. Yang Kai is almost foreseeable. This senior sister Xia will definitely be the best alchemy expert in the world in the future. With this unique and unmatched physique, no one can mention her on equal terms. This time, Ningchang is going to be promoted to the true Yuan stage, but before that, he needs to refining something into the body, which she can't get by herself. Meng Yuya looks at Yang Kai seriously. Why do you need my help? Yang Kai asked. Meng Yuya nodded. What kind of thing? 9 yin congealing yuan nectar. This thing is very helpful for condensing true yuan. If I don't want Ningchang refining this thing, neither it will suppress her realm. Separation and reunion boundary will be promoted to true yuan stage, and within the body yuan she will be transformed into true yuan, and the quality will be improved countless levels. This is also a process that every martial artist will go through. But in this process, if supplemented with some heavenly material and earthly treasure, the quality of the transformed true yuan will be better. This 9 yin congealing yuan nectar is obviously this kind of heavenly material earthly treasure, and it is definitely the best heavenly material earthly treasure. 9 yin congealing yuan nectar itself has spirituality, and it is very difficult to obtain it. If people who do not meet the conditions touch it, it will immediately turn into spiritual energy and disappear. Only Yang attribute practice the person of Yuan she has the possibility to control it, and the person within the body's Yang attribute Yuan she must be pure to a certain level. That's why I am looking for you. What should I do? Yang Kai asked. Meng Yuya suddenly became impatient. Ask what that many do, when the time comes will naturally tell you. Yang Kai pinched his nose and didn't know. Old man, why is there such a big fire? Where is this thing? When are we leaving? In Blackwind Mountain, there is a Jiuyin converging ground. On July 7th, Yin Qi gathers. Why at that time, 9 yin congealing yuan nectar will appear, absorb Tandi Yin Qi. There are not many days left. Yang Kai calculated slightly and found that the distance to July 7th is only 10. It only takes a few days. If you want to go deep into the Blackwind Mountain, you will have to delay a lot of time on the road. So if you have nothing to do, I want to rush over as soon as possible, miss this time, and have to wait for the next year. Meng Yu a stern saying, I can do it any time. Yang Kai slightly smiled. Then you will find me in the contribution hall 2 days later. I still need to prepare some materials. Meng Yu exclaimed. Okay, then it's settled. The two parties have made an appointment and will gather in the contribution hall 2 days later, and Yang Kai will leave. Looking at his back, Meng Yu sighed slightly. His expression on his face was weird, and he didn't know what he was thinking. It took a long time to open the mouth and said, Disciple, are you sure you want to do this? Xiaoning Chang's dress fluttering, gently nodded and said, N. Meng Yu said, Actually, you can also be promoted to the true Yuan stage without refining 9 yin congealing Yuan nectar. It's just that the future strength will be slightly lower, that's all. Xiaoning Chang chuckled, but, to help the master, isn't true Yuan the purer the better? The master saves me and supports me. The discipline also wants to help the master. But hey, do you want to think about it? The reason why Meng Yu wants to stay for 2 days is that Meng Yu wants Xiaoning Chang think more about it. Xiaoning Chang blushed, no, and so on. I don't hate him. Meng Yu sighed, it's cheap this brat. Thinking of Yang Kai's indifferent look, Meng Yu hates gnash the teeth. You are only here to help, but you don't want how much advantage your own will take. Don't make any sparks. After all, this small place is not a place for the discipline. Meng Yu is full of sorrow and worry. Yang Kai didn't go to Su Yan's small attic anymore. Instead, he returned to the small wood house where he had been away for several days. Although he didn't come back for a few days, the small wood house was still as clean as new and there was no dust. Leaving a little bit, I don't know who is helping own cleaning. Although Treasurer Meng is vague, Yang Kai basically knows where owner is going and what he should do. Since it is Jiuyin converging ground, Yin Qi must be heavy there. True Yang Yuan Qi of owner is just the nemesis of Yin Qi, but I am not afraid of it. Own's current strength is slightly lower. If you don't store some Yang liquid, you may not be able to persist for a long time. It happened that the senior sister Xia helped the owner refine the 3 suns fruit into a medicine pill, which is a good way to supplement Yang liquid. For 3 suns fruit trees, each of which bears 3 fruits, which are completely refined into 12 red medicine pill. If each medicine pill can condense 3 drops of Yang liquid, then the owner can harvest 36 drops of Yang liquid. These Yang liquids are of great use whether they are used in combat or to resist Yin Qi. This is the reserve that the owner depends on for survival. It took Yang Kai a whole day to absorb all the medicine efficacy of 12 medicine pills. The amount of Yang liquid obtained is not only 36 drops, but a full 40 drops. Counting the few drops that existed in Danshan before, the reserves in Danshan are already quite rich. This time, Own finally has some capital. Not only did Yang liquid harvest so much, after the last fruit was refined, Yang Kai discovered that the realm breakthrough of Own had reached the open Yuan stage 4 layer. This time breakthrough is really without warning, without any psychological preparation, and breakthrough is quite where water flows, a canal is formed, and it has been completed without feeling anything. Thinking about it, Yang Kai thinks it has something to do with the medicine pill he ate in the past few days. First he ate a dozen bottles of medicine pill at Su Yan, and then he ate 12 pills of San Yang Dan. With such huge energy gathered, It is not surprising to be able to break through. 83 Spiritual Medicine Holy Body. Even the people in Medicine King Valley who claim to make a living by refining medicine, I am afraid that none of them can have the accomplishments of Xia Ningchang. What kind of physique is senior sister? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. Meng Yuya said solemnly, spiritual medicine holy body. Related to refining medicine, not bad. Meng Yuya nodded. This kind of physique is very special. In the last ages, there will not necessarily be one. People with spiritual medicine holy body, taking any medicine pill will not have repercussions. You should also know that the medicine is 30% poisonous. Although there are many medicines now, pill can assist practice and even increase one's strength. However, there are limits to taking medicine pill for one person. But spiritual medicine holy body is different. It can be said that spiritual medicine holy body itself is the best medicine stove in the world. When medicine pill enters the abdomen, any harmful things can be refined. You, senior sister, has only been 5 years since practice, and it is now separation and reunion boundary peak. If I hadn't deliberately suppressed her cultivation level, I'm afraid I've already been promoted to the true Yuan stage. Yang Kai is shocked. After 5 years, practice to separation and reunion boundary peak, Xi Hongqian is only this realm. How long has he practiced? There will always be more than 10 years, and this is still an achievement after suppression. If it is not suppressed, doesn't it mean that she is better than Su Yan? Yang Kai blushed with shame as dead. Compared with the senior sister in front of him, the aptitude of one is a heaven and an underground. This one is the greatest genius of High Heaven Pavilion. However, senior sister Xia's ability to grow so fast is inseparable from a large amount of spirit pill wonderful medicine. Meng Yuya continued, spiritual medicine holy body has more than just these benefits. If you practice divine art with it, everything in the world, as long as it has energy, can be refined into pill success. Even this the world's spiritual energy, as long as the discipline is willing, you can also practice pill success medicine. All things in the world, as long as they have energy, can pill success. The world's spiritual energy can be refined, and 3 suns fruit is naturally nothing difficult. Yang Kai is almost foreseeable. This senior sister Xia will definitely be the best alchemy expert in the world in the future. With this unique and unmatched physique, no one can mention her on equal terms. This time, Ningchang is going to be promoted to the true Yuan stage, but before that, he needs to refining something into the body, which she can't get by herself. Meng Yuya looks at Yang Kai seriously. Why do you need my help? Yang Kai asked. Meng Yuya nodded. What kind of thing? 9 yin congealing Yuan nectar. This thing is very helpful for condensing true Yuan. If I don't want Ningchang refining this thing, neither it will suppress her realm. Separation and reunion boundary will be promoted to true Yuan stage, and within the body Yuan she will be transformed into true Yuan, and the quality will be improved countless levels. This is also a process that every martial artist will go through. But in this process, if supplemented with some heavenly material and earthly treasure, the quality of the transformed true Yuan will be better. This 9 yin congealing Yuan nectar is obviously this kind of heavenly material earthly treasure, and it is definitely the best heavenly material earthly treasure. 9 yin congealing Yuan nectar itself has spirituality, and it is very difficult to obtain it. If people who do not meet the conditions touch it, it will immediately turn into spiritual energy and disappear. Only Yang attribute practice the person of Yuan. She has the possibility to control it, and the person within the body's Yang attribute Yuan. She must be pure to a certain level. That's why I am looking for you. What should I do? Yang Kai asked. Meng Yuya suddenly became impatient. Ask what that many do, when the time comes will naturally tell you. Yang Kai pinched his nose and didn't know. Old man men, why is there such a big fire? Where is this thing? When are we leaving? In Blackwind Mountain, there is a Jiuyin converging ground. On July 7th, Yin Qi gathers. Why at that time, 9 yin congealing Yuan nectar will appear, absorb Tandi Yin Qi. There are not many days left. Yang Kai calculated slightly and found that the distance to July 7th is only 10. It only takes a few days. If you want to go deep into the Black Wind Mountain, you will have to delay a lot of time on the road. So if you have nothing to do, I want to rush over as soon as possible, miss this time, and have to wait for the next year. Meng Yu a stern saying, I can do it any time. Yang Kai slightly smiled. Then you will find me in the contribution hall 2 days later. I still need to prepare some materials. Meng Yu exclaimed. Okay. Then it's settled. The two parties have made an appointment and will gather in the contribution hall 2 days later, and Yang Kai will leave. Looking at his back, Meng Yu sighed slightly. His expression on his face was weird, and he didn't know what he was thinking. It took a long time to open the mouth and said, Disciple, are you sure you want to do this? Xianing Chang's dress fluttering, gently nodded and said, N. Meng Yu said, actually, you can also be promoted to the true Yuan stage without refining 9 yin congealing Yuan nectar. It's just that the future strength will be slightly lower, that's all. Xianing Chang chuckled, but, to help the master, isn't true Yuan the purer the better? The master saves me and supports me. The discipline also wants to help the master. But hey, do you want to think about it? The reason why Meng Yu wants to stay for 2 days is that Meng Yu wants Xianing Chang think more about it. Xianing Chang blushed, no, and so on. I don't hate him. Meng Yu sighed, it's cheap this brat. Thinking of Yang Kai's indifferent look, Meng Yu hates gnash the teeth. You are only here to help, but you don't want how much advantage your own will take. Don't make any sparks. After all, this small place is not a place for the discipline. Meng Yu is full of sorrow and worry. Yang Kai didn't go to Su Yan's small attic anymore. Instead, he returned to the small wood house where he had been away for several days. Although he didn't come back for a few days, the small wood house was still as clean as new and there was no dust. Leaving a little bit, I don't know who is helping own cleaning. Although Treasurer Meng is vague, Yang Kai basically knows where owner is going and what he should do. Since it is Juyin converging ground, Yin Qi must be heavy there. True Yang Yuan Qi of owner is just the nemesis of Yin Qi, but I am not afraid of it. Own's current strength is slightly lower. If you don't store some Yang liquid, you may not be able to persist for a long time. It happened that the senior sister Xia helped the owner refine the 3 suns fruit into a medicine pill, which is a good way to supplement Yang liquid. For 3 suns fruit trees, each of which bears 3 fruits, which are completely refined into 12 red medicine pill. If each medicine pill can condense 3 drops of Yang liquid, then the owner can harvest 36 drops of Yang liquid. These Yang liquids are of great use whether they are used in combat or to resist Yin Qi. This is the reserve that the owner depends on for survival. It took Yang Kai a whole day to absorb all the medicine efficacy of 12 medicine pills. The amount of Yang liquid obtained is not only 36 drops, but a full 40 drops. Counting the few drops that existed in Danshan before, the reserves in Danshan are already quite rich. This time, Own finally has some capital. Not only did Yang liquid harvest so much, after the last fruit was refined, Yang Kai discovered that the realm breakthrough of Own had reached the open Yuan stage 4 layer. This time breakthrough is really without warning, without any psychological preparation, and breakthrough is quite where water flows, a canal is formed, and it has been completed without feeling anything. Thinking about it, Yang Kai thinks it has something to do with the medicine pill he ate in the past few days. First he ate a dozen bottles of medicine pill at Su Yan, and then he ate 12 pills of San Yang Dan. With such huge energy gathered, it is not surprising to be able to break through. 84 undercurrents. In the early morning of the second day, Yang Kai lightly knocked in front of the contribution hall. After a while, the door opened and Xianing Chang flashed out from inside, with a small package slung on his shoulder, which contained a lot of things. Junior brother, you are here. Xianing Chang greeted softly. Yeah? Yang Kai nodded. Where is Treasurer Meng? He suddenly relapsed yesterday, and then he had to stay behind and couldn't go. Xianing Chang went talking, a pair of eyes twinkling ceaselessly, and the 2 rows of dense eyelashes are shaking like fans. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously, and Xianing Chang's eyes flashed with panic. Then shall we wait for him? Although Yang Kai had guesses in his mind, he didn't break it. No, I know where that place is. And the time is running out. The master said that he doesn't have to wait for him. Seeing Yang Kai didn't get to the bottom, Xianing Chang couldn't help but relax. That's okay. Yang Kai hesitates, but still agrees. Thanks to junior brother this time. Xianing Chang took a long breath. Senior sister is polite. Yang Kai slightly smiled. The 2 people then left the High Heaven Pavilion lightly. In the side room of the contribution hall, Meng Yuao is now to fall down on the table. Who asleep. On the table are a few delicate dishes, and a few pots of wine. You can see it. Treasurer Meng, before going to sleep, I should have been tasting good food and wine. These delicacies are all made by Xianing Chang, but there are some special seasonings in them. The special seasoning refined based on Xianing Chang's spiritual medicine holy body is even Meng Yuaya and other experts can't resist it. This time I sleep, it is estimated that I will have to sleep for several days at least. Meng Yuaya was shrewd all his life, but he didn't expect that one day old Ma would stumble. It was a misfortune in the hands of the own baby's disciple. It was really a misfortune, and the gutter overturned the ship. It is estimated that when Meng Yuaya wakes up, everything is a foregone conclusion. Yang Kai and Xianing Chang came to Black Plum Village, bought 2 horses, and purchased some daily necessities, and then they drove far away. When shopping, Yang Kai also inquired about the location of the place he was going to. According to Xianing Chang, it was about 10 days away from Black Plum Village, and it was in Black Wind. Inside the mountain, although the journey is far away, in general, there is plenty of time. Not long after the 2 people left the High Heaven Pavilion, this news reached Xi Hongjian. Since seeing Su Yan and Yang Kai's close at forest prison that day, Xi Hongjian has spent several days drinking and sorrowing. He is depressed. Yesterday, I finally felt relieved. After thinking about it, I feel that what happened that day shouldn't be what the owner saw. What kind of temperament Su Yan is, Xi Hongjian couldn't be more clear. With her arrogance and strength, how can she see Yang Kai, who only has open Yuan stage 3 layer? Even more how? Before, the 2 people seemed to have little contact with them. Basically strangers. Xi Hongjian then realized that Su Yan and Yang Kai were just acting, that's all that day. At that time, the jealousy became hate, and the blood was overflowing. Xi Hongjian had no time to think about the truth and falsehood. But after trying to understand, Xi Hongjian was very energetic. Yesterday he went to Su Yan to show his heart. He was very handsome, no longer the crazy and lost self-control of that day. Although Su Yan was blasted out in the end, Xi Hongjian was frustrated. As long as Su Yan has not been acquired by other men, she will be owned one day. Xi Hongjian is very confident. After all, own is the best male discipline in High Heaven Pavilion, and Su Yan is the best female discipline. The combination of the 2 is naturally what elders would like to see. Early this morning, Xi Hongjian made some careful preparations, and later went to Black Wind Trade City to visit Su Yan. But not wanting to go out, a law enforcement hall disciple suddenly rushed in and said with surprise on his face, "Senior brother, Yang Kai just left High Heaven Pavilion." Xi Hongjian's eyes lit up when he heard it. He left alone? No, he left with a discipline in Dark Hall called Xianing Chang. That person replied, "Xianing Chang." Xi Hongjian squinted his eyes. "I know her, her strength is equivalent to mine, but she does not belong to core disciple. This woman has always been weird. Where did they go?" Xi Hongjian thought for a moment, and suddenly a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. It's so pitiful, that trash actually left the High Heaven Pavilion at this time. If he could be killed outside, wouldn't it be a good solution to the hatred of the owner? I don't know their destination, but they seem to be going far away, because they bought 2 horses in Black Plum Village. Going far away? Xi Hongjian frowned one pick. Very good, very good. After saying a few good words, Xi Hongjin suddenly turned his head and said with a grinning face, "Go and find some trusted fellow apprentices. Strength at least there must be a separation and reunion boundary. Come out with me." "Senior brother, what do you want to do?" Hey, what I want to do is not very clear." "What else to ask?" Xi Hongjin's face was distorted. He was going to chase out and kill Yang Kai, his love rival, and by the way, even Xiaoning Chang couldn't let it go. After all, it would be a joke exactly if the news was leaked. "Senior brother, this is not right." The law enforcement hall disciple complexion was a little panicked. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to it. The trial disciple of a trifling open you are on stage. Even if you die outside no one cares. But Xiaoning Chang in the dark hall is different. Her details are unclear, but since she has the strength of separation and reunion boundary peak, it is definitely not a nobody. If she dies, the cabinet will be tracked down again and will participate in the Hansen Fellow. Apprentices are afraid that no one will escape. If you ask you to do it, just do it. What are you talking about? Xi Hongjin was impatient. Do you want me to find someone myself? The crazy jealousy has let Xi Hongjin couldn't keep his mind anymore. Only the thought of killing Yang Kai's was coiling in his mind. "Senior brother, since the last incident, Great Elder has strictly ordered that no one can use Yang Kai's idea during this time. Could it be that you forgot?" Xi Hongjin was suddenly awakened by his reminder. Yes. The Great Elder suddenly sent an order last time to stop everyone from having trouble with Yang Kai's within a short period of time. However, this order makes people feel unfathomable mystery, and Xi Hongjin did not take seriously. But, with such a great opportunity, could it be that let it go for nothing? If you don't kill Yang Kai this time, you have to wait until the year of the monkey. What if he stays in sect and doesn't go out in the future? When I was not reconciled, this law enforcement hall disciple seemed to have thought of something, and Thiefly said with a smile, "We can't do it for the senior brother, but others can do it." Thinking about Yang Kai's life, many people are there. "What do you mean?" Xi Hongjin asked, squinting. "That human Dao. It is said that Long Hui, the young grandson of Bloody Battle Gang Vice Gang Master Long Zaitan, has been inquiring about Yang Kai's news this month." Long Zaitan, naturally. Xi Hongjin knows that in the Bloody Battle Gang, there are people with heads and faces, and their strength is also the powerhouse of divine movement boundary. There is nothing outstanding about his little grandson. This year seems to be only Chi transforming stage. Xi Hongjin was confused. Long Hui, what did he do? The expression of that person couldn't help but ambiguous. It seems to be related to the enchantress of Humea. Long Hui has been pursuing Humea and regarded it as the prohibition of the owner, but the relationship between Yang Kai and Humea is not clear. Long Hui pretended that one day he would kill Yang Kai and let him know the fate of the idea of daring to own a woman, Humea. Xi Hongjin saw a young female with plump buttocks and a charming look. For a moment, her nose was a bit heavy. This enchantress is good at intriguing people. Almost all three sects' young disciplines have heard of it. Xi Hongjin has also met her once. The trash is really not a good thing, and it has something to do with this enchantress. Xi Hongjin was jealous, but sternly cursed. I thought for a while, and then suspiciously said, "No, where did you get such detailed information?" Even if Long Hui wants to take Yang Kai's life, it is impossible. With great fanfare, isn't this beat the grass to scare the snake? If Yang Kai listens to it, how dare he leave the High Heaven Pavilion? As long as Long Hui's mind is okay, he would not promote it like this. The man's face was stunned, and he babbled. He didn't know how to answer. Say. Xi Hongjin complexion sank. Yes. This person had no choice but to tell the truth. I was in the Spring Wind and Drizzle building of Black Plum Village the other day. While drinking, Long Hui happened to live next door. I listened to what he said to the female in the house. Chunfing Drizzle house. Xi Hongjin gave this junior brother a bad look. It was a spring house in Black Plum Village. He went there. Naturally, I don't need to ask anymore. The always impossible is just drinking. The person said again, solving senior brother, if Long Hui knew this news, He would not easily let Yankai go. We don't need to own hands at all. Even more how? Long Hu is lustful Chengxing. If we tell him that there is a stunning female beside Yang Qi, what do you think he will do? Xi Hongqian's eyes lit up, and he smiled gloomy and coldly. A good idea. This move, murder a person with a borrowed knife, really good, faintly muttered to oneself for a moment. Xi Hongqian clinched, since Long Hui wants to find him, then send a message over, but this matter must be done secretly. Absolutely, you must not show your feet, and you must never let him know that the news is passed by us. In addition, Musk told Long Hui that the female next to Yankai has the strength of separation and reunion boundary beak. He was trying to gain an advantage only to end up worse off. Yes. The man got the order and quickly walked out. Yankai, this time it depends on whether you die or not. It's a pity that Xianing Chang, that female, is covered with a veil all day long. Although she has never seen her face, Xi Hongqian is almost certain that the other party is a stunning beauty. If this kind of female falls into the hands of Long Hu, it is almost unnecessary to think about the end of the game. For a moment, Xi Hongqian was a little envious of Long Hu. In the High Heaven Pavilion Law Enforcement Hall, begin to stir. Someone in Black Plum Village is also beginning to stir. Just after Yankai and Xianing Chang, two people left on horseback, a group of people suddenly emerged from the dark. A complexion gloomy and cold-headed Bai stared at Yankai's back and asked, "Can you see clear? That person is Yankai." "I definitely saw clear. Niu Lang's senior brother, he is Yankai." "No doubt, we were beaten by him last time." And then Cheng Shelfing, the senior brother, approached the New Tao senior brother and said that he needed an opportunity to teach him a lesson. "But since that time I went to Blackwind Trade City, the two people have never come back." Niu Lang's face was gloomy, and he waved his hand. "Go buy some horses, let's follow. I want to know whether my younger brother is dead or alive. And where is it?" Niu Tao has disappeared for more than a month. He disappeared with Cheng Xiaofeng. Niu Lang couldn't find it, so he inquired left and right. Only then did he find Yankai. "What's the real situation? I have to catch up with that Yankai carefully and interrogate him. If it is related to him, then the owner of the big brother will naturally have to avenge the younger brother." 85 is here. Niu Lang, a group of people whose strength is respected by him, has just broken through the Qi transforming stage. Within the body Yuan Qi is the time of restlessness. The martial of this realm artists are also the easiest to get angry and are influenced by various emotions. Most of the other 7 or 8 people are in the body tempering environment. There are also several martial artists of open Yuan stage, but they are not very powerful. Only many people. Niu Lang has naturally heard about Yankai's strength, so he doesn't take Yankai seriously. Only the female next to Yankai does not seem to be very annoying. But if you think about it carefully, this female is nothing terrific. After all, she doesn't seem to be very young, and she doesn't seem to be in the fame of High Heaven Pavilion. Furthermore, if she is truly profound, why buy a horse for her behalf? When the strength reaches a certain realm, the owner's foot power alone will be much faster than the horse. The thoughts got to this point, Niu Lang actually let go of his heart. As everyone knows, the reason why Xianing Chang wants to buy a horse is to take care of Yankai. After all, Yankai is only open Yuan stage 4 layer. How fast can the foot power be? Stormhouse, a group of disciplines quickly prepared, followed the horseshoe prints and chased them out. Yankai and Xianing Chang, two people, are also running wildly. But no one knows that 2 groups of people have followed behind them, and each group has harboring malicious intentions. Xianing Chang has good strength, but after all, divine consciousness is not condensed. It is impossible to investigate all around on a large scale. 2 people drove all the way, almost without saying anything. Xianing Chang led the way, Yankai followed her behind, 2 fast horses one after the other, running with their hoofs. Until night, the 2 people found a place with water to light a fire and rest. Taking out the food bought from Black Plum Village, the 2 people ate a little bit and then sat around the campfire to rest. After a day of getting along, Yang Kai can understand the temper of this little senior sister. He is timid and shy. The roots of his ears become red without saying a few words. He speaks softly and softly. The voice is soft, as if there is no temper. She has such a personality. Yang Kai can't take the initiative to talk to her, so as not to startle her. Since that day when the profound mystery of unyielding golden body was clearly understood and the mysterious martial skills of unyielding Xiao was realized, Yang Kai discovered that True Yang secret art had changed. When running True Yang secret art in an environment with Yang Qi, On can absorb Yang Qi and condense Yang liquid. In the absence of Yang Qi, On can also run True Yang secret art, absorb world's spiritual energy, after being burned within the body True Yang Yuan Qi, and then absorbed by unyielding golden body. The constraints of the practice environment were immediately disappeared. This is great news for Yang Kai. After 3 days in a row, 2 people finally came to a small town in the High Heaven Pavilion beyond 1,000 li. They stored their horses in the town, and the 2 people went to the inn and stayed temporarily. According to Xianing Chang, horses will not be needed for the next journey, because horses cannot be brought in when going into the mountains. In the middle of the night, the inn is very quiet. Yang Kai and Xianing Chang live next door. The house is brightly lit. Yang Kai is meditating in practice, and Xianing Chang is thinking wildly. In the past 3 days, the 2 people said no more than 10 sentences. Xianing Chang felt very awkward. After all, On came to him for help, and he was so negligent. It was really unreasonable. But every time Xianing Chang wanted to talk to him, Xianing Chang couldn't muster the courage, and got used to secretly observing. Now suddenly face contact, Xianing Chang really doesn't know what to do. And this junior brother also seems to be a taciturn person. Will he be bored by owning to talk to him? Just when Xianing Chang was frowning, the other 2 groups of people in the inn were quietly watching the movement here. In a guest room, Long Hui sits with a group of elites from the Bloody Battle Gang. The dim candles are beating, and Long Hui's face is a little distorted. The group of Bloody Battle Gang chased after they got the news. But after all they started a little late and finally caught up until today. For a moment of silence, Long Hui suddenly said, "Gang Master, when shall we do it?" Then Yang Kai lives in this inn. With the skill of Gang Master Wen, it doesn't take much to capture him. What's the matter? Wen Feijun is a middle-aged person with True Yuan stage 5 layer strength, but a hall master from the Bloody Battle Gang. Because the information Long Hui received was accurate, he asked expert to accompany him to capture Xianing Chang alive. In addition to Wen Feijun, this group also has many experts from Separation and Reunion Boundary, with about 6 or 7 people. It can be seen that Long Hui has made a big fanfare for his safety. Wen Feijun hearing this smiled. "Dragon young master, if you want Wenmu to do it now, it's okay." Although this is a small town, Wen Feijun's strength can be used, and it's with no difficulty to deal with them. Will not disturb others, and will not leave any clues. What are you waiting for? Long Hui expression shook. Yang Kai must die. That female must be captured alive. It is said that she is a stunning beauty. Since he dared to hit my female head with his idea, then I will return it to the other person, and let him taste the taste of the woman who owns being targeted by others. Wen Feijun knows the nature of Long Hui very well, but he didn't react much. He just said, "But Long young master has ever thought about why they came all the way to this place?" "Why?" Long Hui solemnly asked. Wen Feijun pondered for a moment, and then said, "Wen thinks that their trip must have an own purpose. Perhaps they are going to Blackwind Mountain and looking for heavenly material earthly treasure." Long Hui frowned. "What does this have to do with us? The heavenly material and earthly treasure in Blackwind Mountain has gone too much, and everyone who enters the mountain cannot find it." Wen Feijun shook his head and said, "Long young master's words are wrong. You can also enter Blackwind Mountain from the High Heaven Pavilion, but they rode for thousands of miles and stopped here. If I guess right, tomorrow they will enter the mountain from here. Their purpose is so clear, then one thing is certain. They know where the thing they are looking for, and they will definitely find it. If we follow quietly behind, when they find the baby. I have to say that when Feijan's observations are very delicate, and his analysis is quite in place, and he deserves to be an old world. Long Hui's eyes lit up. We can grab it. When Feijan smiled, what the Dragon Young Master said is, but if the Dragon Young Master can't wait to sit, if you have a beautiful person, Wen can make a move tonight, and he will not let you down. Long Hui hesitates. His expression is a little twinkling uncertain. When Feijan appropriately said, but if you wait a few more days, not only can you have a beautiful woman, but you can also own the baby Dragon Young Master. Think about it, if they have exhausted suffering untold hardships and found the baby but we snatched it over, so Yang Kai might vomit blood out of anger, right? Listening to what he said, the expression of Long Hui hesitates immediately became firm. Okay. They ran away anyway. If the monk can't run away from the temple, let Yang Kai live a few more days. We sit back and become the fisherman who sweeps the benefits. When Feijan lightly said with a smile, can bear what ordinary people can't. Long Young Master is destined to be a major event person. I admire this Long. Gang Master Wen is overwhelmed. This flattery shot by Long Hui is extremely comfortable. 86. The Sorrow of Niu Lang. Although I did not make the list, I still ask for a recommendation ticket. When Feijan, there is a reason to try to please Long Hui. Bloody Battle Gang Master Human. Although he was a formidable person in his life, he did not care for him. In this life, he had no children, and only gave birth to 2 beautiful daughters. In Wen Feijan's view, the Bloody Battle Gang will sooner or later fall into the hands of the Long family. Now it is natural to get along with this young master, and he will take charge of the Long family in the future. Bloody Battle Gang. Would it be no good to own? A group of people in the house were about to rest after their discussions, but there was a soft knock on the door. Coming. When Feijan shouted lightly, the door opened, and a Bloody Battle Gang disciple who was guarding outside walked in, gave a salute to Long Hui, and then leaned in Wen Feijan's ear and said something softly. Wen Feijan's expression suddenly became strange, and he couldn't help but muttered, so that's how it is. After that, a few people in the room winked, instructed, go, capture those people, and you can't let them break the major event of Dragon Young Master. Yes. Several people complied and hurried out of the house. What happened? Long Hui asked. When Feijan laughed, Dragon Young Master, this is really interesting. Remember when we came all the way, there were many horseshoe prints along the road? But in the news we received, it said Yang there are only 2 people in Kai's line. At the beginning, Wenma guessed that the extra horseshoe prints were just someone passing by, but he didn't want to. Besides us, there are people following Yang Kai. Oh? Long Hui said in surprise. Who is it? Several small characters in Storm House. At this moment, they seem to be ready to attack Yang Kai. It seems that they don't know the female with Yang Kai. Strength is not something they can handle. This is bring about one's own destruction. Long Hui sneered, Gang Master Wen wants to arrange it right. Naturally, they can't let them break the major event of the Dragon Young Master. Wen Feijan nodded slightly, with a clear mind. 2 people were talking, and a lot of people came in suddenly outside the door. The Bloody Battle Gang disciple that just went out all came back without landing, and Niu Lang and the others panicked by the complexion. Niu Lang and this group of people were really frightened to Divine Soul. They finally came here today. They planned in the house and planned to take down Yang Kai later, inquire about the missing Niu Tao and Cheng Shoufeng. Unexpectedly, before they waited for them to act, they were captured by this group of fierce and evil experts, whose strength far exceeded them. Niu Lang was scared witless, and after being thrown in, he knelt down and begged for mercy. Master, we did not offend you. I hope you all be magnanimous. Shut up. A discipline of Bloody Battle Gang slapped him with a slap. His mouth was blood-stained, but he dared not speak, and could only be obediently obedient. Scared witless looking all around, the entire group shiver of Storm Houses coldly. Although their strength is not high, It can be seen that any one of these people can probably kill them, not to mention that there are 6 or 7 experts around. Who offended whom? A group of people wanted to break their heads and couldn't understand it. They didn't do any bad things in this period of time. At most, they just conspired to capture Yankai in the house just now. But isn't it still not done? As for you guys to make such a big battle, Niu Lang looks at. Suddenly he found that there was a young man on the opposite side who was a bit familiar, and was staring at Owen with a smile at the moment. Thinking about it carefully, Niu Lang's complexion changed drastically and asked tentatively, "Are you Long Hui from the Bloody Battle Gang?" Long Hui chuckled softly. "You know me." Niu Lang smiled awkwardly. The descendants of Long Old Senior, who have been admired for a long time, naturally recognize them. Since they recognize, then things will be easier. Long Hui nodded slightly. Niu Lang is full of suspicion, and I don't understand how, here beyond 1,000 li, I actually met the blood of the Bloody Battle Gang. It's a good thing to meet old friends in another country, but it's a good thing now. People under the Aves have to bow their heads. I ask you, why are you chasing Yankai? Long Hui asked, squinting. Niu Lang's heart suddenly burst. He thought that Long Hui was blaming the owner. He was panicked, but he didn't dare to conceal it. He told the story and said with a sad face, "Long young master, I just suspect that Yankai has something to do with my younger brother's disappearance, but I didn't think about what to do with him. If you think there is a problem, I will take someone back to Storm House right now, and I will never call Yankai's idea again." Long Hui smiled. "Do you think that Yankai and I are friends? Could it be that?" Niu Lang expressed timidity. "Joke." Long Hui cold snort. "What is this young master? What is his identity? I am friends with him? Blind your dog's eyes." Niu Lang didn't dare to take the conversation, but he was slanderous in his heart, thinking that since he is not a friend, why would you intervene in my grievance with him? Isn't this the dog taking the mouse to be nosy? Things without eyesight. Long young master saved your lives this time, but I don't know thanks. A Bloody Battle Gang disciple promptly reprimanded. Niu Lang and the others looked confused. The Bloody Battle Gang disciple said with a sneer, "You only know that Yankai is weak, but do you know that the female next to him is the expert of separation and reunion Boundary Peak?" In a word, the sweat swoosh on the faces of Niu Lang and the others flowed down. Separation and reunion Boundary Peak. Compared to Niu Lang, the current strength of Chi transforming stage 1 layer exceeds nearly 2 great realms. I really want to start. The female alone can wipe out Niu Tao and the others. Until now, Niu Lang didn't know what kind of mistake the owner made. For a moment, he was afraid and fortunate. He kept kowtow and said, "Many thanks. Long young master helped me. I am so grateful." Endless. A group of small characters from Storm House also quickly thanked them. HMPH, just know it. Long Hui seemed to enjoy the support of others. "I'm not afraid to tell you, this young master came this time just to take the life of Yankai's. But it was wait a few more days, because you're to act blindly without thinking, almost beat the grass to scare the snake, broke my major event. I don't know if I wait, and I hope that young master will forgive me!" Exclamation mark. Niu Lang expression was frightened. "Forget it, I don't care about you. Everyone's goal is Yankai, so just follow me. When this young master captures that Yankai, you can spy on your younger brother's whereabouts." Although Niu Lang felt uncomfortable in his heart, the own group of people are weak. How can they resist? Nodded and said at the moment, "But with the order of the dragon young master, I will wait for go through water and tread on fire, and I will die. Go back, I will find you again tomorrow." Long Hui waved his hand. "Yes." Niu Lang and the others got up from the ground, slowly headed towards retreat, and waited out of the house. Only 1 or 2 realized that all of his clothes were soaked. After they left, Long Hui looked at Wen Feichen questioningly. "Gang Master Wen, why take them together? Their strength is too low and it is easy to expose. Could it be that ours the group of people still can't kill a Yankai? can't they catch that female?" The words Long Hui said just now were also what Wen Feijian's sound transmission told him, although they did. Long Hui did. "I didn't want to understand the reason." 87, 87, 87 Smelling the fragrance and knowing women. Cough cough. Is this an outbreak? Listen to Long Hui, the disdain in the words. Wen Feijian said with a smile, "Kill Yang Kai and capture the female." Naturally, there is no need for them to intervene. But since the Dragon Young Master, Yang Kai and the female are going to enter the Black Wind Mountain, they must have been prepared. We are not afraid of the dangers. But we are different. Although our strength is not weak, Black Wind Mountain is in crisis after all. Not to mention the profound monster beast. Just some natural trap poisons may cost us manpower, but if someone opens the road ahead, there is no need to worry about this. Long Hui finally understood what Wen Feijian's idea was after listening to it. This is to use Stormhouse as a pathfinder to avoid possible risks. Well, Gang Master Wen thought carefully, it was my negligence. Long Hui nodded slightly. Dragon Young Master is talented and intelligent, but after all, he is not deeply involved in the world, and the temperament is simple and simple. I never thought of this one layer, that's all. Wen Feijian laughed. As for how to deal with these Stormhouse disciplines afterwards, the two people are tacitly aware, so there is no need to say more. The female named Xianing Chang has the strength of separation and reunion boundary peak at a young age. There must be someone expert behind it. To deal with this kind of person, you must either not guilty or cut weeds and eliminate the roots. The person from Stormhouse never leave alive. The arrangements were made, and a group of people from the Bloody Battle Gang settled down. On the second day, Yang Kai and Xianing Chang, as expected by Wen Feijian, changed their direction from this small town and walked directly into the vein of Black Wind Mountain. Half a day after they left, the talents of Bloody Battle Gang and Stormhouse dared to follow them. Xianing Chang is not weak. You may be discovered when you are close. If you are far away, you will be lost. The half-day time difference is the best. Wen Feijian has been in the rivers and lakes for many years, and he naturally has experience in tracking one. Will lose sight of the two juniors in the mountains and forests. After entering Black Wind Mountain, the speed of Yang Kai and Xianing Chang, two people will naturally slow down. Without the whistling of the wind while riding and the distance between them, the two people said a lot, and they felt close to each other in a day's work. At night, Yang Kai and Xianing Chang, two people, found a towering tree and rushed to the trunk to rest. The trunk is very spacious. The two people are sitting on the trunk almost side by side, leaving a small gap in the middle. Yang Kai can almost smell the body fragrance of Xianing Chang, little senior sister. After getting acquainted with her, Yang Kai and her no longer have the sense of isolation, and even the title has changed, because Yang Kai feels that Xianing Chang is like a child who has not grown up, especially those eyes. It feels a little innocent, and it's very sweet when speaking. Senior sister is senior sister. Why add a small print? Xianing Chang was a little unhappy. What's in your bag? Yang Kai ignored her question and asked instead, pointing to the package she put aside. This problem has been holding back for 4 or 5 days, and Yang Kai is not spitting up this Kai. As expected, Xianing Chang was easily distracted. Babies usually carried the package in their arms. This is the material that Master has prepared over the years, because when the time comes, if you can receive that 9 yin congealing UR nectar, I have to refining it on the spot. 9 yin congealing UR nectar is a very special thing. Even if you receive it, if it is not refining within an hour, it will slowly dissipate. It turns out that way. Yang Kai nodded. Junior brother. Xianing Chang suddenly shouted kindly. What's the matter? I have a question for you. It just so happens I also have a question for you. Yang Kai slightly smiled. Then we all have to answer honestly, okay? Yes, let me ask first. Xianing Chang impatient said authentically. You can ask. Yang Kai he smiled. I promise not to deceive you. Xianing Chang pressed her lips slightly, turned her head and looked at it. Yang Kai hesitates a moment before opening the mouth and said, I heard the master say that when he asked you to help, You still pushed back and forth, but when you knew I needed help, you agreed. Why? What do you think? Yang Kai also turned his head to look at her. For eyes contact, Xianing Chang blushed a little, and the distance was too close, so she quickly turned her head and said, I am not clear, but the master said you harboring malicious intentions, tell me to beware of you. Old man Meng said that? Yang Kai was furious. Xianing Chang sold the master very clean, without any guilt. This old guy. Yang Kai was angrily, and regarded me as who? Then why did you agree? Yang Kai squinted and looked at her. Hey, let out a lowly laughed. What your master said is really right. I am right to you harboring malicious intentions, so it's so refreshing. While grinning, slowly approaching Xianing Chang. Xianing Chang was taken aback, shrank back instinctively, and suddenly seemed to think of something, opened the mouth and said with a serious face, Junior brother, you can't beat me. This is the truth. Yang Kai estimates that if the owner continues to be impudent, he might be thrown off immediately. Xianing Chang is really charming, but it doesn't mean she is easy to deal with. Containing the lowly laugh on his face, Yang Kai expression became serious, and slowly took out a bottle from his arms and rubbed it carefully. Because of this, Xianing Chang was puzzled, looked down, and saw that it was actually a bottle of High Heaven Pavilion's trauma medicine, congealing blood clotting cream. A scene nearly 2 months ago flashed in his mind. Xianing Chang immediately covered his mouth and looked at Yang Kai silly. She didn't expect that he even kept this bottle of congealing blood clotting cream. Yang Kai laughed. Who treats me well? I can still see Yang Kai. I have been in the custody for more than 3 years, and this bottle of congealing blood clotting cream is the first warmth and care I feel. How do you know? Xianing Chang looked at him incredulously. She did leave this bottle of plaster to Yang Kai's. But wasn't he in a coma at the time? Yang Kai's brows raised. There is a saying called smell the fragrance to know a woman. Xianing Chang's face was flushed after brushing the floor, and this is a bit of a disciple. A feeling of, but my heart is loose. It turns out that just because of the congealing blood clotting cream worth 10 points of sect contribution, he will help the owner without the slightest hesitation. The master is really wrong. I'll ask you for another question. Having figured out the doubts of the owner, Xianing Chang and Sori went to the bottom of the question and quickly changed the topic. Yang Kai carefully put the bottle of congealing blood clotting cream away again, and then said, Treasurer Meng is not coming because of a relapse of an old disease, right? Xianing Chang squeezed, and it took a long time before he shyly said, I took medicine to make him stunned. Yang Kai expression stunned, suddenly laughed heartily, and couldn't stop it. What are you laughing at? Xianing Chang was ashamed and angry. He suddenly said that night that he told me not to come, and I was forced to feint him. Yang Kai was still laughing. Xianing Chang couldn't help but hammered him a few times. After the punches, he realized that this action was a bit too intimate, and for a moment he was embarrassed. I'm resting, your own one. Let's laugh slowly. Xianing Chang is no longer sorry and stays here again, and when he is upright, he jumps to another tree trunk and refuses to pay attention to it. Yang Kai, 88 Blood Jade Mysterious Sun's Flower. The first update is sent. I check the second one for no typos. Having been walking in Blackwind Mountain for several days, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there was no dangerous monster beast along the way. At first, he was full of worries. After all, there are many powerful monster beasts in Blackwind Mountain. If he meets with his current strength, it will only become a burden to Xianing Chang. However, Xianing Chang was clearly prepared, and she did not know how to take Yang Kai to avoid these overlords in the jungle. The walking route of the two people is also erratic, sometimes east and sometimes west, and often go around a large circle, but it is extremely safe to go around like this. Occasionally, I encountered a few 2 level 3 monster beasts, and they were beaten away because they couldn't make a few moves in the hands of Xianing Chang. After careful observation for a long time, Yang Kai came to understand that Xianing Chang was using a jade green bracelet on his own hand wrist to detect the existence of the powerful monster beast. Whenever this little senior sister feels that the tricky monster beast is blocking the way in front, her bracelet will emit a burst of rays of light of jade green. She has never worn this bracelet before. The only accessory on her body is the sapphire dotted on her forehead. Therefore, this bracelet should be specially prepared for this trip. This must be a secret treasure. Yang Kai can be considered a little eye-sighted anyway, and this secret treasure is probably given to her by Treasurer Meng. What is the origin of Old Man Meng? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out more and more. He, a storekeeper in a trifling contribution hall, actually received such an enchanting discipline as Xianing Chang, as well as the gift of secret treasure. This bracelet and other idlers can't take it at all, although they don't know it. What is the rank? But Yang Kai is estimated to be at least the secret treasure of Earth grade. This level of secret treasure is rare in the High Heaven Pavilion, compared with Yang Kai and Xianing Chang's easy and deep experience. The Bloody Battle Gang entire group that trails behind them has been overwhelmed. In the past few days, every big and small battle has been fought more than a dozen times. If it weren't for the Bloody Battle Gang group of people are not weak, I'm afraid they have already become monster beasts' food. Wen Feichen is the powerhouse of True Yuan Stage 5 layer, but the state is not very good at the moment. Just now a group of people encountered a monster beast with 5-step peak head. 5-step peak, that is the True Yuan Stage peak of equivalent to human race, which is several levels higher than his strength. An extremely difficult battle occurred. Although the monster beast was defeated by the advantage of the number of people, the Bloody Battle Gang actually lost a separation and reunion boundary expert. Wen Feichen is furious. A total of 8 people came to this time Bloody Battle Gang, and only Wen Feichen was the only one in the True Yuan Stage. There are 4 people in the 1-layer separation and reunion boundary, and all of them are Chi transforming stage. Among them, Long Hui has the lowest strength and only Chi transforming stage 1 layer. I thought that as long as they were far behind Yang Kai and Xianing Chang, they would not encounter too much danger anyway, but heaven knows that the 2 people avoided it by any means. These monster beasts, on the contrary, they are chasing after they have been in battle. Now I have lost a separation and reunion boundary expert. How can Wen Feichen not be angry? But now, if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. You have already lost 1 person. Could it be that you can give up halfway? After taking a short break in place, Wen Feichen unceremoniously said to Niu Lang, "Go ahead, you have to set out." Niu Lang looked at the ground. The stump was in a trance. Just now, a person was lost on the Bloody Battle Gang. How can these little characters in their storm house be safe? 2 of the disciplines of storm house were swallowed by the 5-step monster beast, leaving only half of their arms on the ground. He finally understood why he felt something wrong that night. Bloody Battle Gang, where is this group of people kindly bringing their own to Yang Kai? Obviously, I want the people of Storm House to be Pebble. But even if he understood in his heart, he did not dare to complain, let alone resist. Finding the way ahead, maybe good luck can survive, but if you resist this time, there is only one dead end. Pale face color, Niu Lang led a group of Storm House's disciplines walking in front, and Wen Feichen's instructions came from behind, sometimes to the east, sometimes to the west, but did not chase Yang Kai. 2 people. Throw. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was following Xianing Chang on his way, suddenly stopped, and turned to move towards one direction. In his eyes, twinkling had an expression of joy. "What's the matter?" Xianing Chang asked back, and stopped. "Is there any danger over there?" Yang Kai asked, pointing to the side. "There is no danger. I don't feel the trace of monster beast." Xianing Chang looked down at On's bracelet. "Then let's go there." Yang Kai sprang out involuntarily. Xianing Chang has no idea why he is so happy, but he can only keep up. Probably within the distance of thousands feet, Xianing Chang suddenly felt a wave of heat rushing towards her face, and her face was a little red when she looked at it. and she saw a piece of sunny ground in front of her. Blooming clusters of palm size. Bright red flowers. There are a lot of flowers, and it is roughly estimated that there are at least a dozen flowers. Yang Kai is urging the flowers with his hand, unceremoniously picking these flowers one after another. After a while, Yang Kai walked back with a bumper harvest, opening the mouth and said, "Do you know what this is?" Blood jade, mysterious sun's flower, the materials for earth grade low rank. So you came here for these things. Xianing Chang couldn't help but realized, earth grade low rank. Yang Kai raised his brows. It's not bad. He could feel that in every blood jade mysterious sun's flower the yang attribute energy contained is no less than a 3 suns fruit. It was precisely because of the yang origin seal on his chest that Yang Kai had a reaction just now. Yang Kai came here to take a look, and it was really rewarding. Speaking of which, this is already considered the interior of Blackwind Mountain, and the heavenly material and earthly treasure is probably by no means less. But the purpose of coming this time is to help Xianing Chang. Yang Kai can't look around even if he has the heart. That to delay time will also be accompanied by great risks. But since I was sensed in the vicinity, I can't let it go. Do you want me to help you with pill success? Xianing Chang asked. Don't use it, wait until the evening rests to practice. This little senior sister's pill refining means major perfection, but pill refining always consumes yuan shi of walking in the jungle. Yang Kai still feels that it is best to be careful, and it is best not to waste. Also, Xianing Chang nodded. We are already not far from that place. We will be there in about 2 or 3 days, and the time is quite sufficient. I don't know if it's because of luck. Yang Kai's yang origin seal didn't react until a few days ago, but after finding more than a dozen blood jade mysterious sun's flowers, it was only a day later. Let Yang Kai find some heavenly material and earthly treasure of yang attribute. But this time, my luck was not as good as last time. These few yang attribute herbs are actually guarded by a 3-step monster beast. As a last resort, I can only bother Xianing Chang and drive away the monster beast so that Yang Kai can get it. On this day, 2 people were walking through the jungle and suddenly came to the edge of an incomparable gigantic mountain valley. Xianing Chang exhaled. Junior brother, we are here. 89 destination. Second update, ask for a few tickets. The mountain valley in front of me is very big. The area is estimated to be around several dozen li, and it is still a very standard circular mountain valley. Standing on the side of mountain valley, Yang Kai looked down and found that the valley bottom is about 30 jang from where owner is standing now. The bottom is lush and green, which is no different from the jungle outside. The verdant hills and limpid water in Mountain Valley have a nice view. Xianing Chang looked down at the owner's bracelet, and it took a long time before she leapt for joy. Good luck, there is no such powerful monster beast here. While speaking, she was involuntarily sighed. In relief. Coming along the road, she can avoid the monster beast blocking the road, but if there is too powerful monster beast in this mountain valley, when the time comes, she can only fight. After all, the place she is looking for is here. It seems very ordinary here. Yang Kai frowns. It's just not when the time comes. Xianing Chang slightly smiled. If it weren't for July 7th of a year, Master and I would have passed by here. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to discover the mystery of this place. At that time, the master made up his mind to ask me to refining 9 yin congealing yuan nectar. Why did he regret it at a critical moment? Also, you didn't tell me what I want. I helped you collect that stuff. I have been on the road a few days ago. Yang Kai didn't ask much, but now he has reached his destination. Owner can't be kept in the dark, just in case when the time comes. So what? 9 yin congealing yuan nectar appeared, but the owner didn't know how to start. Wouldn't he miss the major event? So you still have to ask her clear and make some preparations earlier. I will tell you when the time comes. Xianing Chang did not answer. Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't ask. This matter was mysterious and secretive, and Treasurer Meng's previous attitude also puzzled Yang Kai. But since I promised to help others, when the time comes, just try to help. Come here. Xianing Chang beckoned to Yang Kai. Yang Kai looks at her strangely. What are you doing? I will take you down. Xianing Chang replied with blinking big eyes, it's so tall here, Miles. I can own it. Yang Kai immediately refused, joking. Own is a man anyway. How can I let a female hold his own? What does that look like? After finishing speaking, he straightly moved forward, and to the exclamation of Xianing Chang, Yang Kai planted down like a meteorite falling from the sky. Xianing Chang is terrified. Yang Kai is not strong enough. How can he survive this way? At the moment, he followed his steps and fell lightly, only ready to help him at critical times. The speed of the fall downward is getting faster and faster. When the distance from the ground is more than 10 feet, Yang Kai's feet suddenly kicked aside. There was a loud bang. Yang Kai just kicked on the side of the rock wall. With the help of this rebounding force, Yang Kai turned somersaults, unloaded a lot of force, and shot wildly and diagonally. Hong fell on the ground. Yang Kai bent his legs slightly, smashing the ground into a hole, and the dust was flying. Xianing Chang immediately fell to him lightly. One is like a fairy descending to the earth, and the other is like a stone falling to the ground, giving people a visual feeling that is incomparable. But no matter what, I jumped down safely. Yang Kai's cheeks were picked up concealedly, and both legs were trembling slightly. Xianing Chang pursed her mouth and held back her smile. With her eyesight, she couldn't tell where it was just now. The junior brother who owns this good face has already suffered a lot. The height of 30 Jang, with the strength of his open Yuan stage 4 layer. He jumped down. He only borrowed the force once in the middle. It is a miracle that he can land safely. Xianing Chang pretended to look around, opened the mouth and said, today is the 5th day of the 5th day, and there are 2 days to be the 7th day of the 7th day. I want to make arrangements in this mountain valley first. Junior brother, just wait for me here. There is no danger here anyway. Yang Kai, complexion grave and stern, silent, nodded. Xianing Chang just rushed out, and she turned around and exclaimed, I have to arrange for a long time. Don't run around, or I can't find you. Yang Kai is slightly nodded again. His expression is cold and he looks handsome and sloppy. Waiting until the silhouette of Xianing Chang disappeared from sight, Yang Kai sat down on the ground, rubbing his legs with his hands, and grinning. Although it cushioned a lot of strength when it fell to the ground, it was really painful. After a long while, the numbness of his legs relieved, Yang Kai was no longer idle, and he was in the vicinity to check the terrain. Although Xianing Chang said there is no danger here, but carefully there is always nothing wrong with the point. After some investigation, there is indeed no abnormality in this mountain valley. Wait until the afternoon of 2nd day. Xianing Chang returned to Yang Kai. Although I don't know what she went out to set up, but looking at her a little pale face, I know that this arrangement must be quite exhausting, and you aren't she. I will recover first. When tonight is midnight, the 9 yin converging ground will gather in yin chi. From then until sunrise, we must find 9 yin congealing yuan nectar, and then collect. If you miss it, it will hide again. Xianing Chang urged anxiously, then took out a few medicine pills and stuffed it into his mouth, close eyes meditating. Yang Kai stands aside, protector, motionless like a sculpture. On the side of Mountain Valley, a few miles away, the people of Bloody Battle Gang and Storm House, each and every one, rested in embarrassment. This time following Yang Kai and Xianing Chang, 2 people into the Blackwind Mountain vein. It really suffered a lot. There were originally 17-18 individuals, but there were only 13 left. All the others have been killed by monster beasts attack. There are still 7 people on the Bloody Battle Gang, and one of them lost a separation and reunion boundary expert. The remaining 3 separation and reunion boundary were injured to some extent. Even when Feijian, his chest, there was also a foot-long blood mark there, and the remaining 2 Chi transforming stage disciple were also exhausted. There are only 6 small characters on the Stormhouse side. Except for the Chi transforming stage 1 layer, which is New Lang, there are only 4 open Yuan stage disciplines and 1 in the body tempering environment. Disciple had good luck, but was frightened a little bit, and now she is a little confused. Everyone present, the only one who is still intact is Long Hui. He has a special identity. Every time a battle occurs, he is protected in it, so he won't be hurt. After several days of chasing it, Long Hui finally got here. Long Hui has lost his patience. Complexion said in a gloomy voice, "Gangmaster, when shall we chase it? If we chase it, the loss will be even greater." Big, when the time comes, grandfather, who can bear his blame? When Feichun's heart annoyed, knowing that Long Hui wanted to make Hone resist this mistake, thinking I was not because you have to please you to make this kind of decision. If you knew that this trip was so dangerous, what would I do with this effort? Kill Yang Kai as early as in that small town. Although I thought so in my mind, when Feichun explained with soft tone, no need to chase, it looks like they have reached their destination. The mountain valley in front is the goal of their trip. 91 confrontation. Bloody Battle Gang and Stormhouse are making a lot of noise, and the screams of the martial artist in the body-tempering realm before his death are even more tragic. Far. Yang Kai and Xianing Chang heard clearly that the complexion of the two people has changed. They turned and looked over there. They really didn't know that there were so many enemies trailing behind these days. When Feichun's tracking methods were quite good, and the distance between the cards was extremely safe, so there was no fear of being discovered. Although Xianing Chang has the separation and reunion boundary peak, he can't detect the movement too far away. With the mental arithmetic Yuxin, when Feichun's plan naturally goes well, why would anyone else come here? Xianing Chang frowned slightly, some not quite clear. Yang Kai's face also became cold. According to this little senior sister, this place is just an ordinary mountain valley in normal times. Only on the 7th day of July each year will there be a heaven and earth mutation, which will not cause whose attention at all. In other words, those who are not far away are either in the vicinity just at this time and realize that the changes here are attracted, or they have premeditated and followed on two people all the way came here. The probability of the latter is great, because there were a lot of people coming. Some people fell to death when they jumped down. This is the inside of Blackwind Mountain. If these people are really just going into the mountain to hunt for medicine to hunt monster beast, it is basically impossible to bring people with too low strength, and it is also impossible that so many people will act together. There may be trouble. When his mind turned around quickly, Yang Kai realized something was wrong. Let's avoid it first. Good. Xianing Chang submissively nodded. Want to go? Coldly shouted suddenly came from behind, and then a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of the two people more than 10 feet away, and a splitting sky palm wind hit and stopped Yang Kai two people's pace. Yang Kai and Xianing Chang were shocked by their high strength, and at the same time they jumped back and dodged, and Yuan Qi, who was running within the body, was secretly vigilant. Yang Kai does not intend to cast aside all considerations for face until he has not figured out the true intention of the person. When Feichun first came here and stopped Yang Kai and Xianing Chang, seeing that they were on the safe side, they didn't attack again, just looked at them quietly. Yang Kai didn't get into his eyes, but Xianing Chang, who was covering his face, made when Feichun's eyes brighter. He thought of a delicate and pure little girl. Although he couldn't see her face, she was as clear as the star-like eyes are definitely not something ordinary females can have. Even more how, the figure of this little girl is also outstanding in first grade. Looking at this pair of eyes, when Feichun, who is not too feminine, can't help feeling a little embarrassed. If he changes to Long Hui, I'm afraid I don't know what kind of ugliness will be revealed. The three of them stood in a stalemate for a while. Yang Kai had been looking for a way out, but found that the middle-aged person in front of him was extremely powerful. He stood there, as if blocking all the way for Ona to escape. This person is true Yuan stage expert, junior brother, don't act blindly without thinking. Xianing Chang saw his thoughts and said softly to Yang Kai, true Yuan stage. Yang Kai took a deep breath slowly, and forced the begin to stir in his heart. After so much effort, a group of Bloody Battle Gang and Stormhouse finally rushed over. The crowd scattered around Wen Feijian, all looking at Yang Kai and Xianing Chang with unkind expressions. "You are who?" Yang Kai squinted his eyes, only to find that the owner, who came here, didn't know any of them. He was full of doubts and couldn't help but ask. He didn't know. Actually, he knew a few of these people, but they were too weak. They were all eaten by Monster Beast on the way. The only one left. He fell to death when he jumped down just now. "The person who wants your life." Long Hui flashed out from Wen Feijian behind, gloomy and cold unceremoniously, and when he saw Xianing Chang, a pair of eyes immediately appeared. Green rays of light unscrupulously swept Xianing Chang's body, and praised, "Wonderful, wonderful! What a pure and pleasant female, this young master is really worthwhile." Xianing Chang frowned slightly, with a look of disgust on her face, and quietly hid behind Yang Kai. Although her strength is much higher than Yang Kai, she is a female who doesn't know the world. "I don't have any psychological burden when I get up, but I feel as it should be by rights." The two people were already very close. With such a position, Yang Kai suddenly felt that his back was held up by the softness of the two groups. He could not help but lift his chest and inhale quietly, straightening his waist. Under such a crisis, Yang Kai was in a normal mood, without any ripples. He pondered for a moment and said, "You have enemies with us?" Now Yang Kai can certainly. The other party did not come here by chance. It was definitely premeditated, otherwise they would not be full of hostility as soon as they met. Is this the enemy provoked by Treasuremeng Master and Disciple, two people, or by the owner? Yang Kai has to inquire about Clear. After all, even if he is dead, he has to be a Clear ghost, right? Naturally, there is enmity. Long Hui consciously holds the winning ticket, but doesn't want to hide his identity. "Boy, let me tell you, I am the young grandson of Bloody Battle Gang Vice Gang Master Long Zaitan." "Hui, do you dare to hit Umaya's idea? Have you ever thought that Own will have today?" Yang Kai stunned. He simply didn't expect it was such a person who came to trouble this time. The reason for this enmity is also too unfounded. Owner and Umaya have met 3 times in total. They simply don't have much friendship, and they are regarded as rivals in this way. Except for a voice of emotion, Wu Chang, what else can Yang Kai say? But when he mentioned Long Zaitan, Yang Kai remembered the old man he met in the Bloody Battle Gang mine last time. At that time, the humiliation Long Zaitan left him, Yang Kai has never forgotten. Long Hui said. Niu Lang also opened the mouth and said gloomily, "Niu Tao is my younger brother." He and Cheng Shelfing disappeared together. "Boy, I ask you, their disappearance and are you related?" It turned out that 2 groups of people came together to find the trouble of Own. Yang Kai immediately understood the whole story. Secretly sighed with a side sigh of Own face, and for the first time away from sect, he was spotted by 2 waves of enemies, and he even sent out such a big battle. This time, it's that Own has hurt. Xianing Chang took a deep breath. Yang Kai has no fear on his face, and even his expression is extremely plain. He stretched out his hand and lightly squeezed Xianing Chang's finger, and said in a low voice, "Wait, you don't have to take care of me, Owner. Find a chance to go." Since it was the trouble that Owner caused, I couldn't let Xianing Chang accompany her to suffer. If she left alone, she might still have some chances, and it's just a burden to bring her own. Yang Kai's voice is soft, but the person on the other side can still hear it clearly. Long Hui laughed heartily. "Want to leave? How easy is it? This young master has been with you in the mountains and forests for so many days. How can there be no return?" Yang Kai, today you are, there is no doubt that you will die. As for the naughty little girl behind you, it will only become the plaything of this young master. Don't worry, I won't kill her now. I will only let her die if I get bored. Yang Kai complexion got cold, furiously shouted, "Go!" At the same time, he grabbed Xianing Chang's arm with her backhand and flung her out with all her gaze under her astonishment. Wishful thinking. Wen Feijian smiled coldly, his figure flashed, and suddenly appeared behind Xianing Chang, with a palm printed on her back. 92, 92, 92, July 7th, Yin Chi gathers. Wen Feijin's attack is not to kill, but to block Xiaoning Chang's retreat. And Xiaoning Chang's reaction was quite slow. Although she was caught off guard and was thrown out by Yang Kai, she had already turned around before Wen Feijin hit her palm. Suddenly and Wen Feijin were facing each other. With a palm, with the strength of the opponent, he fell to Yang Kai's side lightly. Hey! Yang Kai couldn't help but sighed when he saw this scene. With True Yuan stage expert sitting here, the opponent is even stronger and has a premeditated plan. I am afraid this time is really hard to avoid calamity. Gangmaster Wen, take this female for me, if she dares to resist. Long Hui smiled coldly. It's okay to interrupt your hands or feet, as long as you don't break her face. I want to see what kind of peerless face is hidden under this veil. Wen Feijin laughed. Dragon young master, but please rest assured, Wen will live up to his trust. Originally, he was a little worried that Long Hui would be blamed for hurting Xiaoning Chang in the battle, but since he said that it's okay to interrupt his hands or feet, what else does Wen Feijin need to worry about? The young master of the Long family is very interested, and finally a little self-aware, knowing that Own is not the opponent of this female. If you can get rid of her hands and feet, you can act willfully. The conversation between the two people made Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang listen to them, and the eyes of the two people flashed a wave of anger. Wen Feijin laughed loudly. Little girl, you have also heard what the dragon young master said. If you are acquainted, you will be obediently surrender. I promise you will not hurt you. If you insist on resisting, just don't blame this. Long people are rushing to spend. Xiaoning Chang sipped. Don't think about it. Good, good. Wen Feijin smiled coldly. This is your own. I found it. The voice fell, and the body rose into the air like a flying swallow. With both palms connected, the strength of True Yuan stage expert exploded fiercely, and there was a tiger roar in the whistling of the palms. When the sound came out, the palm wind suddenly turned into tiger heads, and grinned at Xiaoning Chang. Feeling the formidable power contained in these palms, Xiaoning Chang's expression became serious. Two flourishing jade hands danced lightly, and quickly pointed out a few fingers to face the wind, and immediately pinched a weird. The sapphire on the forehead of the owner was printed. Yuan Shi swelled violently. Though the formidable power that hit the fingers is not small, it can't stop Wen Feijin's attack. It just slightly blocked the speed of the tiger heads and was completely swallowed. The next moment, the attack hit Xiaoning Chang in front of it. Something happened so quickly, it was too late for Yang Kai to react. The tiger heads bite towards Xiaoning Chang one by one, and the look at will hurt her severely. Suddenly, the sapphire on her forehead swung around. The ripples of the mysterious profound mystery, along with the ripples, a semicircular light barrier suddenly appeared, like an inverted bowl, covering her and Yang Kai. Two people. When Feijin's attack finally arrived, but the imposing tiger heads just touched the light barrier, so they whimpered and disappeared. Xiaoning Chang is still in shape and has a serene face. When Feijin fell to the ground, staring at the light barrier in shock with a pair of eyes, and lost his voice. Heaven-grade secret treasure. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes, they are all getting hot, including Long Hui, who has been showing obscene rays of light. What? Long Hui finally turned his attention away from Xiaoning Chang, turned his head and looked at Wen Feijin. His voice was slightly trembling. Gangmaster Wen, what did you just say? Wen Feijin's skin trembled, his eyes burst with greed, and he swallowed his mouth. Heaven-grade secret treasure can block my attack with no difficulty. This must be heaven-grade secret treasure, no doubt. Really? Long Hui couldn't help getting excited. He didn't expect Own this time just to get rid of the small role of Yang Kai, but Yuxin turned into a willow. Not only would he have a beauty, but he would also get a heaven-grade secret treasure. Moreover, it is a protective secret treasure, which is more expensive than an attack type. Heaven-grade secret treasure, priceless. The Bloody Battle Gang only has one piece, which is also controlled by Human. If On gives this secret treasure to Grandfather, then Grandfather's strength will go up a level. I am afraid that even Human is not an opponent. Take it, must take it. Long Hu exclaimed with excitement, Gang Master Wen, you can grab this thing, and you will surely hold the position of Bloody Battle Gang Vice Gang Master in the future. Wen Feichen, hearing this expression, shakes many thanks. Dragon Young Master, show your love. Though that, Wen Feichen knows that it is not so easy to break the defense of this heaven-grade secret treasure. Just seeing that the blow of On just didn't work at all, Wen Feichen knew it was a hard bone. Fortunately, this small girl is not strong enough to maintain a too long time. As long as the On side is continuously attacked, there will always be a chance to break this light barrier. Start. The thoughts got to this point, when Feichen lightly shouted, and took the lead to strike at the light barrier. At the same time, the experts of the Bloody Battle Gang were also fiercely displaying what they had learned. The one-layer ripples swayed instantly on the light barrier, but Xiaoning Chang and Yang Qi, who were guarded by the light barrier, did nothing. All the attacks were blocked by the light barrier. The sudden change made Yang Kai see a little hope of escape, twinkling of shrewd rays of light in his eyes, and his mind was turning quickly, wanting to find before the light barrier is broken way out. Junior brother, are you afraid? Xiaoning Chang suddenly asked. Huh? Yang Kai turned to look at her. We may die. Are you afraid? What are you afraid of? Don't be afraid. Yang Kai complied. Across more than 10 jang away, coldly looks at Long Hu. If this person can be captured, then the owner will have a bargaining chip. However, if you want to break through the Bloody Battle Gang with so many expert blockades to win Long Hu, the difficulty is generally very large. Even if Xiaoning Chang takes a shot, I am afraid it will not be able to do it. I'm not afraid. Xiaoning Chang smiled lightly. They don't know what the owner is going to face. Yang Kai was taken aback by her, not yet to understand the meaning of her words. The entire mountain valley suddenly changed from wind and cloud. It's time. On July 7th, Yin Qi gathers. On this genuine converging ground, the suddenly bursts of cold Yin Qi on the ground. These Yin Qi churning, it is as if one after another weird big hand stretched out from the earth, constantly facing upwards climbing. Looks at is scary. With the blink of an eye, the temperature of the entire mountain valley trembled, and the bone-chilling cold made everyone shiver uncontrollably. The Bloody Battle Gang expert, who was besieging the light barrier, noticed that it was not good, and hurriedly ran Yuan Shi to resist the erosion of Yin Qi. Fortunately, although these Yin Qi make people feel uncomfortable, they are not at all lethal. As long as they resist it, it won't be a big problem. The little characters in Storm House can resist it. These people even more how Bloody Battle Gang. It's just that if you stay here for a long time, I am afraid that Yuan Shi will be exhausted and will only be frozen to death by then. In a moment, the entire mountain valley has been buried by Yin Qi. Xiaoning Chang started to move suddenly. Her figure was lithe and graceful, as if dancing, accompanied by each and every one weird handprints. Yuan Shi within the body was divided into countless ways, scattered in all directions. 93 seal. Following the actions of Xiaoning Chang, the full-bodied Yin Qi in the entire mountain valley has reacted. From the top of the outlook, it is like a pot of boiling water, and Yin Qi is like with life. It kept rolling and wriggling in the mountain valley, and the scene was terrifying. Not good. Wen Feichen exclaimed. Although he doesn't know what Xiaoning Chang is doing, as an expert of true Yuan stage 5 layer, he still has some eyesight. This female may have arranged some formation in this mountain valley before, and is now urging the operation of formation. If she is really asked to start this unknown formation, I am afraid that things at this time will change. Hurry up, break this light barrier for me. Wen Feichen roared. He wanted to capture Xiaoning Chang before the formation was opened, otherwise everything would stop. Come here too, or kill you now. The little characters in the storm house in Wen Feichen shouted. Niu Lang and the others dare to have any hesitates. Originally this kind of fierce battle they are completely useless. They also have self-knowledge, have been standing by the side watching the show, but when Feijin's voice they can't help but get involved. The attacks of these people are very weak, but they can more or less consume the defense of the light barrier. A line of 12 people, all have used all one's strength, desperately attacking the semicircular light barrier. The ripples on the light barrier, one layer and then one layer, seem to be on the verge of collapse, but they are still strong. In the light barrier, Yang Kai is very anxious and he is willing to help. However, his strength is too low to be able to intervene at all. He can only guard by Xiaoning Chang's side, waiting in case the light barrier is broken. It will be his own Omega Force. Xiaoning Chang's movements are getting faster and faster. Both hands have danced into an afterimage, and the wind in Mountain Valley is roaring more and more fiercely, listening like wail like ghosts and howl like wolves, making people horrified. When Feijin complexion is dignified with a trace of greed, he found that Owen still underestimated the level of this defensive secret treasure. This is at least a heaven-grade high-rank defensive secret treasure, otherwise it is impossible to support it long time without breaking. Heaven-grade high rank is enough to withstand the full-strength attack of Divine Movement Boundary Expert. With this thing, it is equal to one more life. After 5 minutes of time, a small crack suddenly appeared on the light barrier. With the appearance of cracks, Xiaoning Chang's complexion is also white. Inspiring this defensive secret treasure, she also spent a lot of yuan shi, and now she has to do two things at the same time to open the previous arrangement. Yuan shi within the body is like a flood that leaked the sluice, and the fierce flow suddenly disappeared. Seeing hope, when Feijin kept urging everyone to attack, while his own also resorted to a big killing strike, yuan shi on his body rioted, seemingly flat and slow to push forward. A palm hit the light barrier, and the entire light barrier shook suddenly. Xiaoning Chang's lovable body was shocked and his face became paler. Crack. The light barrier finally cracked with dense cracks in the spider web. Ha ha ha. When Feijin laughed, he was confident, as long as he slapped his full strength, this light barrier would be completely broken. But before his next palm hit, the churning yin qi in the mountain valley suddenly calmed down, and the wail like ghosts and howl like wolves in the ear disappeared in an instant. Xiaoning Chang's beautiful eyes twinkled like stars, and her mouth babbled, "Seal." At this moment, Xiaoning Chang's preparations are finally complete! Crash bang! The sky is above, and there is a sudden sound of chains being shaken, just like an ecstatic music. When everyone was shocked, they raised the head and saw that in midair was flying a lot of thickened black chains that were several feet long. These chains were completely made of rich yin qi and distributed with one after another, the palpitating Senlian. These yin qi chains flew around on the heads of the bloody battle gang and Stormhouse. The next moment suddenly became spirituality and rushed down. When Feijin complexion changed a lot. Knowing that Owen was still a step late after all, he hurriedly hit the light barrier with his palm. Same as for a moment, Xiaoning Chang's body shook, and she was no longer able to urge her own heaven-grade secret treasure. This palm wind hit Xiaoning Chang so straight and unimpeded. At the critical moment, Yang Kai, who had been vigilant next to him, finally found a chance to do it. Before the wind hit Xiaoning Chang, she hurriedly pulled her, but she was still swept by the edge of the wind. Lovable body trembled. The complexion turned pale suddenly. Yang Kai hugged her up, and ran away without looking back. There are too many enemies, too strong, and he is not stupid enough to confront them head-on. Just when Yang Kai took Xiaoning Chang to escape, those yin qi chains finally got entangled with the experts of the bloody battle gang. There are only 8 chains in total. When Feijin was taken care of by Xiaoning Chang, and one person was followed by 3 chains. The remaining 5 are also towards the separation and reunion boundary and chi transforming of the bloody battle gang. Stage expert. The complexion of the people entangled by the chains was shocked, thinking that my life was over. I never thought that after these chains entangled them, they disappeared directly into their body, and the 8 chains disappeared simultaneously. When Feijin suddenly felt that the strength of his own true Yuan stage was suppressed by an invisible force, he couldn't help groaned, and opened his mouth as a blood arrow sprayed out. The same is true for the 3 separation and reunion boundary experts and one of the more powerful chi transforming stage disciples. The complexion pales in an instant, and simultaneous bleeding continues. The last chi transforming stage disciple with a lower strength is left, but in an instant there was no aura and fell to the ground. What's the matter? Long Hui was furious. He just saw that the situation was great and he was about to destroy the other party's heaven-grade secret treasure. He was already thinking about how to insult Xiaoning Chang in order to be happy. In the blink of an eye, 1 died and 5 were seriously injured on the owner's side. Even when Feijin's face was languid. How can Long Hui not be angry? The duck that reached its mouth just flew. Dragon Young Master calms down. When Feijin endured the pain in his heart and ran Yuan Shi to get rid of the chill, and explained in a weak voice, the female may have been arranged here before. I used Formation's formidable power to deal with us. I waited for a while and let her get it. Trash, it's all a bunch of trash. Long Hui flew into a thunder and yelled, so many people deal with it. One of them was a complete defeat. When Feijin flashed a trace of anger, but he forcibly endured it, opened the mouth and said, although we were plotted against, the female is definitely not easy to live. I'm afraid there's no more Yuan Shi on his body. If they can catch them this time, they are just lambs to be slaughtered. Long Hui impatient said, what are you waiting for? Go chase out. When Feijin turned his gaze to a group of small characters in Storm House, and said with a sullen expression, give you a chance to survive. If the female can be captured, I, Wen Feijin, will be responsible for keeping you safe. Get out of here. The 8 chains of Xiaoning Chang just now targeted all the experts of the Bloody Battle Gang, but none of the people like Storm House were hurt. There are 5 who entered the mountain valley alive, and there are still 5. The state is much better than that of the Bloody Battle Gang. 94 is on the other side. How dare Niu Lang resist Wen Feijin's orders? No matter how unbearable the other party looks, they can't deal with it. At the moment, they looked at each other, and Niu Lang asked, dare to ask Senior Wen, maybe that female can't fight back? Absolutely sure. Wen Feijin answered patiently, now you are catching up. Anyone can capture her and bring it back to the Dragon Young Master. Your benefits are indispensable. Okay, then we chase. Niu Lang said in his eyes. There was a flash of madness and spite. These days, he has been irritated by the Bloody Battle Gang. The Storm House fellow apprentices who came with him have died many people, and there is no one left in the body-tempering environment. His anger could not be sent to Wen Feijin, so naturally it could only be transferred to Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang. Xiaoning Chang is no longer able to fight back. A trifling Yang Kai, how can they look at it? Wen Feijin only looked at the disciplines of the Bloody Battle Gang after the people of Storm House disappeared in Yin Chi's mountain valley. You go too. You must not let the female escape. There must be a powerhouse behind her. Once the news leaks out, my help will be in great trouble. Yes. Although these people are also weak, they are of great importance. I can chase it out. For a moment, there are only Long Hui and Wen Feijin, 2 people left in the field. Long Hui's tone softened slightly, and he asked, Gang Master Wen, what is going on? Wen Feijin gave a wry smile. I wonder if that female was used by what means. My strength is suppressed only by Chi Change 3 layer. The 3 chains of the body have locked the operation of Yuan Shi and Danshan. There is such a method? Long Hui complexion is shocked. When Feijin nodded, I am all like this, and those disciplines are probably even more unbearable. The strength that can be exerted now is less than 30%. So what is good? Long Hui looked upset. Don't worry. When Feijin shook the head, I didn't lie to the small characters of Storm House just now. The female used such a big means to maintain a long-time defense against secret treasure. Within the body Yuan Shi has dripped out, and was slapped by me again. She really only has the life of obediently surrender. As long as you find them, it should be Dragon Young Master yours, and it will be yours. On hearing this, Long Hui exhaled, and his eyes turned to diversion. Long Hui was anxious and his tone became a little harder. I hope that Gang Master Wen will not take it to heart. I will tell grandfather more details about Gang Master Wen's hard work. The Dragon Young Master is serious. They are all a family. Wen Feijin laughed with satisfaction. But now I invite Long Young Master is Wen my protector. I will see if I can dissolve the yin chi chains within the body. Okay. Two people while speaking. Yang is simply not mentioned. Kai. In their eyes, Xiaoning Chang is the tricky existence. Yang Kai is a fart Kaya. Now Xiaoning Chang is completely lost in Yuan Chi, just like a hedgehog stripped naked. Anyone can take her off. At this moment, Yang Kai has taken Xiaoning Chang to a place on the edge of the mountain valley where only one person can penetrate into the mountain crevice about 10 jang. Xiaoning Chang was placed inside by him. Yang Kai blocked it outside, and there was a bush in front of the mountain, which just blocked the entrance. The two people are squeezed into one body, almost as one. Stop talking, someone is coming. Yang Kai put his arm around Xiaoning Chang and whispered softly. Xiaoning Chang complexion palely nodded slightly, holding the breath and condensing sound. After a short while, New Lang led people past, and the sound of footsteps faded away. The two sides are only a dozen feet apart, but the black wind is high at night, and the yin chi in the mountain valley is rich, which makes Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang hidden perfectly. After New Lang and the others left, Xiaoning Chang couldn't hold back. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and the masked silk scarf suddenly became red. The palm of Wen Feijin just now hurt her after all. How are you? Yang Kai asked nervously. Help me get the medicine pill. Xiaoning Chang's voice was weak, and she collapsed to the ground as soon as she softened. She lost the strength to move a finger. Where? In my arms. Yang Kai quickly reached out into her arms, but the next moment was lightning fast. He retracted back and looked at the little senior sister in front of him in a daze. You bear it. Yang Kai knew that it was a very moment, and that he was no longer faint-hearted at the moment. So he whispered to Xiaoning Chang and then extended the hand again and went into Xiaoning Chang's clothes. Fumbled inside. Don't think too much. Yang Kai fumbled and comforted. Xiaoning Chang couldn't help it at last, and said with a weak breath, on the other side. Oh. Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses, secretly thought, how come I haven't found it for so long after searching for it? So it's not here. This thing is making trouble. The backhand went to the other side, and after a deep search, I finally found a few small bottles. Which one? Yang Kai asked. The one in the middle. Xiaoning Chang's voice was extremely weak, and she gestured with her eyes. Yang Kai quickly picked up the bottle in the middle, poured out some medicine pill from the bottle, lifted the face towel, and stuffed it all into Xiaoning Chang's mouth. This little senior sister physique is special. The spiritual medicine holy body is the best human medicine cauldron in the world. No matter how much medicine pill I eat, I don't worry about any disadvantages. Several medicine pill enters the abdomen. Xiaoning Chang close eyes meditates. Yang Kai turns around to watch out for movements outside. After waiting for about 1 hour, Xiaoning Chang gradually recovered. Eyes opened, looking at Yang Kai's back in a shy and complicated manner. Recalling what happened just now, her cheeks burned like fire, even though she knew it was compelled by circumstances at the time. But Xiaoning Chang still wanted to find a hole to drill down. It was too shameful. As if he was aware of Xiaoning Chang's gaze, Yang Kai, who had been vigilant, suddenly turned his head. When he saw that Xiaoning Chang had finished his luck, he involuntarily exhaled. You are all right, right? Xiaoning Chang's eyes flashed a trace of panic, and she quickly turned away her gaze. Although there is no life worry, you can't do anything with people in a short time. It's okay. Yang Kai's thoughts finally let go. 95, 95, 95. Take the initiative to attack. Don't dare to think about the shameful things. Xianing Chang turned to the four consultants and said, "How did you find this hiding place?" "This place can be said to be extremely concealed. It is simply a great place to hide, in the dark." "How exactly did this junior brother find this place?" Yang Kai grinned. "When you left, I was walking around here, and I found it by accident. But I didn't expect it to be a life-saving venue now. It's our luck." Xianing Chang sighed. "You have a good rest. Wait for calm and tranquil. I will find a way to take you out of here." Xianing Chang's expression darkened, shook her head slowly and said, "Can't go." "Yes, it's man-made. Why can't you go?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Because I turned on 9 Yin 8 locks formation. Now this mountain valley has been blocked by formation. Before dawn, no one can get out of here." Yang Kai suddenly realized, "You left to set up the formation?" Xianing Chang nodded slightly. "It was originally used to deal with 9 Yin congealing yuan nectar, but it was forced to start in advance. Those eerie chains are the credit of formation?" Yang Kai recalled the scene just now. "Yes." "Will they have been killed?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "If all the experts are dead, then this time can definitely escape alive." Xianing Chang shook his head. "No, this formation is not based on killing. Those people are not weak. They are definitely not killed. At most, only 1 or 2 people with lower strength can be eliminated. That's not bad too." Yang Kai secretly thought a pity. But although they can't kill them, they are invaded by yin-chi chains within the body. "I am afraid that they will be sealed for most of their strength. They will not be able to recover before dawn. I will see if I can regain some strength before dawn, and then we will escape here together." Yang Kai suddenly stared at Xianing Chang with a pair of aggressive eyes, and asked excitedly, "You said, their strength will be sealed? How much?" Xianing Chang pondered for a moment. "At least 6,070%. That true yuan stage expert should be sealed by about 80%. In other words, they can't do their best now?" Yang Kai's expression was a little excited and be eager to have a try. Xianing Chang nervously looks at him. "What do you want to do?" "Even if their strength is sealed, it is not something you can deal with, junior brother. Don't mess around." "I can see what Yang Kai is thinking." Yang Kai hey chuckled. His eyes begin to stir. "How do you know if you don't try? Don't forget, this is Jiuyin converging ground. They are now sealed with their strength and they have to resist Yin. Chi's invasion is probably weaker than you expected. But that many of them." Xianing Chang grabbed Yang Kai's arm and shook his head repeatedly. "Don't be impulsive." Yang Kai lightly patted her hand. "Don't worry, I have a sense of measure. If we stay here forever, we will be discovered sooner or later. Once we become a turtle in the urn, we really have to wait and die. If so, if I take the initiative, I'm afraid there is still some hope." "No." Xianing Chang shook his head into a rattle. "I'm senior sister, you have to listen to me. If you go out now, not to mention those people, you can't resist. The yin-chi in the mountain valley alone can consume your yuan-chi within the body. Little senior sister, if you want to live, just don't stop me. You have also seen the face called Long Hui. You should know what will happen to On if it falls into his hands." Xianing Chang's body trembled suddenly. "In this manner, don't stop me." Yang Kai broke free of Xianing Chang's restraint. "If you insist on going out, take this with you." Xianing Chang is unable to dissuade. If Yang Kai really wants to go out, she can't stop her in her current state and can only take that piece of jade pendant handed it over. "You need this more than me." Yang Kai refused. "Don't worry, although I only have open yuan stage 4 layer, I can recover yuan chi by my own means. The yin chi in Mountain Valley, it won't have any impact on me. On the contrary, it's you. If someone finds here, can you stop it? I have recovered some yuan chi, which can urge the defense of secret treasure. Those people are greatly reduced in strength and will not pose any threat to me." Xianing Chang nodded. "Then there will be no worries." Yang Kai slowly got up and walked slowly outside. Having been weakened for so long, it is finally time to move his fists and feet. Yang Kai's expression is rather hideous. Stepping out a few steps, stopping, Yang Kai whispered, "Little senior sister, if I don't come back at dawn, You will leave as soon as possible. Xianing Chang's heart was gripped, and the inexplicable pain was spreading. Yang Kai turned his head and smiled. If I can come back, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Xianing Chang asked, enduring the grief in her heart. Let's talk about it later. Yang Kai laughed, stepped out of the crevice of the mountain, went outside and laid out a little bit to cover the gap. Then he looked around and plunged in the dark. Leave only Xianing Chang alone, full of loneliness. There are still 3 or 4 hours before Tanming, but there are more than a dozen enemies. This must be an uphill battle. In the dark jungle, someone was rushing fast. Hearing the sound of footsteps was the movement of 2 people. Yang Kai was hidden behind a big tree, quietly waiting for someone to come. He didn't know which side of the 2 men came, nor did he know what kind of strength the other party was, so he could only inquire about clear before making plans. If these 2 people are too strong, Yang Kai can only avoid their edge and find a soft persimmon first. The closer the footsteps, the voice of someone speaking. Bear senior brother, where did they hide? Why haven't they found it for so long? One person said, junior brother, don't worry. The angry senior brother and bloody battle gang are also looking for the beasts. Yang Kai will definitely not be able to hide for long. We will just do it. Maybe they have already won. Yang Kai and that female. The junior brother hearing this nodded. That's true. It's a pity that the girl, she seems to be really pretty. If she falls into Long Hui's hands, she doesn't know how she will be ruined. Xung senior brother sneered. Long Hui is lustful and destined to have no big accomplishment. When we grow up in the future, there will always be time to find a place. As he spoke, a silhouette suddenly walked out in front of 12 feet away. The 2 Stormhouse disciplines suddenly stopped, and the senior brother Xun furiously shouted, "Who?" There was a chuckle from there. Aren't you looking for me? Yang Kai. Xun senior brother was overjoyed. He didn't expect his own to meet Yang Kai. But he didn't expect him to walk right into a trap. This is really travel far and wide looking for something, only to return and find it easily. Xun senior brother is excited. Yang Kai is also happy. The conversation between the 2 people just now let Yang Kai know their identities. The 5 people in Stormhouse, except for Niu Lang who is Chi transforming stage 1 layer, the rest are all Open Yuan stage. The martial artist of this realm. Yang Kai is really not afraid. 96 kill 2 people first. The internet is disconnected until now. Please ask some comfort. These 2 Stormhouse disciple didn't have any grudges with Yang Kai, but the junior brother of the owner died several people along the way. They couldn't find Wen Feichen for revenge, so they could only keep the account on Yang Kai. At this moment, when the enemies meet, they are naturally extremely jealous. Xun senior brother looked at Yang Kai with a grin, coldly said, so courageous. I dare to walk right into a trap. What about the female you rescued? If you beat me, I'll tell you. Yang Kai's fists crackled and shook his neck and walked slowly towards the 2 people. Xun senior brother sneered, act recklessly, junior brother, take the battle for me. I will teach him a lesson. While speaking, the long sword worn on his waist rubs the ground out of the sheath. He pulled up a sword flower and attacked Yang Kai. Xun senior brother has the strength of Open Yuan stage 6 layer. Yang Kai is only Open Yuan stage 4 layer, and its realm is 2 small stages. Even more, Xun senior brother still holds a weapon. Consciously occupy the advantage. This sword is just a test. Xun senior brother did not expect to kill Yang Kai with a single move. The sword flower flashed in the dark. Yang Kai drew sideways, raised his palms, and fought with the senior brother of the Stormhouse Bear. With the palm of the sword against the sword, Yang Kai was restrained everywhere, fighting all the way back. By the time the senior brother bears the 9th sword, he had already withdrawn more than 10 steps away. Xun senior brother laughed heartily. The pearl of rice, dare to shine, Yang Kai, take your life. The previous temptation has made him clear Yang Kai's bottom. Now it's time to kill the killer naturally. Within the body Yuan Chi, the long sword of the senior brother bears the sound of wind and thunder. Feng Yin. The senior brother Xung drank the owner's sword awe-inspiringly. An arc of rays of light suddenly appeared on the long sword, with unparalleled sharpness, which Yang Kai couldn't. The speed of dodge thrusts towards his chest. Yang Kai really couldn't dodge, but he didn't have the slightest panic on his face. Instead, he raised a palm and suddenly patted the long sword. Xung senior brother sneered, "Xindao owns this sword is now full of thunder power. If you, a martial artist who is a trifling open Yuan stage 4 layer, really touch it, I'm afraid it will be electrocuted. I am numb all over. When the time comes, I can only slaughter me." The thoughts got to this point. Xung senior brother did not withdraw the move at all. But the sword move became faster. Yang Kai drank. His palms suddenly turned red, like a flame burning. A hot wave rushed towards the senior brother Xung, not only dispelling the cold around him, but also he has a burning sensation of falling into the fire sea. King. With a word cry, Yang Kai's palm was slapped on the surface of the sword. The arc of the sword suddenly disappeared invisible. With this shot, the long sword also deviated from the direction and rubbed Yang Kai's pierced his shoulder and couldn't hurt him. Xung senior brother is horrified. This time the confrontation, Yuan Shi of the owner lost to the opponent. Wasn't he just the open Yuan stage 4 layer? Within the body Yuan Shi, how can I be stronger than me? Furthermore, the scorching Yuan Shi contained in the palm just now is too pure, otherwise the thunder power of On cannot be destroyed at all. In a panic, Xung senior brother hurriedly retracted his sword and retreat, preparing to adjust his interest rate and try his best. But where does Yang Kai give him this opportunity? While he was retracting the sword, he deceived him with a mistake in his footsteps, and under the horrified gaze of the senior brother Xung, he pointed a finger at his heart. Knowing that there are a lot of enemies that the owner has to deal with, Yang Kai is also very quick to start, and he does not hesitate to spend one drop Yang liquid, but also to strike certain kill the opponent. The body of the Xung senior brother suddenly stopped moving, leaving only the whistling wind in the mountain valley, mournful. The Stormhouse junior brother who swept on the sideline did not understand for a while, and could not help but yelled softly, "Bear senior brother, Bear senior brother." The voice hasn't finished yet. Bear the senior brother's body suddenly fell straight down, and Yang Kai grinned. "You Bear senior brother, waiting for you on the underworld road." This junior brother was dumbfounded, screamed, and ran away. His strength is slightly inferior to the Xung senior brother, except that it is open Yuan stage 5 layer. Yang Kai as easy as blowing off dust will kill the Xung senior brother. How can you deal with him? Not with no difficulty. Did you run? Yang Kai sneered, carrying the long sword of the senior brother Bear in his hand, and chased it out. I have to say that the rich yin chi in the mountain valley has helped Yang Kai's a lot. Under the erosion of the yin chi that is all over the world, everyone will have their own strength at a discount. Only Yang Kai practiced true Yang secret art. Within the body Yuan Chi is the nemesis of Yin Chi, so there is no need to worry about what will be affected. It just needs to spend a little true Yang Yuan Chi to dispel the chill, that's all. Although the Stormhouse junior brother is an open Yuan stage 5 layer, the strength that can be played in this mountain valley is lower than that of Yang Kai. Chasing not much time, Yang Kai narrowed the distance between the two people to only 10 jang, which is close enough. Yang Kai suddenly threw the long sword in his hand while running. Hearing the sound of the wind coming from behind, the Stormhouse junior brother quickly made a dodge action, which was able to be attacked. Avoid the long sword that comes. But this delay caused the 10 jang distance to be shortened to 0. Can't run away anymore. The Stormhouse junior brother was also decisive. He turned around and drew out his weapon to fight Yang Kai, but a red light flashed towards him. He almost instinctively moved the weapon forward first gear. Kabang, the weapon forged with steel essence in his hand was red light. It was as fragile as tofu. It was cut into two directly. The next moment, he felt the neck of his own. As soon as it gets hot, it seems that something has swept past. Yang Kai stopped. A thin such as a cicada's wing bloodred blade on his fingertips was shining, and one drop fresh blood rolled over the blade. Stormhouse Jr. Brothers Adam's apple rolls, looks at Yankai in a daze, pointing at him, but it is speechless. After a few breaths, his head suddenly rises into the sky, and a burst of light bursts out of the neck. Blood mist. Kill two people first. There was no pressure in this battle, and it was so easy that Yankai did not use unyielding. In previous enemies, Yankai had to use this mysterious martial skills every time to defeat the enemy, but this time he discovered that even if he didn't use this martial skills, the owner had the ability to skip grades to kill. Yankai feels it is necessary to re-examine himself. Just as Yankai was about to leave the scene quickly, the sound of hunting and hunting came from both sides at the same time. Two people approached quickly on the left, and one on the right. It should be the strange cry of the junior brother that attracted them just now, and the distance to them is probably about thousands feet. Yankai originally wanted to hide, but after thinking about it carefully, he quickly approached to the left. If he didn't expect it to be bad, the people who came should be the remaining three people in Stormhouse. They may be separated for the convenience of finding On Anxi and Ing Chang, but they are not too far apart. Now that the remaining three are all here, Yankai is naturally desperate. The people of Stormhouse are much lower than the people of Bloody Battle Gang, and they are used to test the strength of On. 97, 97, 97. Killing two people again. It's just that of the three, Niu Lang is the martial artist of Chi transforming stage 1 layer. It may be a little troublesome to deal with, so Yankai must first solve the other two Stormhouse disciples of Open Yuan stage before he can play a good game with him. Let's take a look at On, the Open Yuan stage 4 layer, whether it can rival the Chi transforming stage. Yankai's fighting intent is high on his chest, and his blood is rolling. Yankai's prediction is very accurate. The two people on the left are indeed the discipline of Stormhouse. The strength of these two people is similar to the two people just now. Even if they are strong, they are not much stronger. Hearing the call of the own junior brother was attracted. The two people hadn't rushed to the place of the accident, and there was a person rushing towards them. Who? The two disciplines of Stormhouse stopped and looked at the incoming person vigilantly. Yankai didn't answer, but suddenly the speed was a little faster. Suddenly he rushed towards them. Perceiving Yankai's murderous intention and hostility, these two people would not be able to react, cry out in surprise. Yankai. Tone barely fell, the weapon was already in his hand, attacking Yankai from left to right. Yankai fighting intent is thick. Facing the two people attack, he did not give in at all. His body was like lightning. The blooded blade on his fingertips shot out and suddenly shot at one of them. The person raised the weapon and stopped. But how can the blade formed by one drop Yang liquid be able to withstand the ordinary grade weapon? Upon contact, the weapon of the Stormhouse disciple was directly cut off. Fortunately, this person's reaction was not slow. Suddenly flashed away in a panic, which was able to avoid a fatal blow, causing the blade to flew out against the lumbar rib. Whoosh sound. This person screamed, only feeling that the lumbar rib was imprinted by a soldering iron, and there was a smell of flesh and blood in the air. Senior brother. The other person's expression changed, and his attacking moves were retracted a little bit steeply. When he faced the enemy in life and death, his retreat was equivalent to exposing his own to Yankai's attack. Why would Yankai be polite to him? He easily blocked the sharpness of the opponent's weapon. A palm was printed on his chest, and the majestic and hot true Yang Yuan Chi poured into his heart. The man's eyeballs bulged and flew out in response, falling on the ground for a moment without spasms. The movement. He was killed in a face-to-face encounter, faster than the death of the senior brother bear. Yankai made a hit, but before he could stop it, the still-alive Stormhouse disciple smashed it over. Unable to dodge, Yankai just contracted his muscles instinctively. Shwa. Sword light flashed, a bloody hole was suddenly pulled out of the abdomen, pain spread in the wound, fresh blood oozing out. But Yankai remained unmoved. Only his face was swayed with a crazy and bloodthirsty smile. He turned his head and looked at him. The man saw On's junior brother dying in front of him, and he was so angry that he was worried about other things. There was only one thought in his heart that killed Yang Kai to avenge the junior brother. After he succeeded, he stabbed with another sword and took the position of Yang Kai's throat. Yang Kai raised his arm to block it, and the tip of the sword pierced the arm about an inch, pressing it against the bone, but he could no longer go deep. Hey hey! Let the fresh blood drip down. Yang Kai grinned at him. In the darkness, 2 rows of snow-white fangs appeared, like beasts choosing people and devouring them. At this moment, Yang Kai is full of evil spirits all over his body. Crazy, excited and bloodthirsty evil. That smile made people shudder even more. How many people have seen this kind of person in the still living Stormhouse Disciple? After being stabbed twice by the owner, he can still laugh out of it. Is this man a lunatic? He was horrified, and he wanted to jump back. Life and death battle, being deterred by the enemy's imposing manner. How can there be any chance of survival? Yang Kai leg raised, right on his crotch. There was the sound of something being kicked to pieces, and the man immediately knelt down to the ground. His face turned pale. Yang Kai backhanded out the long sword that Own stuck on his arm, threw it down, and nailed him to death on the spot. Kill 2 people again. Shwa. Until this moment, a person from the right finally appeared. It was Niu Lang. The 5 people in Stormhouse were divided into 3 groups. They searched for Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang's tracks in the vicinity of each other, but they did not expect to be defeated by Yang Kai. Just a glance, Niu Lang saw the 2 junior brothers who died tragically on the ground. Yazu was about to split for a moment, and fiercely rushed to Yang Kai and asked, "Did you kill them?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him, his expression filled with madness and calmness. "It seems that everyone looked down on you, didn't expect you to still have this ability." Niu Lang's face was extremely gloomy, suppressing the anger in his heart, and took a deep breath and said, I have something to ask you." "No need to ask. I killed Niu Lang and Cheng Shoufeng. You guessed it right. It's really you." Niu Lang, his body trembled suddenly. He had been expecting that his younger brother would just go out and play, that's all. Although the probability was very low, it was also an expectation. But now this expectation is shattered by Yang Kai. He personally admitted that the disappearance of his own younger brother was related to him and was killed by him. "They want to kill me, I can kill them naturally." Yang Kai was a little impatient. "Don't talk nonsense. Come and fight." Good. Niu Lang murderous intention looks at Yang Kai with bitterness. "Since you dare to act, then I won't say much. Today, I will use your life to pay homage to his spirit in heaven." While speaking, Niu Lang stretched out his body and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Niu Lang came to Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, swept across Yang Kai's throat with one hand like a claw. Yang Kai expression, Chi transforming stages martial artist, and Open Yuan stages strengths are really different. The formidable power of this blow is incomparable. In a hurry, Yang Kai leaned back, holding the palm of his throat to protect the vitals. Niu Lang sneered. The 5 fingers actually changed direction in the middle of the road, and grabbed it down. Whoosh sound. Yang Kai deng retreat, took a few steps, looked down, and saw that the shirt on the chest of Own had been scratched, and there were 5 blood reds. The claw marks remained, and some strange aura invaded within the body. True Yang secret art turns on, and the energy is resolved in the blink of an eye. A trifling Open Yuan stage 4 layer. Dare to be impudent in front of me. I will not kill you soon, I will torture you better than death. Niu Lang succeeded in one blow. The complexion became more and more ferocious, fisting and embroidering legs, fighting like a woman. "You are not ashamed?" Yang Kai tore his tattered shirt to reveal a thin but sturdy body. Zhao Feng said with a cold face. Niu Lang's face was red, but he couldn't refute it. "Who made him practice kung fu on his claws? This is indeed a bit unrefined." Sharp-tongued, "Don't ask for mercy in a while." Niu Lang was unwilling to show his courage. His hands were like eagle claws, and he attacked again. "How about a taste of the formidable power of my fist?" Yang Kai laughed heartily. and thumped at the two crazy claws. Overestimate one's capabilities. Niu Lang sneered. With his chi transforming stage 1 layer cultivation level, even a stubborn stone can crack a few holes. Even more how? It's just the fist of the martial artist of Open Yuan stage 4 layer. The author June has made a public account, which contains many characters' figures, including all the heroines, and some information related to this book. You can add my public account. Crowd number check, updated daily, and occasionally read envelope benefits. Open the V letter and search for Momo to add attention. 98. Fierce battle with Niu Lang. In a flash, the two people have already handed over their hands. Yang Kai's fist violently hit Niu Lang's palm, but his fingers clenched and died. Caught firmly. Yuan Chi of two people within the body burst out fiercely at the same time, colliding between fists and palms. Niu Lang looked astonished. He found that Yuan Chi of Yang Kai within the body was so overbearing that even the owner couldn't resist it for a long time. How is this possible? On and his strength are quite different. He is impossible to pose a threat to On anyway. But now the facts are in front of him, and Niu Lang can't help but treat it with care. If this stalemate continues, the 5 fingers of On may really be burned. The thoughts got to this point. Niu Lang suddenly withdrew his hand, jumped back a few steps, and took advantage of this short time to quickly dissolve the hot Yuan Chi that the opponent invaded owned within the body. Looking at Yang Kai with a sullen face, Niu Lang was even more surprised, because in the previous fight, On failed to break his fist. Although 5 finger holes were left in his fist, this did not match the expected result. In On's expectation, the grasp just now should be able to crush his entire fist. This kid. Sure enough, there is something intelligible. No wonder that several junior brothers of the owner will be killed by him. It seems that he did not win by fluke, and Niu Lang's expression grave is up. Yang Kai shook his fist and glanced down. When he raised his eyes again, the craziness in his eyes became more intense. Always concealed, kept the fresh blood boiled all over. Always feeling the pain from the wound, feeling the pressure from the enemy, Yang Kai just wanted the unyielding will of the owner to rise. Only the unyielding will and the determination to win can rise, and the mysterious martial skills belonging to the owner can exert the greatest effect. Now, this moment has arrived. Yang Kai no longer needs to be suppressed. Suddenly there is a hot heat from the bones, and with this heat dissipating, Yang Kai feels that his whole person has changed. When unyielding was unyielding unintentionally aroused before, Yang Kai was still a little unclear, so even if he won the enemy, he was confused. But this time is different. He can clearly feel that a huge energy grows from his bones for no reason, pours into the meridians of the On, and infuse the flesh and blood of the On, and is frantically enhancing the strength of the On. Come again. Yang Kai is like a wolf preying in the jungle, staring at Niu Lang with a pair of eyes, roaring, and making a move. Just as before, it is not fancy punch. Courting death. Niu Lang sneered. Although he was surprised at Yang Kai's Yuan Chi sense, it didn't mean he really believed that Yang Kai could hurt his own. As long as owner closes his hand in time, Yuan Chi will be impossible to hurt owner even if it is weird. But On can hurt Yang Kai again and again, and there will always be a moment when his whole fist is squeezed. It can be said that Yang Kai chose this reckless play style, which is quite in line with Niu Lang's appetite. In a sneer, Niu Lang's big hand grabbed Yang Kai again. For the second head confrontation, Niu Lang felt a little bit wrong, because the formidable power contained in Yang Kai this fist was much larger than before, and the burst of Yuan Chi was also fierce. Almost Open Yuan stage 5 layer is bursting out. But what about this? Open Yuan stage 4 layer, Open Yuan stage 5 layer, in the eyes of the owner are all ordinary appearance. There is no threat at all, only to be killed. With the fight this time, Yang Kai's fist injury became more serious. Fresh blood was dripping down, and his body went straight to retreat. He looked very embarrassed. Niu Lang kept doing the same, and pursued the victory. The claw wind howled, pulling out one after another claw mark in the darkness, and violently attacked Yang Kai desperately. Yang Kai remained silent, just fighting back tenaciously. When Niu Lang's attack arrived, he punched out, left and right punches, with a clear rhythm. Although his hand was not shallow, he also blocked Niu Lang's attack, making him unable to take his own with one blow. Life. In the dark night, there was a muffled sound of peng-peng, and with every sound, Yang Kai's body had to retreat several steps, and the injuries on his hands became more and more serious. But his eyes didn't panic at all. On the contrary, he was very firm. A belief in victory was brewing in the heart, only waiting for the last moment to burst out. How is it possible? Niu Lang was shocked. On the scene, he seemed to have an absolute advantage. After all, his realm is much higher than Yang Kai. If this is not an advantage, then he has practiced in vain all these years. But now Niu Lang has a hard time. 10 fingers of bone have been burned by Yang Kai's hot Yuan Qi, and each finger has a ring of singe, as if burned by fire. Like 10 fingers connected to the heart, and a heartbreaking pain came from his fingertips, causing him to gasp in waves. If it were just this kind of, Niu Lang would not be shocked yet. What he really shocked was Yang Kai's strength. In the first confrontation, Yang Kai's strength was indeed as observed by Own. Trifling open Yuan stage 4 layer is not to be feared. The second time, his strength climbed to open Yuan stage 5 layer. For the fourth time, this kid's fist and the Yuan Qi wave that broke out are as good as open Yuan stage 6 layer. The seventh time, open Yuan stage 7 layer. 12th times, open Yuan stage 8 layer. It seems that as the battle continues, the strength of this person is also rising like a sesame flower. This is extremely strange and beyond imagination. Moreover, this climb has not stopped yet. Niu Lang's expression was shocked. He didn't know how far Yang Kai's strength could climb. If he directly climbed to the Qi transforming stage, the owner would definitely have no hope of victory, because the opponent's Yuan Qi is too domineering. After half a stick of incense, Niu Lang can no longer confront Yang Kai head, because he can't take advantage of him. In every confrontation, Yang Kai is like a rock, set in place motionless, but he is on the beaten retreat again and again. Niu Lang can only use his body skills to deal with, using flexible and changeable moves, trying to find opportunities to give Yang Kai a fatal blow. But Yang Kai's defense is simple, but it is not airtight, so he can't find the time to kill. Open Yuan stage 9 layer is here. Niu Lang's eyes trembled, and he found that with the confrontation this time, Yang Kai's strength had risen again, reaching the open Yuan stage peak. However, his Yuan Qi volatility has finally stabilized, and there is no further upward trend. This discovery made Niu Lang breathe a sigh of relief. Although Own is only Qi transforming stage 1 layer, it is theoretically only one small realm higher than open Yuan stage 9 layer, but this one small realm is also a great realm gap. So, Niu Lang is still confident that he can kill Yang Kai's. He must have eaten some medicine pill to increase his strength in order to do this, but no matter what medicine pill is, there will definitely be repercussions. His essence is still an open Yuan stage 4 layer, on within. The storage of the body Yuan Qi can't match the own mention on equal terms at all. Niu Lang is waiting for Yang Kai to exhaust, before he takes his life. 99, 99, 99 full of evil. Just as Niu Lang made up his mind, Yang Kai suddenly stopped attacking and frowned, looking thoughtful. The next moment, a sound came out, and a group of flaming rays of light burst out in the dark, causing Niu Lang to startle Divine Soul. Looking at it, Yang Kai's body was lit up with a blazing fire at this moment. It's not a real flame, but the effect that comes out within the body Yuan Qi rich enough to release outside. The flaming heat Yuan Qi wrapped him round and round, and for a moment the heat wave rushed to his face. Yin Qi and Mountain Valley seemed to have encountered a nemesis and could no longer gather around. Yang Kai's face is gloomy and uncertain, reflected by this flaming Yuan Qi rays of light. His naked upper body, and his refined muscles are tight. It looks so wild and unruly. His fists are bloody, and there is a half-foot-long sword wound on his abdomen. Fresh blood is still flowing out, the flesh and blood is rolling, terrifying to the extreme, and his eyes are scarlet, like a trapped beast. With endless madness and addiction to blood energy. Coldly evil. Niu Lang's expression was horrified. He took a few steps toward retreat and screamed, "Mad!" He thought that Yang Kai could not control Yuan within the body in the battle. Qi, let Yuan Qi go wild and swallow his mind. But shouldn't this kind of thing only appear in the realm after Qi transforming stage? He is a martial artist of trifling open Yuan stage. How could this happen? Crazy devil? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. Although his eyes were terrifying, his face was calm. He didn't have the look of become devil at all. He contemptuously said, short-sighted. While speaking, Yuan Qi is burning all over, and the heaven firelight disappeared, leaving only two fists wrapped with one layer flaming true Yang Yuan Qi. It looks as if these two fists are holding two burning flames. The flames are swaying with the wind, but they never stop. You still have a sage? Niu Lang looked at Yang Kai in amazement, trying to find a bit of humanity in his eyes, but he was disappointed. From those scarlet eyes, he couldn't do any humanized expression, only crazy fighting intense and killing auras remain. It shouldn't be, this is clearly a state of madness. His eyes are already inhumane, why can he still think? You tell me if I have it. Yang Kai took a step forward. The leap of this step narrowed the distance between him and Niu Lang to the limit. Niu Lang turned pale with fright. What did he expect? Yang Kai's current speed is so fast. Go to retreat in a hurry, and at the same time sweep out a paw, trying to block Yang Kai's pace. Yang Kai's burning right fist hit the hand and thumped it out, hitting Niu Lang's 5 fingers in the screaming wind. Kaka. There was a crisp sound, accompanied by Niu Lang's scream of horror. His body flew high like a paper kite, and after falling to the ground, the 5 fingers came from the heart. Looking around, his 5 fingers were twisted and couldn't straighten up. All the fingers are burned, and the bones are broken. Not only that, but there is also a fierce and domineering heat Yuan Qi that invades zone within the body, burning the meridians and flesh and blood of One all the way. Niu Lang didn't dare to neglect, and quickly stretched out his other hand and tapped a few violently on One's arm to stop Yuan Qi's invasion. He had just finished this action. The light in front of him shone brightly, and raised the head. Yang Kai actually bullied himself closer to the owner, and the flames on the 2 fists became brighter. How can Niu Lang dare to love war? He didn't know until now that One, the newly promoted Qi transforming stage 1 layer, could not beat Yang Kai, the martial artist of open Yuan stage. Exhausted all his energy, Niu Lang moved towards retreat when he made a mistake with both feet. At the same time, there was a roar in his mouth, mixed with panic and horror, spreading far away. Yang Kai's feet are faintly flashing, and his speed is suddenly increased to a level that makes his own feel surprised, like a shadow chasing Niu Lang behind Niu Lang, punching and punching suddenly. Go with bang bang bang. Niu Lang ate several punches in a row, and there's no resistance at all. The whole person was dizzy and confused. After running 50 steps, Niu Lang finally realized that One can't get rid of Yang Kai's chase. For a moment, the young man's blood was aroused, but he suddenly stopped. The expression roared ferociously, Yang Kai, you don't to be bully intolerably. The eagle strikes the sky. Die for me. This is Niu Lang's most powerful claw skill. Yuan Qi is filled with both hands above, and both hands are staggered to protect him. Aim at Yang Kai's chest, suddenly torn away with the backhand to both sides. The full burst of Qi transforming stage 1 layer martial artist is that Yang Kai nowadays does not dare to underestimate it. He feels the huge damage hidden in those 2 hands. Yang Kai expression grave. If this is caught by him, Yang Kai estimates that One's chest may be torn open directly. In a flash, Yang Kai instinctively leaned his body, and his fist slammed into Niu Lang's face in an imposing manner. 2 people are desperate. This is destined to be the final blow, a blow to the death and then to life. Either you die or I die. Touch. Yang Kai's fist hit Niu Lang's face, and the exquisite facial features suddenly became distorted. Niu Lang's whole person was driven by a strong force and turned back in the air. Midair turned several times before it fell to the ground with a chirp. Shwa. Niu Lang's claws swept Yang Kai's chest as expected, but the scene of directly smashing Yang Kai not at all appeared, but there were 10 blood stains on his chest, 5 shallow and 5 deep. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's sideways played a vital role. Niu Lang's finger bone in one hand was interrupted just now. The eagle strikes the sky and the strength of both hands, it must be different. There are light and heavy. Yang Kai's sideways, just to grasp the difference, so that his hands can't use force at the same time. It is equivalent to breaking this move. This kind of culping method is completely the result of blessing to the soul, and it is also an instinctive reaction. Yang Kai didn't think much about it during the battle, but I have to say that this kind of cracking method is indeed peak. The scene suddenly quieted down, and a desperate fight was finally decided. Yang Kai panted lightly, still full of evil spirits. But Niu Lang was lying on the ground like a dead dog with his face flesh and bloody, staring bitterly at Yang Kai, who was walking towards him step by step. "I'm a ghost. I won't let you go," Niu Lang said fiercely while swallowing the blood tumbling in his mouth. Yang Kai overlooked him, raised a big foot, and stepped on it suddenly. "Ha ha. The people of the bloody battle gang heard my message. Will come and kill." Before Niu Lang said a word, he was directly crushed by Yang Kai. Neck. "Breathe once last." The 5 members of Storm House are wiped out. Stood in place quietly, feeling the tumbling blood and passionate fighting intent within the body. Yang Kai, complexion grave and stern, meditated for a moment, and a crazy thought came out in my heart. 100, 100, 100. Blatant provocation. A long whistle comes out. Yang Kai looks wild, like a bloodthirsty beast, and the whistle reaches the sky, echoing endlessly in the mountain valley. "Coming to fight. The chores of bloody battle gang." This is a sign of an invitation to fight. This is a blatant provocation. "I am here, waiting for you." It's not that he didn't know that he would have trouble staying again. After all, Niu Lang had also used howling to convey signals to them before. Although this mountain valley covers an area of several dozen li, it is still at night. Those people must have heard it and are coming here. At this time, the safest way is to fleeing is the best policy. Fighting 3 games in a row, killing 5 people, Yang Kai's mental and physical strength are exhausted, and he has suffered a lot of injuries. Face to face with the group of bloody battle gang, leaving here, waiting for recovery, and then waiting for an opportunity to take action, is undoubtedly the right approach. But Yang Kai can't go, nor can he go. Because of him now, his essence, chi, and spirit have all climbed to peak. Once he leaves here, a timid thought will inevitably arise in his heart. This thought will be useful for the whole life of Unyielding. Without the support of Unyielding Xiao, he is just a martial artist of Open Yuan Stage 4 layer. It is advisable to keep the remaining brave and chase the bandits. Yang Kai wants to use his own peak power to give the bloody battle gang disciple here a big surprise. Of course, all of these premises have to be established on the basis that Xiaoning Chang's inference is correct. The group of people from the bloody battle gang, exactly Storm House, these small characters can mention on equal terms. Most of them are experts of separation and reunion boundary. Normally, martial artists of this level can easily set Yang Kai and death, but now, they are sealed by 9 Yin 8 locks formation, so they can have as much strength as they can. It's hard to say. Just a moment after Yang Kai's howling, Xiaoning Chang suddenly opened her eyes, and her nervous and regretful heart finally relaxed a lot. He is not dead. He is not dead. Xiaoning Chang was almost crying. She has been worried about Yang Kai's safety, for fear that he will never return, and leave her own here. His strength is so low and there are so many opponents. How can he resist? Since Yang Kai left, Xiaoning Chang has been blaming and regretting herself, and the owner should desperately keep him, and can't let him out. But not to mention that time, even now, the state of Own is not very good. Yang Kai is really determined to leave. She can't stop it. Because owner is coming to this place, he will be involved in this huge danger. Xianing Chang feels very guilty. The pure-minded girl only blames the owner for the crime, but doesn't want either Storm House or the bloody battle gang to be chased here because of Yang Kai's. As for the culprit, it must be Yang Kai. But Xianing Chang is finally relieved now. The junior brother who owns is still fine. And in his voice, there is a fighting intent of fearlessness. An exciting signal. Although I don't know what he is facing right now, Xianing Chang feels that the only thing Own can do is to quickly recover, and then go out to help him and save him. On the other side of the mountain valley, Wen Feijun, who is dissolving within the body Yin Chi chains and Long Hu of Protector on the side, also heard Yang Kai's whistling clearly. With this sound, Wen Feijun couldn't help but be frowned. His mind was interrupted, and suddenly a mouthful of fresh blood came out. This beast. Wen Feijun was furious. Owner was disturbed by his voice at the critical moment, and suffered a little internal injury. Gangmaster Wen, how was it resolved? Long Hu asked, seemingly concerned. Wen Feijun shook his head slowly. No, this thing is beyond my knowledge. I don't know which female is whose discipline, and how wonderful formation can be arranged. 3 Yin Chi chains not only locked the flow of Yuan Qi in his meridians, but also locked his Danshan, so that his strength can only reach the level of Qi transforming stage 3 layer. Consumption, strength dropped a lot. Wen Feijun is so angry. I can't wait to catch Yang Kai and that female now and kill them 100 times. A true Yuan stage 5 layer expert who was dignified by 2 juniors was teased into this virtue. When did he suffer this kind of humiliation? Gangmaster Wen, don't worry, that kid dared to expose his whereabouts. I think he should be dead this time. Long Hu expression was sure. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wen Feijun did not answer, because he heard the meaning contained in Yang Kai's howling. It was not the sound of things have reached a dead end, but an overwhelming, fighting intent sound. But, a martial artist of a trifling open Yuan stage 4 layer, what are you crazy about? So although Wen Feijun felt something was wrong, he didn't take it too seriously. He also thought that Yang Kai was a trapped beast and he was bound to die. In Mountain Valley, people have different minds, but an old man with hair and beard all white suddenly flew outside Mountain Valley. This old man aura is long, and Yuan Qi is faintly fluctuating, making people unable to see the depth, but his speed is wonderfully quick, and he just swept up thousands feet in the blink of an eye. The old man was worried and anxious, raising the head looks at the sky, very regretful. It's broken, some can't keep up. My little great-aunt, don't turn on formation in advance. The old man murmured as he flew. This old man is exactly Contribution Hall storekeeper Meng Yu Aya. By the way, Meng Yu Aya felt that Own was really embarrassing and lost to his grandma's house. He earned and well Mayant advised that night to discourage Own's discipline from coming to the Jiui in converging ground. And promotion to true Yuan stage is not necessarily if I had to refining 9 yin congealing Yuan nectar. Xianing Chang was also behaved and agreed. Meng Yu Aya was in a good mood. Xianing Chang prepared a few side dishes and a few pots of wine at the right time. Meng Yu Aya was drinking and eating while talking about Yang Kai's bad, trying to keep his own disciple away from him. Because Meng Yu Aya can see that the discipline of Own still cares about Yang Kai. It is not a love between men and women, but a kind of love. But this sign is not good. Meng Yu Aya wants to kill it in the cradle. For so many years, the discipline has been very obedient. Meng Yu Aya was like a baby. She was afraid of turning it in her mouth, holding it in her hand for fear of falling, which caused her to be too simple to understand will of the people is vicious. Meng Yu Aya is worried. What if Yang Kai harboring malicious intentions seduce Own disciple? It was when I was young, when love was ignorant, and once the discipline was emotional, things could be difficult to handle. That's why Meng Yu Aya is unpredictable and has a thick face. Although he is ashamed, he is full of slander Yang Kai's. No, he says how he is lustful, how to lose his conscience, and all bad things are based on Yang Kai hits him hard on his head. It's here. Meng Yu expression seriously urges Xiaoning Chang, disciple, for this kind of person, you must stay away, stay away.